Well, the cross-examination of that witness has been reproduced. It's a bit then. Since the sworn deposition on oath of the next star witness or the petitioners, PW22, Senator Delo Melai, is almost a rehash of the entire petition. What he said on cross-examination by A.B. Mahmoud has also been reproduced. The testimonies of these star witnesses under cross-examination aggregated the same account given by other witnesses that the election went well. Accreditation with the Vivas device was all right. The agents of the petitioners were on ground at the polling units, and that the results were entered on forms EC8As and duplicate copies given to the agents. The facts elicited from the cross-examination of these witnesses have belied much of the strands of their written statements on oath. This, of course, is a challenge to the credibility of the evidence of PW19 and PW22. While cross-examination has the capacity to tarnish the credibility of a witness, it also has the corresponding capacity of strengthening the case of the opponent. In the instant case, the evidence elicited from the PW19 and 22 on cross-examination has fortified, in my opinion, the case of the respondents that there was nothing wrong with the results of the 2023 presidential election and that there was substantial compliance with the Electoral Act 2022. That also played out in the cross-examination of PW20, Olatunji Oshele. His deposition on oath is at page 204 to 207 of the petition. That is the same trend in the account of these witnesses. They were majorly given account of not only the polling stations they voted, but other places not within their reach. The significant tone is that they testified of casting their votes without any problem. The results by their admission were properly declared and taken to the vote collation centers. The irony though is that the witnesses, okay? The irony, though, is that the witnesses did testify to a peaceful and valid election in their polling units where they voted and then turned around to give evidence of alleged infractions in polling units where they were not present. Their testimonies in that respect are hearsay. Hearsay evidence is not admissible and has no value in proving the petition filed by the petitioners. Furthermore, in the instant petition, first respondent is consistently maintained that the technical glitch that occurred on the election day was the failure of the e-transmission server to upload polling unit results for the presidential election into the IRF portal. It claimed that the glitch only prevented the members of the public from viewing or accessing the results that were already uploaded and listed on the first respondent e-transmission system. On their part, the petitioners asserted in their petition that the glitch claimed by the first respondent was actually a bypass by the first respondent to tilt and switch the results of the presidential election in favor of the second and third respondents, as pleaded in paragraph 40. In furtherance of that assertion, they also pleaded in paragraphs 41 and 42 of the petition as follows. The petitioners applied to the court for subpoena to issue to the witnesses listed in paragraphs 41 and 42 of the petition on 26/5/2023. These witnesses were not called by the petitioners, and no reason was given as to why they backed down from calling the witnesses they pleaded to call in proof of their petition. It is tried that litigation, particularly election dispute litigation, is fought on pleadings. Parties swim or sink with their pleadings. For this, see the case of Anyafulu and others versus Mecca and others. See also Ifeanyichukwu Osondu Company Limited and another versus Ahibe. Those pleadings in paragraphs 41 and 42 of the petition, having been abandoned, are discountenanced. In the same vein, paragraph 96 of the petition averred that agents of the second and third respondent disrupted the election. Votes scored were not accurately recorded, and the ballot papers were torn. The petitioners averred that video recording shall be tendered. However, the video recording was not tendered in that regard. In this respect, the presumption in Section 167D of the Evidence Act 2011 that they withheld the said video recording because it will be against them if tendered shall also apply. From the foregoing, therefore, it is very clear and certain that the petitioners have failed to prove that the 2023 presidential election and return of the second respondent was invalidated by reason of corrupt practices or non-compliance with the Electoral Act 2022. This issue, that's issue 1, is therefore resolved in favor of the respondents and against the petitioners. Issue 2 is whether the second respondent was lawfully declared and returned as the winner of the presidential election held on 25th day of February 2023, he having not secured one quarter of the total valid votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. This issue has been resolved in petition number 3, and we adopt our finding and conclusion in that regard in this petition. Which what? Issue 3 is whether the second respondent was not disqualified under the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to contest the presidential election held on 26 February 2023, having regard to the alleged order of forfeiture arising from the drug-related offense, his acquisition of the citizenship of the country other than Nigeria, and presenting a forged certificate to the first respondent. I do not intend to reopen this issue, having already ruled on it while considering the preliminary objections of the respondents. I held therein that the petition did not plead facts in support of non-qualification or disqualification of the second respondent in their petition, and their efforts to remedy it through their replies to respondents' replies were belated and of no avail. That ruling constitutes issue estoppel, binding not only on the parties, but on this court, meaning that this court cannot depart from the earlier ruling. So this issue is therefore discountenanced. This issue is whether the second respondent was elected by majority of lawful votes cast in the, that's issue 4, yes. This issue is whether second respondent was elected by majority of lawful votes cast in the election, and first respondent was right in declaring him as elected. This issue covers ground 3 of the petition. The facts in support of this ground were pleaded by the petitioners from paragraphs 105 to 145 of the petition. The petitioners specifically pleaded in paragraph 106 107 as follows. The petitioner shall lead evidence at the hearing to show that A, the result of the election as announced by the first respondent, and especially the votes allocated to the second respondent, do not represent the lawful valid votes cast at the election. And B, the lawful votes cast at the election were deliberately and massively deducted from the first petitioner's scores by the first respondent in order to return the second respondent. 17. The petitioner shall give evidence to show the election results as purportedly declared by the first respondent in respect of each state of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, the details of which are contained in the table following are wrong. The table referred to by the petitioners is the table of results declared by the first respondent. There is no other set of results placed before this court by the petitioners to form the basis of our finding of fact as to whether the declared result is wrong or not. Success or failure in an election depends on figures, which is in turn dependent on votes garnered by each candidate. So where the complaint in an election petition is that candidate returned did not poll majority or highest votes in the election to be returned as contended herein by the petitioners. Not only must the figures disputed be pleaded, the figures or votes the petitioner perceives as the correct figures of the election ought to be and must also be pleaded. That is not only logical. Support for it can be found in several decisions, among them Nadabo versus Dabai, where Okoro Jesse, as he then was said, when a petitioner is alleging that the respondent was not elected by majority of lawful votes, he ought to plead and prove the votes cast at the various polling stations, the votes illegally accredited to the winner, and the votes which ought to have been deducted from the supposed winner in order to see if it will affect the result of the election. Where this is not done, it will be difficult for the court to address the issue. See Awolo and Shagari, close of court. See also Ojo versus Isohe and others, Taba Jesse as he then was. The averments of petitioners in paragraph 107 of petition only showed the votes declared by ANEC, which the petitioners are disputing as manipulated. Nowhere in the petition did petitioners plead that what they considered the authentic votes of the election to guide the court in the inquiry suggested by them in this allegation. The second respondent did not poll majority of lawful votes in the election. Their petition therefore did not meet the legal threshold to ignite a proper inquiry by this court, and so lame even on the pleadings. Going further, if we must at all, the petitioner claim is that 19,702 polling units results contains various forms of infractions. They assert that results from a total of 4,307 polling units are without stamp on the respective forms EC8A from the states, and details are said to be in the statistician's report, which report we have repeatedly held incompetent and inadmissible. They also contended that results from 1,300 polling units do not have signatures of the presiding officers on the respective forms EC8A. It was also alleged that results from 6,408 polling units have and indicate zero accreditation. It was further alleged that 9,464 polling units across 30 states showed that the votes returned are in excess of accredited voters. Furthermore, that the presiding officers failed to properly fill and countersign alterations in election forms, including forms EC8A, EC8B, EC8C, and EC8D in over 40,000 polling units, which they claimed were in the statistician's report. It is clear from the averments in the petition as captured above that neither the particulars of the polling units in issue nor those involved in the irregularities were given by the petitioners. In any case, our law is well settled that before a party can legally rely on fraud or forgery or any form of malpractice as alleged in this petition, the facts must not only be pleaded but particulars thereof must be provided in the pleadings. The petitioners in the pleadings from paragraphs 128 to 142 avert to issues of violence and disruptive activities. These allegations are criminal in nature. The standard of proof where an allegation of crime is made in an alleged petition is proved beyond reasonable doubt and not on the balance of probabilities. See Emmanuel and Umana. A complaint of massive suppression, deduction, and allocation of votes connotes forgery or fraud, particulars of which must be pleaded and proved beyond reasonable doubt. See Kaki and PDP and others, Ngobodo versus Ono. First, respondent joined issues with the petitioners' allegations in paragraphs 92 to 142 of the petition. The second respondent and the third respondents, in a similar manner, joined issues with the petitioners in calling on them to prove their claims as required by law. What this entails is that the petitioners who made all these allegations have the burden to prove all the allegations as required by law. The petitioners have placed reliance on the evidence of their statistician and forensic expert, who are PW21 and PW26 respectively. Had time to look at the evidence of these witnesses and had ruled that their evidence, apart from being improperly before the court, is also hearsay. The statistician's report rolled out figures or forms which he claimed were either not signed or stamped, but none of the forms referred to was attached to the report. The polling unit agents of the petitioners who were present in all the polling units around the country were not called to testify to any problem or difficulties in their polling units on the 25th day of February 2023 presidential election. That is fatal to the petitioner's case. Thus, in Belgore versus Ahmed, it was said by Taba JSC as follows in the lead judgment. With respect to the volume of documentary evidence, I wish to state at the risk of repetition that they were merely tendered across the bar by Land Council for the petitioners at the trial. He did not and was not in a position to answer questions or otherwise speak on any of them. Their makers were not called. In such circumstance, was the trial tribunal bound to ascribe probative value to them? I shall answer this question in the negative. The trial tribunal had no duty to accord probative value to the mass of documents, their status as certified documents notwithstanding. There is no doubt that the petitioner's decision to tender the mass of documentary evidence at the trial was prompted by the urgency dictated by Section 2856 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. That, however, does not diminish the petitioner or appellant's burden and standard of proof of the petition. They had a duty to prove their petition according to law, close of court. This position of the law may have been fairly watered down under the current electoral regime by Section 137 of the Electoral Act 2022, stating that it shall not be necessary for a party who alleges non-compliance with the provisions of this Act for the conduct of elections to call oral evidence if originals or certified true copies manifestly disclose the non-compliance alleged. But even at that, it cannot be gainsaid that oral evidence is necessary to explain discrepancies in original or certified true copies of election documents, where the complaint verges on whether an alteration or amendment in an original or certified true copy of a polling unit result was made with intent to falsifying it, or whether it was simply made to correct an apparent human error in the course of making entries in the result. Such situation would surely need a witness to explain or speak to the documents in order to prove falsification or election documents when it is so alleged, as pointed out in Belgoled and Ahmed. See also the case of Waziri Ibrahim and Shagari and Buhari vs. Obasanjo. All the above, in my view, also explain the rationale for the employment of the adverb manifestly by the draftsman in Section 137 of the Electoral Act 2022. What the word suggests is that the non-compliance complained of must be apparent on the face of the electoral document. It must not be something that can be explained away by oral evidence one way or the other. I have in this judgment explained the issues of evidence of witnesses who were not polling unit agents. The coalition agents of the parties who testified were given accounts of stories related to them by people who were not called as witnesses in this petition. The interpretation of Section 137 of the Electoral Act 2022 by the petitioners was generously and swiftly silenced, the otherwise potent adverbial word manifestly used by the legislator in that section of the law. Manifestly is defined by online dictionary to mean in a way that can be readily seen by the eye or the understanding plainly or obviously, evidently, close of court. This means for the petitioners to throw up their arms and say we need not call oral evidence in proving non-compliance as they are conversing. The certified copies of documents presented must be manifestly and readily seen to convey the fact of non-compliance. We have started this Oetolo and Anek JSC. From this authority, it is the law that where the documents tendered and relied upon by the petitioners do not manifestly disclose the non-compliance alleged, the petitioners will still need to call witnesses who witness the alleged acts of non-compliance to testify. In the instant case, the petitioners tendered loads of certified copies of the document. The petitioners filed 5 schedules of documents. The first schedule was filed on 30th May 2023. The second was 31st May 2023. The third was 2nd June 2023. The fourth was 7th June 2023. And the fifth was filed on 21st June 2023. From these schedules of documents, a lot of exhibits were generated and tendered. These exhibits were objected to by the respondents. I had earlier in this judgment dealt with the documents and objections. However, I want to have a look at this document to see if they manifestly show any lack of compliance. These exhibits include the following: exhibits PG1 to PG3, which were the printouts of bimodal voter accreditation system, VIVAS, for Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, FCT, Abuja, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Kogi, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Ondo, Oshun, Oyo, Plateau, Rivers, Sokoto, Taraba, Yobe, and Zamfara were admitted, though objected to. Exhibit PH1 to PH36, which were the annex data on number of registered voters and collected PVCs for the 2023 general elections for the states listed in the first schedule of documents as numbers 46 to 82 were admitted. The second schedule of documents was filed on 31st May 2023, and the documents listed here surprisingly, the documents were dumped on the court without any witness linking them up with the specific complaints of non-compliance. It is certain law that despite the tendering of exhibits in proof of a petition, the onus of proving the case pleaded and for which the documents were tendered in evidence lies on the petitioner. In the instant petition, a lot of documents were tendered from the bar. When a party decides to rely on documents to prove his case, there must be a link between the documents and the specific areas of the petition. The party must relate each document to the specific case for which the documents were tendered. Failure to link the documents is fatal and catastrophic, as it is in this case. The Supreme Court, in the recent case of Tumbi Bido versus Anek, have cited the portions In this situation, it is invariably correct that all the allegations raised in this petition have not been proved as required by our law. See Buhari and INEC, Part 12 JSC. It is also important to draw our minds to the fact that criminal allegations are usually and directly made personal. For allegations of crime to be proved against the respondents, it must be proved that they committed the corrupt acts or aided, abetted, consented to, or procured their commission. Furthermore, it must be proved that the corrupt practices substantially affected the outcome of the election. See Omishore versus Aribeshola. The law also places the onus on the petitioners to demonstrate by credible evidence that the alleged corrupt practice indeed occurred and that it affected substantially the outcome of the election. In that quest, the petitioners pleaded some states where the malpractice allegedly occurred. One of such states is Sokoto State. They placed PW19, PW21, and PW22 to prove the allegations that the first respondent cancelled results from 241 polling units in Sokoto State in respect of National Assembly elections in the state, but went ahead to declare results for the presidential election. The three witnesses, PW19, 21, and 22, were not in Sokoto during the election. There is also no evidence tendered of the cancellation of results in any of the units alleged. PW19 and PW22, when cross-examined, said they were in Kogi State, where they voted, and later came to Abuja. The PW21 is the statistician who testified of overvoting, non-signing, and cancellation of forms used, but he did not tender or show those compromised forms. The same occurred in their testimonies in Kano State, Kogi State, Lagos State, and River State. From the foregoing consideration, it is very clear that there was no credible evidence by the petitioners to prove the allegations of corrupt practices. Under this issue raised, the petitioners were asking if the first respondent was not wrong in returning the second respondent when he was not duly elected by a majority of lawful votes cast in the election. From the facts placed before the court, the first respondent declared the results of the election by which the second respondent was returned. Section 1342 of the 1999 Constitution talks of the highest number of votes cast at the election if the contest was among more than two candidates, as in the instant case, not majority of votes cast as propounded by the petitioners. The first respondent was therefore right from the results declared by her, in the absence of any rival or alternative result placed before this court by the petitioners, that the second respondent, who scored 8,794,722 votes, as against 6,984,520 votes scored by the petitioners in the election, scored the highest number of lawful votes cast in the election. Issue 4 is accordingly resolved against the petitioners and in favor of the respondents. Having resolved all the votes, the 4 issues against the petitioners, I find that the petitioners have successfully proved any of the grounds as laid out in paragraph 16 of their petition. It is my conclusion that this petition also lacks merit. Having considered and decided that the 3 petitions, number CA from PEPC 03-2023, CAPEPC 04-2023, and CAPEPC 05-23 are all devoid of merit, the petitions are hereby dismissed. Accordingly, I affirm the declaration and return of Bola Ahmed Tinubu by the Independent National Electoral Commission Annex as the duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The parties in the 3 petitions are to bear their respective costs. So now I will call on my learned brother by immediate right to reach his own judgment. gashi ku shirya. Arrange it. Na sha hoton.
Thank you. Please sit down, sit down. Thank you, my Lord. I was privileged and privy to be part of the decision and the judgment elaborately given by my Lord presiding Honorable Justice Haruna Samani, and I'm in full agreement with the lead judgment as delivered by him in these three consolidated petitions, which are petitions number CAPC 03-2023 and CAPC 04-2023 and CAPPC 05-2023. I agree also with the consolidated rulings on the various objections and other interlocutory applications relating to the competence of witnesses and the documents tendered in the three petitions highlighted. I also agreed with the reasoning and the conclusions arrived at the rulings on the preliminary objections and the substantial issues raised therein. In any concluded election, there are bound to be a winner and losers. While the winner celebrates victory, an aggrieved loser may come before the court to ventilate his grievances. This is made possible by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 as amended, which in section 6 thereof empowers the courts to determine disputes, including election disputes. It is well settled that an election petition by nature is sui generis, of its own kind or class. It is not like going to court to make a claim of debt, contract, or tort. It has its own character, and it is unique by its nature. The slightest non-compliance with a procedural step, which otherwise could either be cured or waived in ordinary civil proceedings, could result in a fatal consequence to election petition. A lot of authorities listed there. Election petition as a special proceeding is specifically regulated by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Electoral Act, and other rules of procedure, such as the Federal High Court Civil Procedure Rules, the practice direction of the Honorable President of the Court of Appeal for the hearing of the election petition and for the hearing of election petition and the election petition appeals. By Section 285(5) of the Constitution, an election petition shall be filed within 21 days after the date of the declaration of results of the election. By Section 285(6) thereof, an election tribunal shall deliver its judgments in writing within 180 days. These timelines are sacrosanct and cannot be extended by the court. It is tried law that under the first schedule of the Electoral Act, the election petition to be filed is well regulated. Paragraph 4, 5, and 6 of the Electoral Act provides that the election petition shall be accompanied by a list of witnesses that the petitioner intends to call in proof of the petition. 2, written statements on oath of witnesses. 3, copies or lists of every document to be relied on at the hearing of the petition. A petition which fails to comply with subparagraph 5 shall not be accepted for filing by the Secretary. An election petition which does not comply with subparagraph 1 or any provision of that subparagraph is defective and may be struck out by the tribunal or the court. The word shall used in this legislation makes it mandatory for a petitioner to comply with the provision of the law in pursuing or prosecuting election petition. Failure to comply is fatal. Election petitions are fought on pleadings, competent and credible witnesses. Where a petition is deficient in pleadings and evidence, it is difficult to say it is proved, or that it is difficult to prove the state petition. In the instant case, the petitioner's pleadings were deficient. While they complained of non-compliance with the Electoral Act against first respondent, their own petitions were massively deficient in non-compliance with the said act. The lead judgment has elaborately dealt with these issues. When a court is called upon to determine an election dispute, he is called upon to do justice. Our notion of justice is doing justice is not that of doing justice according to the whims and caprices of the judges or the parties. It must be justice according to law. Justice according to law is also that which is neither based on technicality nor justice according to the suggestive clout of pressure groups, but as such as it substantially meets the demands of justice. This, with all respect, is what we have done in the lead judgment. I therefore concur with the leading judgment that these three consolidated petitions, having not been proved, are hereby dismissed. I abide by the consequential orders as made in the lead judgment.
I will call on my learned brother, my immediate left, to deliver his own judgment.
I have read the lead rulings and judgments of my learned brother, H.S. Samani JCA, in the above consolidated petitions. I agree with his reasoning and conclusion in each petition and adopt same as mine. I add a few words for emphasis. Petition number 3. Ground 1 of the petition is that the respondent was, at the time of the election, not qualified to contest the election. The first complaint under this ground is that the purported sponsorship of the second and third respondents by the fourth respondent was rendered invalid by reason of the third respondent knowingly allowing himself to be nominated as the first vice presidential candidate, whilst he was still a senatorial candidate for the Borno Central constituency. The controversy about the third respondent knowingly allowing himself to be nominated in more than one constituency was the subject matter in PDP against INEC and others, reported in 2023 LPELR 60457 SC. The Supreme Court Paukoro JSC, Augi JSC, Ogumiju JSC, and Ajim JSC, in their concurring opinions, held that the third respondent, having withdrawn his nomination and personally delivered the notice of withdrawal to his party, fourth respondent in this petition, on 6 July 2022, he was no longer a candidate for Borno Central constituency senatorial election in his subsequent nomination as the vice president for the presidential election was not multiple nomination. The opinion of the Supreme Court Paukoro JSC, Augi JSC, Ogumiju JSC, and Ajim JSC is not a comment or observation made in passing. It is an exposition of the law on withdrawal of a candidate from an election and the allegation that the third respondent knowingly allowed himself to be nominated as the vice presidential candidate while he was still a senatorial candidate for Borno Central constituency. Concurring opinion forms part of the lead judgment, and it is meant to complement him by way of addition or an improvement on the issues resolved in the lead judgment. See Nwana against FCDA, Oloruntoba Oju against Abdurrahim, and both and others against Just Electricity Distribution Company PLC. Citations supplied. The Supreme Court, having rendered its considered and definite opinion on the validity of the nomination of the second respondent as vice presidential candidates of the fourth respondent, attempts to reopen the issue in this court is a misadventure. The second complaint is that the second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest for the office of the president, as he was fined the sum of $460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking, by the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, in case number 93C 4483 on 4th October 1993. The contention of the learned counsel for the petitioners is that the order of forfeiture made by the court is a fine under Section 137(1)(d) of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is a settled principle of interpretation that when the words used in the provisions of the Constitution are clear and unambiguous, Same must be given their plain and ordinary meaning, unless to do so will lead to absurdity. See Abegunde and other cases cited here. The context in which the word sentence is used in section 137, 1D of the Constitution connotes formal pronouncement awarding punishment after conviction for an offense. Conviction is a finding of guilt after an indictment, arraignment, and trial. See Kole Osho against FRN, Mohammed against Olawumi, Modu against Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, the words sentence, imprisonment, and fine used in section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution definitely connotes only a punishment imposed on a defendant following an indictment, trial, and conviction for an offense. See Babangida Usman against the state. Citation supplied at 40 to 41. Sharif against Federal Republic of Nigeria. Citation supplied. In civil forfeiture or a non-conviction-based forfeiture proceedings, in civil forfeiture or non-conviction-based forfeiture proceedings, the government only needs to show by preponderance of evidence that the property is a proceed of crime or was used to facilitate a crime. Criminal forfeiture, on the other hand, is seizure of a property connected with a crime after obtaining conviction and as part of sentence or punishment for the crime. Civil forfeiture is not a conviction or verdict of guilt after an indictment, trial, and conviction. See Jonathan against Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied, where the Supreme Court per Karas JSC considered the provisions of Section 17 of the Advance Fee Fraud and Other Related Offences Act and persuaded by the decisions of the various courts across the world, held that civil forfeiture is an action in rem embarked upon when the interest of the government is merely to recover the proceeds of unlawful activity. The court also held that an application for interim forfeiture of property that is not predicated on conviction of the owner of the property will necessarily be an action in rem because it is the recovery of the property that the law aims at. A forfeiture order by a foreign court can only be accepted and recognized by a court in Nigeria for the purpose of Section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution, if it is made after an indictment, trial, and conviction, and properly proved as required by Section 49 of the Evidence Act. In addition, the conviction and sentence must be shown to have been a product of due process of law. Compliance with the process of law has to be determined by the procedure and standard set by Section 36, subsection 5 and 6 of our Constitution. The forfeiture order being relied on by the petitioners has not been shown to be a result of a process similar to the one set by our Constitution for a trial of a defendant for an offense. The appellant counsel relied on Austin against United States, citation supplied, and Teams against Indiana, decided on 20th February 2019. The forfeiture proceedings in the two cases were instituted as part of criminal proceedings after conviction of the defendants. Secondly, forfeiture was regarded as punishment for the purpose of protecting the constitutional rights of the defendants against imposition or infliction of excessive bail or excessive fines or cruel and unusual punishment for an offense. Eighth Amendment provides that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel or unusual punishments inflicted. In United States against usury, 1996, other citations supplied, the United States Supreme Court considered the relationship between punishment and civil forfeiture. The court held that in rem civil property forfeiture did not constitute a punishment such as fine for purposes of double jeopardy clause of the Fifth Amendment. In Abacha against Federal Republic of Nigeria, citation supplied, forfeiture was also defined in the context of the doctrine of double jeopardy. The appellant contended that the state could not indict and prosecute him for the offenses of conspiracy, receiving stolen property, dishonestly and concealing stolen money after forfeiting the properties listed under forfeiture of assets, etc., certain persons decree number 53 of 1999. The rejection of the plea of double jeopardy means that the court did not consider the forfeiture under the forfeiture of assets, etc., certain persons decree number 53 of 1999 as punishment. From all the above, it is clear that a non-conviction based forfeiture, being civil in nature and an action in rem, can in no way be equated with a sentence of imprisonment or fine imposed for an offense involving dishonesty or fraud or for any other offense to disqualify a person from contesting for election to the office of the President of Nigeria. An indictment, arraignment, trial, and conviction are necessary preconditions for disqualification of a person under Section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution. Grant 2 of the petition is that the election of the second respondent was invalid by reason of corrupt practices or non-compliance with the provisions of the Electoral Act. The allegations are basically predicated upon electronic transmission of the election. A global reading of the Electoral Act 2002, particularly sections 47(2), 61(5), 62(1), 65(1)-8, will show that what the Act provides for is manual transfer and manual collation of results by collation officers at various physical collation centers. There is no provision for electronic transmission or IREF or electronic collation of results in the Act. By paragraphs 38 and 48A of INEC Regulations and Guidelines for the Conduct of Elections 2022, the first respondent made provision for electronic transmission and physical stroke manual transfer of election results from the polling unit. However, paragraph 48C provides that if no result has been electronically transmitted from the polling unit, the provision of paragraph 93 shall be applied. Paragraph 92 categorically provide that at every level of collation, where INEC copy of collated results from the immediate lower level of collation exists, it shall be adopted for collation. By paragraph 93, where INEC hard copy and electronically transmitted results from the immediate lower level of collation do not exist, the collation officials shall use duplicate hard copies issued to the Nigerian police force and agents of political party to collate results. It is therefore not correct that it shall not be possible to collate results of the election where results have not been electronically transmitted. By law, the INEC Regulations and Guidelines for the Conduct of Elections 2022 is subordinate to the Electoral Act, where a provision of the guidelines conflicts with the Act prevails. See Odeneye against Efunuga, Nyesom against Peter citation supplied. Section 134(2) of the Act. By Section 134(2) of the Act, any circular, press release, promise, or stated intention of INEC that is in conflict with or expand the provisions of the Electoral Act cannot prevail over the Act. INEC guidelines cannot be elevated above the provisions of the Electoral Act so as to elevate electronic transmission of results over and above manual and physical transmission of hard copies and manual collation of results as prescribed as provided for by the Act, to the extent that non-compliance with the regulation automatically invalidates an election. PW4, the professor of mathematics, presented to this court as an expert witness, confirmed under cross-examination that IREF is not a collation system. He also confirmed that whether or not transmission to IREF failed or the image of result on the IREF is blurred will not change the result entered onto Form ECAT at the polling unit level. Under cross-examination, PW12 stated that petitioners had 133,000 agents. He was not a party agent at any of the INEC designated polling units or collation centers. None of the 133,000 party agents was called to testify that there was a dispute regarding any collated result at any polling unit, registration stroke ward, local government, state or national collation centers. So as to enable the collation officers at the various levels of collation to activate the process prescribed under Section 64, subsection 6 of the Act. PW 12 stated that the petitioners believed they have won the election if the results had been uploaded. When asked about the score of the petitioners by which they claimed to have won the election, he answered rhetorically that how are they supposed to know the score when the result was still being uploaded on the IREF? So this petition is about the belief of the petitioners that they will have won the election if the results had been uploaded on the IREF. Election petition is a serious issue. A petitioner is not permitted to engage in fishing expedition or a roving inquiry, as the petitioners herein did. It is clear from the pleadings and the evidence of PW 12 that the petitioners were from the onset engaged in a wild goose chase and inquisitorial adventure. By paragraph 9 of the regulation, a political party has a right to appoint one person as its polling agent for each polling unit, collation center, and one representative at each point of distribution of electoral materials in the constituency where it is sponsoring candidates or candidates for an election. According to PW 12, the petitioners exercised that right and had 133,000 party agents in the election. I stated earlier that none of those 133,000 polling agents was called, and not a single one of results forms collected by any of the agents was tendered in evidence. Electoral Acts provided a candidate who wishes to challenge any result declared by INEC with a potent material, which are the forms on which results are entered, signed by the first respondent officials and party agents, and a duplicate copy of it is given to the party agent. Any serious candidate ought not to depend on INEC for materials to prosecute his petition. By Section 167D of the Evidence Act, the failure of the petitioners to produce election result forms collected by their agents raises a presumption that if those forms had been produced, it would have been unfavorable to the petitioners. The first respondent in their pleadings and evidence through DW1 stated that the delay in uploading the results from the polling units to the IREF was due to a technical glitch which occurred on their transmission system, which was rectified within a few hours. All that the petitioners could do was to bring a PW1, a member of the second petitioner, who claimed to be a software engineer and an employee of Amazon. She had the temerity and the audacity to claim authorship of a document, a word of which does not belong to her. The first respondent never claimed that the glitch occurred on Amazon Web Services. It is obvious from PW7's evidence that the petitioners did not understand the explanation of the first respondent, or were just fixated on their belief that they won the election without any cogent and credible evidence. And they did not even bother to place any such credible evidence before this court. Were they expecting the court to go and gather evidence from the streets or from the market, or to be persuaded or intimidated by threats on social media? That is not the way of the court. See the admonition of Toby JSC in Buhari against Yaradua on a similar situation like the instant case, citation supplied. Thus, the petitioners not only failed to prove non-compliance with the Electoral Act, they failed to prove that the non-compliance substantially affected the result of the election declared by the first respondent. It is settled that even if non-compliance with the Electoral Act is established, if there is evidence that despite the non-compliance, the result of the election was not affected substantially, the petition must, as a matter of law, be dismissed. See Abubakar and others against Yaradua, citation supplied. The third ground of the petition is that the second respondent was not duly elected by majority of lawful votes cast at the election, having not obtained 25% of the votes in FCT. The provisions of the Constitution must be read together to discover the intention of the framers of the Constitution. A court of law has no power to take away or limit the words of the Constitution or import into it what it does not say. See Elelu, Abib, and another. Against the Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, citation supplied. A narrow interpretation that would do violence to the provisions of the Constitution and fail to achieve the goals set by it must be avoided. Our Constitution is based on principles of freedom, equality, and justice in all ramifications, and is for the purpose of consolidating the unity of our people. Section 41 and 2 of this Constitution, 14.1 and 2, states that the Federal Republic of Nigeria shall be a state based on the principles of democracy and social justice. The participation by the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. The right to vote is at the foundation of our democracy. It is the most potent and priceless opportunity a citizen has to have a say in who governs. Every citizen who is qualified to vote must be afforded equal opportunity to cast his or her vote to elect leaders who governs. Our constitutional principles of freedom, equality, and justice, democracy, and social justice means that the vote of each citizen shall count. Each and every vote should count equally. No vote should weigh more than the other. The principles of equality of vote must be protected by the court. The interpretation of Section 134(2) of the Constitution being urged on us by the petitioners is an unjust manipulation of the Constitution to create inequality of votes. It negates the principle of equality and justice, democracy and social justice, and participation of the people in their government enshrined in our Constitution. It strikes at the very foundation of our Constitution. It is capable of further dividing the citizens of this country. The politicians are good at using all sorts of means and sentiments to divide the citizens of this country. The interpretation being urged on us is their latest invention in that regard, and unfortunately, they found a ready alliance in those who should know better. The interpretation being urged on us is squarely against the letters and spirit of our Constitution, and it is hereby rejected. Based on the above and the further reasons lucidly explained in the lead judgment, I too dismiss the petition. 04. I have had a preview of the reasons given in the lead judgment of my learned brother. I agreed with his reasoning and conclusion. I adopt same as mine. I hereby abide by the orders made therein. As for 05, I adopt my reasoning in respect of the third ground, and I also dismiss the petition. On the whole, I too dismiss each of the three consolidated petitions. I abide by the order made in respect of the petition in the lead judgment.
My learned brother, by my extreme right, shall present his own judgment.
Long glass.
Just one more. Okay. It's not complete review, no. I'd earlier read in draft the rulings and judgments of my learned brother, Aruna Simon Samani, in these consolidated petition numbers CAPEPC 03, 04, and 05, 2023. I am in complete agreement with His Lordship's reasoning and conclusions on all of them. First, for petition numbers PEPC 04, 2023, that is the Allied People's Movement petition, I am of the very fixed view that the issues agitated by the petitioner therein concerning third respondents' alleged disqualification by reason of matters connected to or surrounding his running mate's nomination and relinquishing of his earlier nomination by his party for the Borno Central Senatorial District having been settled on their merit by the Supreme Court in its judgment, in appeal numbers SCCV 501, 2023, in third and first respondents' favor therein, with the Apex Court even holding that the said issues did not disqualify them, that decision constitutes issue estoppel, being status defining, and so judgment in rem it binds every person, including non-parties to the suit, like the petitioner in petition number CAPC 04 2023, C. Cotton, and Oyekomi, Soson, and Odemuyiwa. Furthermore, by the doctrine of stare decisis, it also binds this court. In fact, it will, in my humble opinion, amount to judicial heresy for this court to involve itself in inquiring by whatever guise into that same issue already settled by the Apex Court. Coming to petition number CA03 2020 of Peter Obi and another versus INEC and others, and CAPC 05 2023 Atiku Abubakar and another, again, I am of the very fixed view that the two sets of petitioners did not by any means discharge the burden on them of proving that the results of the presidential election of 25th February 2023 as declared by first respondent were incorrect. Incidentally, their burden is even made heavier by the legal presumption that the votes of an election declared by the official organizing body that INEC is are correct. And it is for the person asserting the contrary to prove it, Buhari and INEC, see Buhari and INEC. Even their resort to first respondent's failure to keep its initial promise to upload poly unit results of that election to its result being portal IREV real time, which failure the alleged evidence is election manipulation, does not help them. And specifically on this allegation of manipulation of election results, the point must be made that since it is their case that from the word go that the election results in issue were manipulated by first respondent in favor of second respondent, and specifically that the manipulation took the form of, quote, programmed failure of the technological device, machines, that is beavers, by first respondent by intercepting the results, quarantining, warehousing, and filtering such results before releasing them to the IREF portal. 2, INEC replacing its in-house IT expert at the 11th hour with a rogue staff, all in a bid to completely control, monitor, and filter data transmitted from the beavers devices to the electronic system. And 3, that Globacom, the internet provider for the beavers and electronic system, was also disconnected by first respondent to enable it to manipulate the results. With the petitioners in CA, that is the article petition, even going further to undertake to call evidence to prove all those allegations. The burden of proof was on the petitioners to prove those assertions, and that is regardless of whether they are positive or negative. After all, it is they who would have failed in the case if no evidence at all was adduced in their petitions. See on that sections 131 of the Evidence Act, Buhari and INEC, Aladegbemi versus Fasomade, Elias and Disu Dashi and another Abrat and Railway, Northeast Railway Company. I have taken all this time in making this point because of the argument of both sets of defendants that they only made negative assertions in their petitions, when they alleged that there was nothing wrong with first respondents transmission system and IREP, so they had no burden to prove it. That the burden of proof was on the respondents who they said positively asserted glitch in real-time transmission of their results. Petitioners who directly made manipulation of its e-transmission system by first respondent to favor second respondent, a pillar of their case, cannot be held to say it is respondents and not them that had the burden of proof in this case. Incidentally, that assertion of petitioners that INEC simply closed down or blocked its IREV and e-transmission system from the public to enable it to manipulate the election results in favor of second respondent also takes me directly to the more important question in the petition, namely whether that allegation is even worthy of belief, given the results declared by INEC for them and the second respondent in the election. To answer that million-dollar question, I deem it necessary to resort to the probabilities arising from the facts of the case. That test, otherwise called the probability test, which test celebrated Judge Chukwudifu Akonne Oputa, JSC, always maintained, and I quote him, is the surest road to the shrine of truth and justice. See the cases of, he said so in the case of Dibiamaka and others, and in Ojegele and others, the first 1989 and the second 1988. I gave the citations. Here, the assertion of petitioners is that first respondent, INEC, merely used the excuse of glitch in its IREP portal to block the public from seeing its polling unit results real time so that it could manipulate, and indeed actually manipulate, the 25th February 23 presidential elections in favor of second respondent. It is their further contention that the manipulation of IREC by INEC with the said phantom glitch in favor of second respondent was nationwide. The question is, do the results declared by INEC support that hypothesis? They say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. I shall therefore now try to walk us through some of these election results to see if that assertion of petitioners is supported by the results declared by INEC and so probable and worthy of belief. In doing that, I shall randomly pick on the results of some states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory. I shall be relying on the state summary of the results, that is from ECD, declared by INEC and has also attached their petition by the petitioners in CAPC 05, that is Article's case, which result was also tendered by both sets of petitioners and respondents. So I take first Abia State. There, second respondent, the alleged favored candidate of INEC, for which it was said to have shut down its IREP to manipulate results, only garnered a miserly 8,914 votes. That is as against the Labour Party, which by INEC's declaration polled as many as 327,095 votes. Even the other set of petitioners, complainants, the PDP and its candidates, scored more votes in Abia than INEC's purported favored candidate. They also scored 22,676 votes in Abia and was so recorded by INEC. Those votes alone are close to 3 times the votes of second respondents, for whom INEC was said to have manipulated results by closing down its IREP, so that the public would not witness its manipulative activities in favor of second respondent. In Enugu State, the same favored quote-unquote candidate, second respondent, was again declared credited by INEC to have polled only 4,772 votes in the entire state. Meanwhile, the Labour Party and its candidates were again declared by manipulative and quote-unquote and unfriendly INEC to have scored as much as 428,690 votes in that state. In the same Enugu, PDP and its candidates was also declared by INEC to have polled 15,745 votes, a number that is also nearly 3 times the votes of the so-called favored second respondent. In Anambra State, the same purported favored candidate, second respondent, was declared by its alleged friend INEC to have scored only 5,111 votes. Meanwhile, the Labour Party, whose candidate, first petitioner in CAPC, I must take judicial notice of, vide Section 124 of the Evidence Act, is from that state, again was declared to have polled as much as 584,621 votes. Again, like Enugu State, the PDP and its candidate was declared by INEC to have polled 9,036 votes, a number that is also nearly double the votes of, quote, INEC favored, end quote, second respondent. In neighboring Delta State, the same INEC favored candidate, second respondent, was declared by INEC to have scored 90,180 votes. That is as against the Labour Party and its candidates, which is credited by the same biased, quote unquote, INEC, to have scored as much as 179,917 votes. In that same Delta State, the PDP and its candidates scored 161,600 votes, again nearly double the votes of second respondents. In Adamawa State of the PDP and its candidates, the same favored second respondent was declared by INEC to have scored only 105,648 votes, while the PDP and its candidate were declared by the biased, quote unquote, INEC to have scored as much as 214,012 votes. In Imo State, the same purported INEC-favored candidate, second respondent, was declared by INEC to have scored only 66,406 votes, while the Labour Party and its candidate is declared by the same INEC to have polled as much as 360,495 votes. In Ebonyi State, the Labour Party again scored as much as 259,738 votes. That is as against alleged INEC-favored second respondent, who by INEC's declaration, that is his friend's declaration, again polled a relatively miserly 42,402 votes. The PDP is said to have scored 13,503 votes there. Even in Lagos State, where second respondent was once held sway as elected governor, the Labour Party and its candidate was again declared by bias, quote and unquote, INEC to have beaten second respondent with almost 10,000 votes. Labour Party was declared by INEC to have polled 582,455 votes as against 572,606 polled by second respondent and so declared by INEC. It is a similar story in the federal capital territory of Abuja, where INEC has its headquarters and supposedly carried out, directed, all its, quote, manipulative and biased activities in favor of second respondent that petitioners claim he did in the election. Second respondent and his political party still lost there. In fact, by the result, second respondent friendly, quote and unquote, INEC declared in the federal capital territory of Abuja, second respondent could not even make 25% of the votes, total votes cast there. He was said to have polled only 90,902 votes. That amounts to just 18.991% of total votes cast in the FCT. Yet INEC declared that result. That is as against 281,717 votes, amounting to 58.856% of the total votes. The same INEC declared for Labour and its candidate. There are also other states, including Katsina State of the immediate past president of this country, a member of the second respondent, who was still in office at the time of the elections, in fact, as I take judicial notice of video section 124 of the Evidence Act. There again, second respondent and his party, the APC, also the then sitting president, was declared by the same INEC to have lost to the petitioners in CAPC 05-2023, that is Atiku Abubakar. Now, if all is results declared by INEC for each of the states for the two sets of petitioners, and second respondent is anything to go by, then INEC must be an abysmally poor manipulator, if not even an imbecilic one. Surely it would not go through all the stress of closing down its IREF and blocking the public from seeing its manipulative efforts in favor of second respondent, as alleged by the petitioners, only for it to still end up favoring the petitioners with jumbo votes and posting miserly figures for its favored second respondent. It is said that all men stamp as probable that which they would have said or done under similar circumstances, and as improbable that which they themselves would not have said or done under the same set of similar circumstances. Things inconsistent with human knowledge and experience are properly rated as improbable, end quote. See again Oputa JSC on this, Nonwa and the state and Bozin and the state. At any rate, why did any of the two sets of petitioners not tender even a single polling unit result issued by INEC to their polling unit agents to support their claim of manipulation of election results by INEC, even as they all agreed that they had agents in the polling units? I have thought that this is the best and most effective way of proving the manipulation of election results alleged by them. After all, the polling unit is the only place where voting takes place, and so also constitutes the building block of election results. That much is stated in paragraph 90 of INEC guidelines and for the election, and also Nwobuda Nono and Awuse and Odele. In short, the allegation of the petitioners that INEC shut down its IREF to manipulate votes for second respondent just does not add up for me. If anything, the probabilities arising from the results INEC declared nationwide as S-rate above rather seem to me to eloquently support its position that its inability to upload the polling unit results real time, as earlier promised, was not deliberate but caused by technical issues outside its control that afflicted its e-transmission system, which issues it claims made it impossible for its e-transmission system to map the uploaded polling unit results for the presidential election to any specific state. That it claimed is unlike the much smaller National Assembly elections that were conducted simultaneously with the presidential election. It is that phenomena it describes as glitch that was giving it an HTTP 500 error, which eventually resultantly delayed real-time public viewing of the said polling unit results. That conclusion also takes me to another big issue in this case, namely the evidential value of the European Union Observer Mission report on the 2023 election, presidential election, over which quite a mountain has been made up by both sets of petitioners. That report was tendered by the petitioners in petition number PEPC, that is Obi and another, as Exhibit X2, and by the petitioners in CEPEC 05 as Exhibit RA27. The impression given by both sets of petitioners is that the said report, which in any case has been even ruled admissible by us in petition number CAPEPC 03-2023, is like gospel truth of what happened in the election. And so it must be accepted by this court, and the conduct of the presidential election declared corrupt or at the very least below par, regardless of whether or not its authors presented themselves in court to defend their opinions. That stance, I am afraid, is a non sequitur, a complete non sequitur. Without the makers of that report presenting themselves in court to face cross-examination, to authenticate their opinions, that report, and I dare to add even the ECOWAS report of the same elections, tendered by second and third respondents in petition numbers in the two petitions, are completely valueless and inadmissible for the purposes of authenticating the opinions expressed in them by the makers. See first on that the cases of Nyesom and Peter Side and Said Yakowa. It also makes no difference that the said reports have been put in the form of print. Books, it must be noted, cannot be cross-examined. On this, I find support in the celebrated case of Idudu and others versus Okumagba, where the Supreme Court, 1976, where the Supreme Court had this to say, and let me quote what the Supreme Court said. It said, as for the law involved in Odudu and Okumagba, we would like to point out that it is now well settled that there are 5 ways in which ownership of land may be proved. In our view, not only was the evidence of the witnesses, that is continuation, not only was the evidence of the witnesses called by the appellants rightly rejected by learned trial judge for good and sufficient reasons, we also think that he was right in not attaching any weight to the views expressed in the book cited in support of such traditional evidence. As Lionel Brett JSC, as event was rightly in our view once pointed out in a learned address given by him at the University of Lagos to the Nigerian Association of Law Teachers, smaller quote again, the courts are not to be hypnotized by the authority of print. The crucial fact is that books cannot be cross-examined, either as to the opinions expressed or as to the claims of the author to have special knowledge. If the author is living, there is no reason why he should not be tendered as an expert when this difficulty would vanish. Small quotes, end quote of that side. Then the Supreme Court went on to say, moreover, none of the authors of these books in that Kumagba's case testified in support of the views stated therein, and no explanation was given for the omission. For all these reasons, we share the apprehensions of the learned trial judge about the value or weight of the traditional evidence as narrated by each of these authors, particularly as the authenticity and impartiality of the sources of their narratives cannot, for obvious reasons, be easily ascertained, end quote. I went on to say that is the exact same situation we are confronted with here as regards both the European Observer Mission report and its brother ECOWAS Election Observer report. For purposes of proving the opinions expressed in them by their makers, neither of them is of any higher value than the mere sheets of paper on which it is recorded. And for those who, like the petitioners, are enamored by the now very familiar patronizing judgments passed on elections, regularly passed on elections, by European election observer missions every 4 years. Even as the same Europeans have maintained a deafening silence on the never-ending complaints of former President Donald Trump, that the year 2020 presidential elections of the United States that saw him out of office was also a fraud, it may interest them to know that Sir Justice Lionel Brett, who made the comment cited approvingly by the Supreme Court in Okumagba's case that I read above, was also a European. He's British. He was British. I think I intend to stop here. I think I've said enough. It is for these few additions, but much more for the far more illuminating reasons advanced by my brother Haruna Samani JSC in his rulings and judgments, which reasons I concur with without reservation, that I also hold all 3 consolidated petitions not proved and thereby enter another dismissing all of them, and I affirm the declaration of second respondent Bola Ahmed Tinubu by second respondent as the person duly and properly returned winner of the 25th February 2023 presidential election of this country and duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also abide by all other consequential orders, including that as a cause contained in the leading judgments.
I now invite my learned brother by my extreme left, presents on judgment.
Well, last but not the least, I've read before now a draft of the lead judgment just delivered by my learned brother, Aruna Simon Samani, JCA, in the three consolidated petitions of CAPEPC 03-2023, CAPEPC 04-2023, and CAPEPC 05-2023. I'm in agreement with and I adopt all the reasons and conclusions stated therein, both in relation to the rulings on the objections and the merits of the three consolidated petitions. Although all the issues in petitions number CAPAPC 03 and 2023 and CAPAPC 05 2023 have been exhaustively resolved in the lead judgment, I deem it only pertinent to highlight a fundamental vice which has affected the two petitions, especially as it relates to the petitioner's essential contention or premise upon which they predicated those two petitions. In those two petitions, the petitioners have premised their ground that the presidential election conducted on the 25th of February 2023 is invalid by reason of corrupt practices and non-compliance on their contention that by the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022 and the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of elections 2022, the first respondent, INEC, is mandatorily required to electronically transmit election results to the coalition system and to the INEC results viewing portal, the IREP. They contended that the first respondent had deliberately refused to comply with those mandatory provisions and had manipulated the results of the election through various corrupt practices which they allege in those two petitions. However, in both petitions numbers PEPC 03-2023 and PAPC 05-2023, exhibits X1 and X2, which were tendered respectively to show that the Labour Party, the second petitioner in petition number PEPC 03-2023, had before the elections approached the Federal High Court Abuja for the determination that, and I quote, by the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022, INEC, the first respondent, has no power to opt for manual method other than the electronic method provided for by the relevant provisions of the Electoral Act, unquote. And I quote again, an order of this honorable court directing / compelling the respondent to comply with the Electoral Act 2022 on the electronic transmission of results in the forthcoming general elections, unquote. In that judgment, the Federal High Court Abuja Division had dismissed the suit and held that, and I quote, there is nowhere in the above cited sections where the Commission or any of its agents is mandated to use an electronic means of collating or transferring of election results. If any, the Commission is only mandated to collate and transfer election results and number of accredited voters in a manner or way deemed by it. Additionally, this court's attention was referred to the judgment of this court in appeal number CA LAG CV 332-2023, APC versus Labour Party and 42 others, delivered on the 19th of June 2023, in which this court set aside the judgment of the Federal High Court, Lagos Division, in another suit number FHC LCS 370-2023, Labour Party and others versus INEC, filed by 8 Labour Party, the second petitioner in PEPC 03-2023, before the Lagos Division of the Federal High Court to obtain an order of mandamus compelling INEC to electronically transmit or transfer election results as provided in its regulations, after losing in the Abuja Division of the same court. In the judgment of this court of 19th of July 2023, in appeal number CA LAG CV 332-2023, this court particularly held at pages 23 to 24 thereof that, and I quote, it is difficult for suit number FHC LCS 370-2023, which gave rise to this appeal, to escape the level of abuse of court process. I said so because the objective of the suit is to compel the 43rd respondent to adopt a particular way of transmitting or transferring the results of the election in Lagos State. This objective is not in any way different from what the objective of the first respondent wanted to achieve in suit number FHC ABJ CS 1454-2022. Similar parties are the same in the two suits. The second The second to 42nd respondents are members of the first respondent, which litigated the suit number FHC ABJ CS 1454-2022. The second to 42nd respondent's interest is the same with that of the first respondent, so they are the first respondent's previous. Both suits are against the same defendant, that is the 43rd respondent hearing, and filed in the same court, albeit different divisions of the court. The decision of Emeka Nwite J of Abuja Division of the Lower Court, which dismissed the first respondent's suit, holding that on the interpretation of the provisions of Section 60, subsection 5, 62, subsection 2 of the Electoral Act 2022, INEC, the 43rd respondent hearing, is at liberty to prescribe or choose the manner in which the election results shall be transmitted, finally settles the issue. I therefore find in suit numbers FHC LCS 370-2023, which is herein being appealed against all the trademarks of the cause of an abuse of judicial process, unquote. Exhibits X1 and X2 tendered in petitions number 03 and 05 respectively, as well as the decisions of this court in appeal number CA LAG CV 332-2023 Supra, are subsisting judgments of court which are not only binding on the parties, but which constitute issue estoppel to the petitioner's essential contention in the two petitions, that the first respondent is by Electoral Act 2022 and the INEC regulations mandatorily required to electronically transmit and collect results of the presidential election. The doctrine of issue estoppel is that once an issue has been finally decided by a competent court, the issue will not be allowed to be relitigated by the same or even different parties. See Cotton versus Oekami and another, APC versus PDP and others, Ezewani versus Onwodi, citations on the record. Indeed, in Ezewani versus Onwodi, the Supreme Court, Pauputa JSC, specifically held as follows. Strictly speaking, therefore, the concept and value of an estoppel is to bar a person from denying or asserting anything to the contrary of that which he has, in the contemplation of the law, been established as the truth, either by the acts of judicial or legislative officers or by his own deed or representation, express or implied, unquote. It is clearly evident that the decisions in Exhibits X1 and X2 tendered in the two petitions, respectively, as well as the decisions of this court in appeal number CA-LAG CV 332-2023, APC versus Labour Party and 42 others, have dealt a death knell to the petitioner's contention around which they have built their claim of non-compliance and corrupt practices in those two petitions. Namely, that the first respondent is by the provisions of Electoral Act 2022 and the regulations and guidelines for conduct of elections 2022 mandatorily required to electronically transmit election results to the collation system and to INEC result viewing portal, which is the RM. Apart from this fundamental deficiency, which I have highlighted, the lead judgment just delivered had exhaustively considered all the other issues and rightly concluded, in my view, that the petitioners in petitions number PAPC 03-2023 and CAPEPC 05-2023 have failed to establish all the allegations contained in the two petitions. I adopt all those reasons and conclusions stated therein and also find the two petitions devoid of merit. Petition number 04, as regards that petition, the petitioner has, under the guise of challenging the qualification of the third respondent to contest the presidential election on the ground that he had violated the provisions of Section 142, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999, basically challenged the validity of the nomination of the fourth respondent by the third respondent as his running mate in the 25th February 2023 presidential election. In concurring with the lead judgment just delivered, I also hold the considered view that the status of the nomination of the fourth respondent as the running mate of the third respondent and vice presidential candidate of the second respondent had been finally decided by the Supreme Court in appeal number SCCV 501-2023, PDP and INEC, delivered on 26th of May 2023, now reported as PDP and INEC and three others, 2023 LPLR 60457 SC, the certified true copy of which was tendered as Exhibit X1. In the concurring judgments of their lordships, Okoro, Augi, Ogunwumiju, Agim, justices of the Court of, Supreme Court, they have all determined as proper the nomination of the fourth respondent as vice presidential candidate of the second respondent. As for the petitioner's argument that the pronouncement of the Supreme Court in those concurring judgments is an obiter dictum, the clear statement of Ogungwumiju JSC has left no one in doubt that the Apex Court decided the merit of that case. My Lord Ogungwumiju JSC clearly stated at page 74, paragraph C of that judgment that it is apt in this type of political case of public interest to look into the merits of this case, unquote. It is settled law that once the issue relating to the status of a person or a thing is finally and substantively determined by a competent court, such a determination constitutes estoppel to any subsequent proceedings on the same issue. See APC, PDP, and others, Inakoju and others was the delicate citations on the record. Now, for all this, and all the detailed reasons succinctly stated in the lead judgment just delivered, I also hold that this petition is lacking in merit. Having also found that no merit exists in all the above three consolidated petitions, I join my learned brothers Amani Jesse in dismissing all the three petitions and abiding by the consequential orders made in the lead judgment.
Well, with the judgment delivered by my learned brother Abba Mohammed, we have discharged our responsibility to the nation. We have concluded the hearing of this petition and we have concluded the delivery of the judgment. So we thank the Almighty God for bringing us this far. All these months, both counsel in all the petitions have labored, they have tried to represent their clients creditably. And we thank you for their assistance because their assistance have helped us to reach our conclusions in this judgment. So as we leave today, we hope that very soon, both us and counsel will meet in our normal cases. Yes. These cases have tended to put a distance between us. But when we resume in our normal cases, we shall see and interact better. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, my lords. On behalf of the petitioners, with all sense of responsibility and urgency, there's a little request we want to make, given our severely limited time by the practice directions to exercise our constitutional right of appeal. We will request, because our time starts running today, if we can have the copies as we leave today, so that, because any day that we lose depletes our right. We know the day is far spent. It is our humble request, so that the registry, once we leave, will be able to collect from them. We're very grateful, my lords.
Well, I'm sure learned senior counsel is aware of the time now. It's 10 o'clock now. And well, it's unfortunate, we understand your constraints, but you have to bear with us to tomorrow. Yes. Hopefully, you know, the judgments are a bit bulky. It's a consolidated judgment. We have to put
tomorrow we can have them.
Yes, we have to put everything together, bind them, and give it to counsel.
We're very grateful.
Yes.
Tomorrow, my lords.
So we thank you for all the efforts you have put in. Thank you.
My lord.
So, Ajay.
Yeah, sorry, my lord. I know the day is far spent. I thought my senior colleague will actually thank my lords for the industry put into this judgment. It is a well-considered judgment, and these judgments will no doubt change the face of our electoral jurisprudence. We have traveled this part of history this past few months, and today we have reached the end of it. We pray that that we'll all learn from it. We have all learned from each other during the course of our stay here. We salute you, my lord, for the clear detailed review of the pleadings, the issues, and the evidence in the petitions, especially on the issues surrounding technology. That was an area we thought we were going to have problems.
Please be brief.
But we thank you, my Lord,
Yes.
for this judgment, and we are very grateful.
Yes.
Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Yes.
Well, my lord, mine is a short one. I thank your lordships. I think earlier on, my lord, there was supposed to be a misunderstanding. I apologize for that. It wasn't the intention at all. I appreciate your lordship's industry. And this work is not easy. I don't think I could have done any of the jobs your lordships did this evening. From 9:30 till now, I would have lost my voice. But I thank your lordships, and I pray that the bar and the bench continue to have a good relationship in all things. Thank you very much.
Sorry, my Lord.
Yes, I think.
My Lord, I'm very sorry.
Well, we know. We thank you also.
Sorry, my Lord.
Yes, we thank you for this.
No, my Lord, I just have one or two things to say.
You've been watching Channels Television's live coverage of the presidential election petition court's judgment at the Court of Appeal venue in the nation's capital. Do stay with us as we resume our lineup of regular programming with our flagship, the news at 10.
From Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, this is the News at 10. Live from Channels Television. Reporting tonight, Kayode Okekiolu.
Tonight, the verdict is in. The Presidential Election Petition Court dismisses petitions of the APM, Labour Party and the PDP, as well as their candidates, upholds the victory of President Bola Tinubu in the 2023 presidential election. We reject the outcome of the judgment in its entirety. Labour Party reacts to the verdict of the tribunal, says justice was not served and it does not reflect the desire of the people. Kogi State Election Petition Tribunal declares PDP's Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan winner of Kogi Central Senatorial election, nullifies the victory of APC's Abubakar Ohere.
On business news tonight, African Airlines passenger traffic climbs 25.8% in the month of July. And that's according to International Air Transport Association reports.
On sports news tonight, Nigerian duo of Victor Osimhen and Azezat Oshola nominated for prestigious Ballon d'Or award.
And from the nation's capital, President Bola Tinubu's India trip yielding results with a pledge by investors to commit almost $14 billion worth of investment in Nigeria during a presidential roundtable ahead of the G20 summit in New Delhi. What a day it has been. After 4 months of legal fireworks, the Presidential Election Petition Courts today affirmed the return of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In a judgment that lasted for over 12 hours, the 5-man panel of justices, led by Justice Haruna Samani, dismissed all the petitions filed against President Tinubu's victory in the February 25th election by the Allied People's Movement, the APM, Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, LP, and Mr. Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The judgment was given amidst heavy security presence at the Court of Appeal venue in the nation's capital, Abuja, as supporters of of parties in the suit converged outside the venue as early as 7 a.m. Other judges on the panel are Justice Stephen Ada, Justice Mr. Turin Bolaji Yusuf, Justice Moses Ugo, and Justice Abba Mohammed. Well, let's now bring you a breakdown of today's judgment in which the court dismissed the suits and allegations in the 3 petitions for lacking in merit and for being incompetent. For the APM's petition, the panel held that the issues in its petition were pre-election matters that could only be determined by the Federal High Court. For the court further upheld the preliminary objections of the respondents who challenged the competence of the suit. For the Labour Party and its presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, the tribunal struck out the petitions for lack of merit. The court ruled that Mr. Obi and the Labour Party did not prove beyond reasonable doubt the allegations of suppression of results, overvoting, and inflation of votes when they said that from the totality of the evidence, the elections are invalid by reason of corrupt practices. On the 25% requirement, the tribunal held that there is no special status attached to the FCT Abuja as it is equal to every other state in Nigeria. On President Tinubu's alleged drug trafficking conviction and forfeiture of $460,000 in the U.S., the tribunal held that the petitioners failed to show evidence that Tinubu was ever convicted, and the court cited an exhibit tendered by his legal team, a letter written by the U.S. Embassy stating that Mr. Tinubu had no criminal record in the U.S. On the issue of substantial non-compliance with the provisions of the law, especially with regards to non-transmission of result sheets to IREV, the court held that there is no law that says INEC must mandatorily transfer or transmit the result of the election from the polling unit electronically. It was also held that the petitioner failed to establish that INEC deliberately refused to promptly upload polling units' results to IREV in order to manipulate results in favor of Mr. Tinubu. For the third petition brought by Mr. Atiku Abubakar and the People's Democratic Party, the court struck out the accusation that President Bola Tinubu has dual citizenship, as well as the aspect where the petitioners claimed that he was not qualified on grounds of alleged criminal conviction and criminal forfeiture in the United States. And in a swift reaction, the Labour Party has rejected the outcome of the judgment by the Presidential Election Petition Court, saying justice was not served and it did not reflect the law and the desire of the people. In a statement by the Labour Party's Publicity Secretary, Obiora Ifo, the party says Nigerians were witnesses to the electoral robbery that took place on February the 25th, which was globally condemned, but the tribunal, in its wisdom, refused to accept the obvious. The statement further salutes the doggedness of its team of lawyers, however says details of the party's position will be presented after consultation with its lawyers. That's after it has received the certified true copy of the judgment. Meanwhile, following the judgment, President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians of his renewed focus on delivering his vision of a unified, peaceful, and prosperous nation. The statement, according to his spokesman, Nigerian Galali, says the president welcomed the judgment of the tribunal with an intense sense of responsibility and preparedness to serve all Nigerians, irrespective of diverse political persuasions, faiths, and tribal identities. According to him, the president affirms that his commitment to the rule of law and the unhindered discharge of duties by the tribunal, as witnessed in the panel's exclusive respect for the merits of the petitions brought before it, further reflects the continuing maturation of Nigeria's legal system and the advancement of Africa's largest democracy at a time when our democratic system of government is under test in other parts of the continent. The president also believes that the presidential candidates and the political parties that have lawfully exercised their rights by participating in the election and judicial process which followed have affirmed Nigeria's democratic credentials. Well, staying with the court, supporters of some of the parties in the presidential election petition gathered in different parts of the nation's capital as the court gave its judgment. Our crew monitored the activities outside the courtroom and reports heavy security presence to maintain the peace and avert any breakdown of law and order. Well, all the supporters, incidentally, were hopeful for a favorable judgment.
The road linking the presidential villa to the appeal court Venue of the 2023 Presidential Election Petition Court is cordoned off by security officials. A few meters from the security barrier, dozens of supporters of President Bola Tinubu converge, singing and dancing in anticipation of what they believe will be a favorable judgment.
We don't believe in failure because Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not a failure right from his childhood, and we believe that he's going to win the election tribunal.
Nigerians have already reflected their wishes, and it's acceptable to us, and Asiwaju is doing his best. So we're not expecting anything different, to be honest. And the judiciary, they know this because the facts speak for themselves.
Within the same area is another group supporting the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, who are also expecting victory for their candidate.
Any judgment released by the Court of Appeal to the Nigerian people that does not disqualify Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu as president-elect, we are rejecting it. The outcome of the judgment should reflect the will of the people, because any attempt to subvert the will of people today must be met with stiff resistance from Nigerian youth.
Supporters of the All Progressives Congress are going beyond the judgment to mark the president's 100 days in office.
We are also celebrating 100 days in office of the president, who has begun to put Nigeria on the path of greatness. We want to beg Nigerians to please be patient. The temporary pain will lead to everlasting and eternal glory by the grace of the Almighty.
It's carnival-like outside the court premises. Groups occupy the streets, all waiting to hear the judgment of the Presidential Election Petition Court. While the expectations are high from supporters of the various parties to the petitions, some amongst them advise supporters and their principals to show sportsmanship irrespective of how the judgment turns out.
However it goes, whoever wins should celebrate in a very modest way, and whoever feels that the judgment doesn't go their side should also manage the situation, prepare for the next 4 years to aspire again.
We should have that spirit of statesmanship, just like what Jonathan did in 2015 to former President Buhari, by accepting the defeat. Let us learn to accept defeat. We have already embraced liberal democracy in this country, and we must allow that liberal democracy to thrive in Nigeria.
In the last 3 months, many Nigerians have waited with anticipation to see what the final outcome of the Election Petition Tribunal would be, as the parties that are not satisfied with the judgment will still have the opportunity to plead their case before the Supreme Court.
Well, staying with the courts, but this time at the National Assembly Petition Court, where the Kogi State Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Lokoja has declared Mrs. Natasha Akpoti-Oduaghan the winner of the February 2023 Kogi Central senatorial election and nullified the victory of Senator Abubakar Ohere. The tribunal chairman, Justice K. Ojiako, who read the unanimous judgment of the three-man panel, says Mr. Ohere's results were inflated in 9 polling units of Ajaokuta local government area of the state, while that of Natasha was intentionally reduced in the same 9 polling units by the INEC ward collation officers. The judge says that 3 other polling units' results were deliberately not entered for her in the same local government. After recomputation, the court resolved in favor of Mrs. Natasha Akpoti-Oduaghan of the PDP, having polled 54,074 against the APC's Ohere with 51,291, and subsequently ordered the third respondent, that's INEC, to withdraw the certificate of return issued to Ohere and issue the same to Mrs. Akpoti-Oduaghan.
The National and State Houses of Assembly Election Tribunal sitting in Kogi, Lokoja, has finally laid to rest the issue of who is the winner of Kogi Central Senatorial District. And the courts, having evaluated the evidence presented by the petitioners and all the respondents, came to an irresistible conclusion that Chief Natasha Akpoti-Oduaghan is the valid winner, the authentic winner of the Kogi Central Senatorial District election held on 25th and 26th February 2023, and ordered INEC to withdraw the certificate issued to Senator Ohere and issue the same certificate to Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan as the elected senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria with immediate effect. That is the judgment of the tribunal, and that has settled the matter. We are not only satisfied with the judgment, but we can say that justice has finally been served to the people of Kogi Central Senatorial District, who were robbed broad daylight by those who felt the votes of the people, the mind of the people, the voice of the people should not be heard.
Staying with the Election Tribunal, Honorable Amobi Oga of the Labour Party representing Isekwato Umenochi Federal Constituency has been sacked by the National Assembly Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Umuahia, the Abia State capital. The court in its submission ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to withdraw the certificate of return given to the Labour Party candidate and issue another certificate of return to the petitioner, Honorable Nkiruka Onyejocha of the All Progressives Congress APC, who is currently the Minister of State for Labour. And in part two, after the break, we get more insight into today's big judgment. We're joined by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Adeleke Agbola. That's in a moment. To join us again.
My name is Olasunyi Miracle, Programmer and Graduate of Industrial Maintenance Engineering.
I'm Elo Genel Bako Eunice, Creative Director of Elo Music Grandeur.
Rigel, Afrobeat artist.
Shani J, dance artist.
Last year,
I took a shot at Stanbic IBTC Fuse Talent Competition.
It's a beautiful Friday morning here in Abuja and the first day of the month of September. I've taken that from Maya. Good morning and welcome to Sunrise Daily. I'm Neota Igbe.
Yes, indeed. Thank God it's Friday. Good morning and welcome. I am Bukola Koka.
Well, since you already gave the time check, or rather the date check, what else is there to do? Good morning and welcome to the last month in the third quarter of the year 2023. I'm Ayo Makinde. I'm talking about time checks. Well, something else to check, which has, of course, been of interest to many, is security or a lack of it. And, you know, oftentimes when we talk about security, we're primarily talking about the police. And I would say in the rarest of occasions, we hear the Inspector General of Police, you know, saying that insufficient manpower in the Nigerian police force is hampering the effective deployment of police to critical areas. He also said that at the moment, Nigerian police needs at least 190,000 personnel to be at parity with the United Nations recommendations. Now, that definitely is sharing, wouldn't you say? According to him, this has led to inability of the force to deploy its men to industrial layouts and communities and all of those things. Well, of course, he was speaking at the at NIPS on industrialization, energy security, and climate change mitigation and adoration. You know, the first thing that comes to me about this naturally is one of the first few things we hear a number of people say. Once an IGP comes in, the first thing you hear is to withdraw policemen from those VIPs. And it is interesting when we hear, you know, that policemen have been withdrawn from VIPs, so that the announcement is made that policemen are withdrawn from VIPs. I think it was in the build-up to the elections. I think that former police PRO was letting us know that when we talk about policemen that are deployed, we're actually talking about fewer than we know. According to the police PRO at the time, he was speaking about the fact that policemen, there are accountants among them, there are drivers among them. There are other services other than the primary function of police. There are mechanics among them. There are, other people who do administrative stuff to support the activities of the police. And that is cheering. However, what's the number of the people who many people believe is the number of people that are actually doing the job of policing? A good number of people put the number at something in the region of 350,000 or thereabouts. So how many of them are actually doing the job of the police? We have them spread all over the nation. We have policemen, doing several other work, accountancy, administrative functions, finance, engineering, you name it, in the police force. So what's the number of those ones doing those support services? And what's the function of those people who do the actual police work? If, for instance, speculatively, we have something in the region of 100,000 doing those other stuff, and then we have another number of people assigned to VIPs, just how many do we have doing the actual police work all over the nation? Well, when the police IGP says they need a minimum of 190,000 policemen all over the nation, naturally, a good number of people will ask, Bukola, will that be enough?
Well, at least it's a place to start, a very good place to start, Ayo. And thank you for reminding us, about, the first takeoff point for each IG of police, that they would withdraw security detail from VIPs. But beyond that, that was a core policy initiative announced by this administration before it came on board, as contained in its manifesto, that it was part of the restructuring that it would embark upon. So I recall that the IGP, in fact, started off with that, but has it been done? Besides that, now that the litigation issues between the Police Service Commission and the Office of the IGP has been settled, we hope that the recruitment of new police officers would begin in earnest. Now, beyond recruitment, not to remove from the point that you were making about, the support services as contained in the police force, while that is critical, and for every other essential service in this country, what we need to focus on is those instruments, those factors that would help the efficient policing system in this country. So beyond recruitment, what the new administration of the police force should be looking at is the core welfare issues in the police force, the state of accommodation of the Nigerian police force, the barracks of the police force. They leave much to be desired. When you enter also, the Nigerian police stations across the country, they also leave very much to be desired. It's really not a sightly view upon arrival. Also, there are other critical issues that would also contribute to the efficacy of the police force. Funding, yes, funding for investigation. Each time you present a case at the force, you are asked to provide funding for investigation. Little wonder that many people, they forget their case, particularly those who are bringing forth issues relating to sexual and gender-based violence, efficacy, and then Ayo talks now and again about the desire to help the men of the Nigerian police force that he encounters, with some form of amount or the other, just to enable them buy fuel. They do not have fuel, to go about their services. What happens when there is an emergency, down the road or down the highway? These are some of the issues that the administration of the new IG should look at beyond shoring up the force of the numbers of men of the force. We can't say it enough that the army is overwhelmed with tackling internal insurrection, which is the primary duty of the Nigerian police force.
Well, that's not to say, of course, Bukola, that it is not appreciated the inputs of other sources of funding, for the police. Private sector does a huge lot. State government at various levels also do a lot of things in that regard. Appreciated. However, the personnel are not enough. That's what the IGP is saying, and it is something critical.
Yeah.
Guys?
Guys, there's this matter of the number of policemen to the population, the ratio of policemen to the population has been on and on. And hearing the IGP say we need more personnel to be able to police the nation effectively, it's not a new song. It's almost as though it's a cracked CD. I mean, you know when you're playing a CD and you get to a point where it's just, at that point, just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And almost every other Inspector General of Police has talked about this. The question is, when would action be taken? Ideally, you've outlined everything, where in the police force, there are drivers, there are mechanics, there are doctors, there are lawyers, there are all manner of professionals in the police force. So the actual number of personnel that do the policing is abysmal. See this, ideally, the recommended number is 3.4 policemen to every 1,000 people in the population, or about 300 policemen to every 100,000 in the population. Do we have those numbers? Adding the 190 as the IGP has requested or has suggested, would that make the difference? And you hear a lot of people talk about the need to decentralize the police. Would that also help? What's the role of the NSCDC? We have all manner of policing groups across the country. Each state has a traffic management body that's supposed to manage traffic for them or manage movement on the road. They have vigilante groups. We have the NSCDC that has its own functions defined for them. At the end of the day, at what point are we going to see a unification of all of these functions and then decentralized so that we see policing down to the local government? In other climes, you find local government police. You find, you call them county police. Then you find the state police. Then you find the federal police. At what point are we going to get to that point where we say, okay, you know what? We need to get this to the people that really need it most and reduce the number of police personnel guarding individuals. You see the big men going around with at least 4 policemen protecting them. What happened to the citizen? I thought private security would have helped to protect these individuals so that we have more policemen on our street. But hey, who am I? But we'll take a moment and look at what the papers have to say after we have said hello to this man across here.
I was wondering what's going on here, man. What's happening here? I know it's a Friday, but come on, slow down this Friday move.
No, Chamberlain. See, if I continued, the truth is the pain of what we need to secure our society is not something that we just banter on it and it moves on. It's something that needs to be done. And quickly so. Because the truth is, I mean, at the point we're having conversation, the police are not supposed to be living in the barracks. In other climes, the police live amongst the people so that they get direct information and things are working easier for them. But
I mean, guys, you've all made very interesting points. And we also do remember, I think it was sometime in 2022, towards the last quarter thereabouts, where President Buhari at the time did say that the federal government had recruited 40,000 policemen in 4 years. And so many then wondered, because even the then IG had complained that, look, we were not meeting that target, we were really short. And so, but I guess what this government does with policing and security, or particularly policing, will be very, very instructive, because we know that they were very, very vocal in terms of the structure of the country, speaking largely now. But I guess it's something that we'll keep tabs on, because even after they did that police reform, several states, several regions kept on saying, look, we still need to take certain other steps. But that appears to have quietened down a bit, but I guess it's something that we'll wait to see.
IGP speaking now, I don't think it's quite.
So he's bringing up that matter again, right?
Bringing it up again. We need more personnel. We need more personnel. But hey,
all right,
how that works out.
Okay, well, yes, indeed. We might as well just go ahead and go right to the dailies. Very good morning to everyone, by the way. And so we'll start with Vanguard newspaper this morning. Cool scare. Sit tight leaders move against their military. Well. What do you know? So they say, I think they're like, whoa, to be forewarned is what? beforehand.
To be forewarned is to be
But I
forewarned.
thought they just didn't bother about what was going on at the time. ECOWAS was trying to meeting and trying to stave off all of this in the Niger Republic. And now, look at that. So what? They're trying to sit tighter? Well, let's read some of the riders for you. Rwanda retires 12 generals, over 1,800 other ranks. Cameroon reshuffles military. Work on response to Gabon military coup. GOC asks disloyal soldiers to leave the Nigerian army. Whoa. Gabon coup chief to be sworn in as, quote, transitional president Monday. ECCAS, that's ECAS, condemns Gabon coup. Why we should will big stake on coupists, ascribed to Tinubu, insists nobody is interested in war. Asks Sultan to go back to Niger, focus on disease that births coup, not symptoms, article tells African leaders. Poverty responsible for coups in Africa. So there you go. Different perspectives on this matter, but it is a thing in Africa. It turns out that it is a big lead on the front page here this morning, and this one is coming through from Lagos. Extortion. Truckers pay, look at that, 40 million naira daily at Lagos Ports Corridor. And you know what happens at the end of the day. After they pay this money, they transfer it to customers, to clients, to citizens. They'll bear the burden.
Yeah.
So if they pay 40 million naira daily at Lagos Ports Corridor, is that why that place has just defied every step to be sanitized?
There's a whole lot that needs to be done on that corridor. You know how many times, how many governors, how many ministers of, how many presidents have even visited that side? Say, okay, we need to sanitize it. Actually, every governor that comes into Lagos State goes to the port. We need to sanitize this route. We need to sanitize it. And the sanitation efforts never really work out. At what point do we say, okay, enough of this? When do we automate? Automate the system. And as I say, when you take out the human contact, when you reduce the human contact, a lot of these things, you just see it left.
Well, interesting that the custom boss has been there for a while, so he understands what needs to be done and what's going on. So many will be looking to him to see how he responds. And then one more from here. FG shots MMIA October 1 halts Nigeria Air project. There you go.
Nigeria Air is in the news again. Let's hope this time it will be for good. But let's move on to the Guardian newspaper and how, start up with this big one. Democracy without elections, that's what they're leading with. It's a big story. And how emperor governors, ad hoc administrators collapse grassroots governance in 238 local councils. This looks like what the countries are talking about, coups in the countries. Are these coups in the states? There's 238 local councils have their administrations and governance messed up. Look at the black spots in that map there. Looks like that's what they're talking about. If you go to page 4 and 5, you get the read. But fortunately, coups can't take place in the states or in the local governments, can they?
Well, if you disrupt the democratic process.
That's a coup. So these are, would you call these ones forms of coups? Go to page 4 and 5 and read that story there and what they're talking about. Above that, you have Minister orders relocation of foreign airlines to new Lagos airport terminal. I guess that's that story you're talking about. It continues on page 3. And below this map, you have, after 244 years of reign, sit tight, African leaders review security architecture. Sit tight, that's the word there. Sit tight, African leaders. At what point do you say, I've done enough to serve my people, and then I step aside? You wait to be told, as some will say. I think Shakespeare that said, it's better to leave the stage when the applause is the loudest.
CBN, banks investigate suspected $1 billion currency counterfeiting. It's on page 8. And this one, revenue falls by 23% as federal, state, local government areas share 4.37 trillion naira. But this one is an interesting one. That's painful, really painful. 2,000 at the bottom strip, 2,588 children sexually, emotionally abused in 12 months. There's Lagos government. It's on page 28. That is not good. That is not good. Parents, guardians, please. In 12 months, 2,588 children sexually and emotionally abused. Where is the future? That's abusing our future there. That's it from The Guardian.
Something for us all to think about as we turn to Leadership Friday. Leadership Friday sounds like it shared notes with Vanguard newspaper. Listen to the big story. Coups. Panic triggers mass retirement of military officers in African countries. Rwanda retires 12 generals, 1,000 officers. Cameroon reshuffles commanders. That's the country where the leader, the president, has been in office since 1980. That's 43 years, Ayo. 43.
Well, that's just a fraction of the 244 reign that, Neota read from the front page of The Guardian.
The Guardian. Well, African leaders must do better by their people. Well, they're also reshuffling commanders there. Listen to this one also. Nigerian army asks disloyal soldiers to quit. Learn from coups in Gabon, Niger, others. Falana warns FG, and was quite interesting and compelling, for you to listen to the senior advocate yesterday at that labor event. Focus on causes of coup, not symptoms. That's the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar. Again, Tinubu advocates diplomacy in Niger crisis. What are the deeper lessons, really, to learn from these coups? What's the state of, the living of the people in most of these African countries? Poverty is on the high.
Exactly.
There's a state of disillusionment. It appears as if the elite are more comfortable living in these countries than the people themselves. Look at Nigeria. The Japa syndrome is causing people, to amass money that they do not have just to leave the country. So it's something for African leaders to think about, really.
There are those who talk about 100-year cycle in every generation, 100-year cycle where things that have happened before happen again. Things that have happened before happen again. The COVID, for instance, the poverty spread and all those things, so that is perhaps where we are now. What I'm just hoping is that, as you said, we'll learn from these things and not allow it to rule our lives, because the consequences of this extremity, we don't even know. Those who lived in the 90s will tell you what the consequences are.
Truly. And just to remind us that the retirement gale is just treating the symptoms rather than the root causes. Listen to this one. It's interesting. 2023 opposition presidential candidates beg Tinubu for appointment. Who are they? You'll have to find out from the inside pages of Leadership Friday. Somebody's doing a double take by my side here, but I'll hand over the baton to him.
Well, it sounds like a very big God. Daily Trust newspaper this morning has this one on its front page. It's completely different from what we've seen before. Palliatives. Yep. Rice price spikes as FG states suppliers mop up markets. What does that mean? Look at the riders. 50 kg bag records 10,000 naira increase in 10 days. Whoa. Our supply is depleted by high demand. That's according to traders. Inadequate paddy, poor yield, responsible. That's from the millers. And prime anchors, shortchanged government, according to AFAN. Presidency, NEMA, MUM. The details of that you'll find on page 4 of the paper this morning. Right under that nameplate is, of course, one of the stories there is what you also highlighted. 4 ex-presidential candidates visit Ganduje, seek appointments. Now you know. where that happened. Niger coup, Tinubu asks Sultan to return to Niamey, and a number of other stories you find on the front page of Daily Trust newspaper. What's the Daily Trust today?
A New Telegraph, coup scare. They focus on that as well here this morning. Rwanda sacks 83 military officers. Cameroon reshuffles positions. And then you see the riders here as coup supporters parade new leader in Gabon. Niger, military option, last resort if diplomacy fails, Tinubu tells NSCIA. Commits 50 billion naira to rebuilding of Northeast, Northwest. Let's deal with disease, not symptoms, Atiku tells African leaders. I know regions like what? The Southwest, South, Southeast. They may be wondering, or maybe you're next. So you never know if there's 50 billion to rebuild Northeast, Northwest. Look, everybody wants development. Everybody wants a thing or two. Yes, so you never know. And then look at this at the bottom strip here. Ministerial ambition. El Rufai may bounce back as Sanusi, others mount pressure on Tinubu. So you never know. You just never know. So that is New Telegraph this morning, guys.
New Telegraph. Let's take a very quick look at the Nigerian Tribune this morning. We still have Nigerian Tribune as an option, right? There's something happening at the airports in Lagos that will, of course, cause a stir. Keyamo suspends Nigeria Air Project concession of airports. Says suspension stays until all processes allegedly non-transparent are reviewed. President briefed, directs international airlines to relocate to new terminal of MMIA from October the 1st. It's a page 12 read, just in case you're wondering what all of the implications of this directive would be. But he commits to, that's the new Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, that's the nomenclature, is committing to, sanitizing the process and serving Nigerians. Let's take a look at some other stories. At the bottom strip, there's this interesting one. Ogun Assembly summons Accountant General, Jack committee members over alleged local government fund diversion. There's some more riders. 7 councillors suspend Ijebu East local government chairman who accused Abiodun of fund diversion for financial misappropriation. Case against me baseless. That's ascribed to the chairman, rather. I'm just curious about this story, Ayo. Is that the solution to what may be someone making an allegation? Why don't you investigate the allegation made by that person? Why should suspension be the response to somebody making an allegation?
Are they politicians?
It sounds like coups and counter coups.
Are they politicians?
I'm just asking there.
No comments.
But good question. They are politicians, if that's the answer to your question.
No comments.
But that's also causing some debate right there. There's also this one under the Ogun story. Delta Guba, appeal court orders election petition tribunal to retry LP candidates petition. Wherever you look in the Labour Party, there's one form of a tussle, contention, or the other. And just before we exit the Nigerian Tribune this morning, all eyes on Makinde Adeleke over Dagodo's replacement. Let's leave it there for the Nigerian Tribune.
This Nigeria has this on its front page, and it's talking about humanitarian affairs. Over 16 million Nigerians affected by humanitarian crisis, according to Minister Edu. Is that to say that they are, worse than those 133 million multidimensionally poor? I look at the riders. Situation occasioned by security challenges, unrest, and flooding. Discloses 46,000 Cameroon refugees already in Cross River, Taraba, Benue. I guess that kind of answers that question you raised about Cameroon the other time. And under the picture on the front page, coup, go back to Niger. Tinubu urges Sultan of Sokoto, says Gabon military takeover confirms his fears. The details of that you'll find on the inside pages. Building collapse. FCTA to conduct integrity test on old buildings. Stories on page 7. INEC begins recruitment of ad hoc staff for Bayelsa, Kogi, Imo, Gilba polls. All of that you'll find on page 14 of this Nigeria newspaper. And look at this last one. Court dismisses suit seeking to set aside Ayu's suspension. Oh, really? Again, politics.
It appears the last hasn't been heard of that one.
Obviously.
But, you know, I can't take my mind off the big story on the front page of this Nigeria IO. 16 million may not capture this, you know, poverty situation or those in IDP camps in Nigeria. Quite a number of IDP camps. In fact, some camps, according to reports from the papers yesterday, that we thought had been shut in Borno State are still operating. And then there is, you know, the situation of many Nigerians who have sought shelter in border countries like Niger and Chad. You know, some of them may be mired in difficulty or may be seeking to return. So this doesn't capture the situation.
Well, I guess it's just one of those things to keep our eyes on. 60 million Nigerians affected by humanitarian crisis, and that's just to say they are affected by just humanitarian crisis. How about those who are multidimensionally poor? 133 million. As at the last count. How many have been added or exited poverty or multidimensional poverty? I guess those issues we are yet to get enough of. Well, that's this Nigeria newspaper this morning, as well as a look at some of the dailies, the front pages of some of the dailies this morning. We're back right after now to begin to take on the issues as they come. Just stay with us.
Welcome back to Sunrise Daily. Well, yes, indeed, we will take a look at some developments in the country and beyond it a little bit in a moment. We've got two gentlemen joining us this morning. Professor Oke Ikechukwu is the Executive Director, Development Specs Academy, and sitting beside him is Dr. Mando Bani, who's a former chairman, section of Public Interest and Development, that's SPIDA for the MBA, also former second vice president of the same body. Gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for coming on today.
Good morning.
Let's start off internationally in Africa. I mean, all over most of the dailies reporting how different governments, different African governments in the country, in Africa, are responding to the coup in Gabon. Some of them sacking their military, as to ensuring that they have a tighter hold on governance so that they don't want any surprises whatsoever. So they say sit tight governors, I beg your pardon, sit tight leaders, sack military officers, and then this appears they want to sit tighter. And in fact, one of the dailies did say they were warning any disgruntled Nigerian army officer, please leave. And I wonder, will they stand up and say, okay, well, I'm disgruntled, I need to take power? I just wonder. Well, Prof, what's your impression of how this seems to be a wave in some African countries now?
Well, it is an understandable concern by sitting governments. But the most important thing to note is that the coup is a response to some political and economic realities. And for a coup to occur, something has gone so bad that some people in uniform who ordinarily should be serving the constitution of their countries decided to take governance. We've seen that several times in the country, and in many cases, in our own country, and in many cases, military coups against sitting military government. 3 facts on the table. Fact number 1, no amount of warning or reshufflement can stop a coup, because actually coups are, in most cases, not carried out or sponsored from the top. Usually middle-level officers who will carry out the coup. They can appoint you as a general. I agree with you. If you think back to our own past, it wasn't Murtala who carried out his coup. It was younger officers, Joe Garba and the rest of them. They kept talking to him, and he said, look, if you're going to put me there, nobody should tell me what to do. So on the day the coup occurred, he was in London, and he flew in later. So it's always that kind of thing. If you also remember the coup that led to his death, it wasn't carried out, the executions. You remember General Bissala? The report, at least after the investigations, was that they were to have bombed the plane.
But unfortunately, the man, one of the key big boys sponsoring or involved, the general, was on that flight. And that's what led to a lot of things going on. But going around to what is going on in Africa, the presidents are not asking themselves what they can do to ensure that coup will be unattractive. They're thinking of preventing officers from removing them. And that's why there's a possibility that no matter what they do, the person you're putting there as you reshuffle, who is telling you what's in his mind? He may have been waiting for 15 years. And you've got him to watch your back, and he takes you out without warning. Colonel Mengistu, he was one who took out Emperor Haile Selassie in Ethiopia. He was his right-hand man. At a point, Haile Selassie was a prisoner in his own palace. People didn't know. Mengistu was running the country until he actually formally took over. So the warning, whether it's coming from the Nigerian army or the reshufflement of presidents of several African countries, there is nothing that will prevent a coup, except you're governing so well that if somebody announces your removal, the people will say you can't. That's the only protection presidents can have.
Wow. Well, Mr. Bani, NBA incidentally just finished the conference, and it was themed "Getting It Right." And in our terms, some quarters, some people think, wait a minute, but yeah, they may have talked about getting it right, but they haven't been seen to be holding the government as accountable as many would expect. So that message appears tongue-in-cheek, and so they would have wanted a lot more decisive action, firmer stance, or body language from the NBA. What would you say to such people?
I'm sure you fall into that group of persons that would have wanted a more forceful reaction of NBA to some of the misgovernance going on. Yes, I also share that same sentiment that the NBA is a very big body, and previous leadership have always held leadership of the country accountable and react when there is misgovernance. And people have come to respect and believe in NBA as a pressure group that should be able to put government, on check as to whether the present leadership has been doing all that. Well, some of the communiques, some of the press conferences most time also draw the attention of government to issue of insecurity, economic issues, unemployment, and then creating a conducive economic environment for people to operate. And then generally looking at the state of our judiciary, that we cannot get it right if we have a judiciary that is not functional, where issue of justice delivery is an issue. It takes average of 10, 15 years for you to have your matters resolved at the court, lower court, up to the Supreme Court, sometimes 20 years. And by the time the man who has gone to court gets what we call justice, he may have gotten to a point where he's so old, his business must have crumbled, which is probably the reason why he went to court in the first place and all that. So NBA most times have been addressing it, but times of type of leadership at times can also account for the method the leader or the president will adopt. There are those who are more forceful. There are those who want to make their point in a more forceful manner. There are those also who prefer probably using a conciliatory note, in addressing some of the issues they consider bad. I don't know whether you want me to comment about what is going on with the issue of coup all over the African continent. The point is that we must condemn military coup. The resurgence of military dictatorship in African continent is something that it should be worrisome. We know what we were there before. We had the military, took over the continent, and how they even retarded the development of most of these countries. But what is causing the resurgence now is what leaders in African continent should sit down and say, look, what is the issue? Why are we having resurgence of? Because it came to a time where it became a taboo for you to plan any coup in African continent at the time. If you try it, people, the whole world will condemn. But why are we now having that resurgence? And why are people clapping for them from those countries that experience coup? So it then means that African leaders must sit down and say there must be something that is actually this cause. Are we the cause? Are we allowing a free, fair, credible electoral process in the continent?
Can African leaders who have been there for over 40, 50, 60 years ask themselves, are we the cause?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's why
He's saying that they should.
Yes,
oh, okay.
Because they are the cause.
naturally, nobody will want military coup in any part of the world. Nobody, because we know they now limit your freedom of expression. They now, outlaw your constitution. They now, infringe on your right. You can't speak freely under any military dictatorship, and that's why it's condemnable. Now that these people are now doing it, that even the citizens are now clapping, singing, and dancing. That means that there is something that we are not doing right.
But is it just about the military coups? I mean, there are coups that are happening every day that are not military in nature. I mean, one of the papers talked about emperor governors, ad hoc administrators, collapse, grassroots governance in 238 local government areas. That points to the fact that it's not just about the military. It's also about those who have been elected. Are they governing as they should? What do you think about that?
There are two factors. What's the reaction of the people to the emperor governor? You see, we must disaggregate all of this. Right. If you announce a coup in the US today, anybody after listening will laugh. Well, allow that guy into the station. Come on, let's continue the game we are playing. And probably they walk in here, 5 of them, or 16 of them, and just 4 of us, and they say, hey, we've taken over. If we're Americans, we get out of isn't it? Yeah. Right of consciousness. Until the concept of the state as impregnable becomes public consciousness in the name of the rule of law, everybody who is given a position will think he has become something other than the state. That's right. That's why somebody who you bought a gun for, bought a uniform for, will tell you he has taken over. It's like nurses walking out of the hospital with syringes. Look, we're going to take over the country. Or street sweepers carrying their broom. The level of national political citizenship consciousness has not gotten to the point where ownership of the government resides in the people rather than the people in office. Imagine that you announce that you've taken over as the Oni of Ife, or as the Obi of Onitsha, or as the Sultan of Sokoto. The initial conclusion will be that a madman is talking. Yeah. If it turns out he's being serious, people will chase him away. So now you have in the states, the governor, National Assembly, State Assembly members elected to represent the people, traditional rulers, Council of Traditional Rulers, local government chairmen, elders, stakeholders. And the governor takes a unilateral action and nothing happens. It speaks to not the arbitrariness of the governor only, but the level of political consciousness. That the ownership of the state is outsourced to an individual who is elected to serve. That's where the crisis is.
What does that then say? Because, I mean, the traditional institutions, which you've spoken about, it appears as though we take that closer to heart than the democratic process, because there will be 2 different kind of reactions if certain things were to happen in those 2 areas.
I agree, but the more important thing I believe one should focus on is the fact that the concept of inviolability of that tool has become part of the environment ecosystem. Now, you don't have that in most states. And that's the important thing. I rig an election, I become president, I become governor. Those I paid to rig elections are there with me. And so there's no ownership. Those who voted were either given money or paid to carry ballot boxes. So this is a renegade engagement of, if you like, criminals. So, and I've had to make the point in the past that the Nigerian state has progressively, without intending it, assumed the profile of a criminal enterprise. When you talk about land ownership, those who own the choicest properties, how people get into office, and then in a couple of months they are billionaires, you see that happens without question. And that suggests the point I'm making.
Okay, Mr. Bani, that matter of where the lawyers come into play here, we started this conversation talking about the cause of coups, poverty, and bad governance.
That's right.
Now, the lawyers who know the law and who are supposed to defend and ensure that the law is interpreted and executed as it ought to be, sometimes themselves are like those who live in glass house and they are throwing stones. The NBA conference just ended, and the AGM turns out that even amongst the lawyers, they are fighting themselves. Coups are taking place amongst the lawyers themselves. And so how would they be in the fact that in a situation where their own house is not even together? They're not holding themselves accountable. They're not governing as they should, being exemplary. How would they be able to hold government accountable?
Yeah, well, the NBA is a small unit, of what the society represent. And I agree that those who live in glass houses should not throw stone. We have told you we're a very big pressure group in African continent. We should be able to look at governance generally, and if there is a misgovernance anywhere, we should be able to tell the government in power, you're not doing well. We're a pressure group, no doubt. And for us to play that role very effectively, then our house must be in order. I agree with you. In terms of even our electoral process, recruitment process, we must also be seen to be very fair and credible, so that if there is any flawed election at the national level, we come up and say, no, we come and see what we're doing in NBA. So I agree with you totally. But you see, a pressure group is different from individual lawyers. And that's why we're saying, look, most of us should not even sit as an armchair critic. We should also throw our hat into the rings and begin to participate in the process. If you want things to be changed, you cannot be at the background and most times, be criticizing. Can you go and see what you can do in order to change the situation of things? One of us, Olumide Akwata, has already indicated interest now to run for governorship in Edo State, and we all wish him well. He did well as an NBA president. Well, he was there. There were things he did that we consider very, highly rated. And we believe that if given the opportunity by the electorate in Edo State, that would be, a very significant change in terms of the narrative of that particular state. While Akpabio, also a lawyer, was the governor, you and I know. If there is any governor that almost some governors are trying to imitate today in terms of building infrastructures and all that, Akpabio was a lawyer and he did well. So many other lawyers also have done well while the elsewhere. So we, as a pressure group, we have issue. But individuals, we have actually shown some level of standing performances while in government.
I asked that question to come to the 8-point agenda of the president and what the lawyers, we do know lawyers of blessed memory, what's his name now? That could go out and go to court for the people.
Beautiful. That is a good.
Take the Constitution.
May God bless you.
Fire me.
Yes. No.
I mean, that's the last one that many of us remember.
God
that could
bless you.
take the Constitution and say, hello, Mr. Federal Government, or Madam Federal Government, as the case may be, or Madam State Government, you have messed up. You've breached the Constitution. This is what the Constitution says is the right of the people.
I agree.
And you're not following it to govern. See the 8-point agenda.
Yes.
Food security.
Yeah.
Ending poverty, economic growth and job creation, access to capital, improving security. The welfare of the people is the primary responsibility of government. Now, who would hold the government accountable on behalf of the people?
Beautiful. The issue of those agenda, you've outlined. If you look at it, most of them fall within the socioeconomic rights that is provided for even under the 1999 Constitution, Chapter 2 of that Constitution. But the same Chapter 2 that provided for those socioeconomic rights, that makes the human right, to be something that is worth the while, now says it's not justiciable. We've debated it. We've seen what Indian courts have done with regards to that. But Nigerian courts are still sticking to it is not justiciable. You don't have a right to come to court. I raised an issue also as the former chairman of SPIDEL on the issue of local standard. Our judges, especially of the Federal High Court, are not helping, the issue of public interest litigation in Nigeria. You come to court, instead of looking at the message, they are looking at the messenger. They say, what is your status? That you have no local standard. Even when the Supreme Court of Nigeria have departed from the rigid position in Ibrahim Adesanya's case and say, any individual, any lawyer, any taxpayer can come to court and insist on good governance, on respect of rule of law, on public interest cases. But those justices at the court of, Federal High Court, sometimes they delay a matter so that the matter does not become a live issue. They ask you, Mr. Obani, you can withdraw. You can see that this matter is no longer a live issue. Or they now rule that you have no local standard to have initiated the action. Because they start examining you, what is your local? Instead of what you have brought you to court, you are seeking for relief. That there is a misgovernance here, there is lack of rule of law here, there is issue of infringement of fundamental right. They now look at you, that you have no right whatsoever. What have you suffered over and above every other citizen? So that is an issue. We must convey a conference, a national conference on this issue of local standard. I'm a public interest lawyer. I mean, public interest, and I'm very interested in making sure that we hold government accountable. With all this agenda that the current president has listed, we should be able to go to court and say, you made this promise to the people. You are not keeping to it. You are not respecting rule of law. Bawa is still in detention. MFL is still in detention. Meanwhile, part of your rule of law is your agenda. So
I thought there's a new charge against former CBN governor.
yes, but for the fact that there was an order of court that has not been complied with, and we have a new AG now, and I know he's a very good gentleman, he will be able to advise the government. There was a court order that said that this man should have been released. That same day, they waited for him and took him back when the court made an order that he should be. So I'm saying, if you are saying that this is your agenda, start by showing this. And I believe that this government will, with the new AG that is in power now.
Well, Prof, I mean, yes, they've lifted this agenda, 8 points. I mean, former President Jonathan had his 7 points, Adwa had, I think, 7 points as well, and they all had these points. Yes, the ministers are on board now to ensure that all of this trickle down, they make things happen. Plus, we also have the governors who have received loan and grants, 5 billion, expected to ensure that the people don't feel, at least reduce the economic crunch. But maybe you should tell us now, from what you've seen, what kind of impact do you see all of this having on the economy?
One would have expected this 8-point agenda to come up much earlier. This government has been. Imagine the effect this would have had on Nigerians if at inauguration, alongside with the president's statement about subsidy, he went on to say, I am coming in as president with an 8-point agenda, and then he enumerates them. There will be excitement in the polity, etc. So it's coming a little later than it should, but it's good that it has come. The other point to make is that it's also following the pattern. It has become the norm for more than 20 years now, where governments, national governments, no longer speak of national development plans, but of regime agenda. When you speak of a comprehensive national development plan, even the tiring of roads will not depend on whether I like Obani or not, but on the fact that if the next, say, 15 years we tire X number of roads because of their economic value, we integrate so you're talking about national development, but before the expiration, you review and you go on. But here, governments don't even review budget performance. So that's it. So what you have in place of national development plans are, what you call activity plans for problem solving. That is it. On that basis, you look at those 8 points. Oh, where my body is itching, okay, I'll give you something to rub on it. Whereas I need a comprehensive health check. Now, looking at the 8 points, there is nothing like poverty. What's the word now?
As ending poverty.
You can't. Yeah, there are countries where you can speak of having ended poverty in that most people can deal with their basic needs. But I think they're speaking of poverty management and progressive eradication. So moving on, moving on to look at all of them, the agenda has come out. The thing is to make sure it delivers results. Food security is tied to national security. Part of the crisis of feeding today is that farmers have been out of business for more than 6 years because of banditry. Demand is higher than supply. Most places in the Northeast are used to supply certain kinds of food. Re-desertification has taken place. The middle belt, the farmers are chased out by herders. So all of that crisis together. So having brought out the agenda, a few things should happen. Number one, the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Environment, and Minister of Water Resources should work together. So that if you want food and you're building dams, Ministry of Water Resources and Environment need to work with you for you to realize that when you build a dam, the volume of water going downstream will drop by more than 50%. The farmers and fishermen there will go out of job. So there has to be a comprehensive approach to all of that. And when you speak of rule of law, let them start, like he said, by establishing precedents. What this has done, whereas it's good that it has come out, it has also given the impression that the government wasn't really preparing. This election took place in February. It was in May. And whether you like Tinubu or not, people around him are known for strategic engagement. Seriously. So one had thought that on being sworn in, with that announcement about that a lot of other things will roll out. And it takes us back to the observations of some people, maybe extreme, like Obaseki, about whether they were. Look at the subsidy, for instance. We could see there was really no program of alleviation when he came on. Then you look today, I think they say they are sharing, the money they are sharing is 23% less than distant. Now, subsidy has been removed for 2.5 months.
Yeah. We're saving a lot
Where
more
is
money.
the money? That's the question. Nobody. The first time they said they got 400 billion.
I think they said some are also being saved in excess crude accounts.
It's public communication and credibility by talking to people. That's it. Imagine you're Nigerians, you now get a press release. We've saved in the last, because if you say you saved 400 billion in 4 weeks, that means in the next 4 weeks, you've saved another 400. Let's believe you. But we'll also remind you that the record of government expenditure on subsidy was more than 400 billion for 4 weeks. So, but that communication is not happening. Where is the money going? Just make it public and yourself credibility. This is what we've said. This is what part of it has been used for. This is where the rest of it is. It will make sense.
Ayo Buki.
Thank you, Chamberlain. Mr. Obani, I'd just like to follow up on Nyota's question about, the rule of law component in the 8-point agenda of Mr. President, the current administration. Even though you express optimism that the judiciary is a pressure group and would, make government accountable, it appears there's little hope in that regard when you consider, how most big names, the senior advocates of Nigeria, are the ones in the defense of politicians on curious cases of technicalities in the law courts. And then there is that, optimism yet again that the new Attorney General and Minister of Justice is a square peg in a square hole. But unless we've missed it, he has said little or nothing on the criticism about, the lack of compliance with due process in the case of the suspended CBN boss and the helmsman, suspended EFCC boss. Where's the hope that the judiciary, the NBA in this case, would indeed be the hope of the upholding of the rule of law of this administration?
Well, the issue of rule of law has always been our principal thing that we believe. We believe so much in ensuring that at any point in time, the rule of law should be upheld by any government that is in power. It's barely up to 2 weeks before, after this man, the new Attorney General has been appointed, and he's settling down. He was at a conference, and he made promises like, look, we should help him to succeed by advising where necessary and also giving him all the support that he needs in order to make a success out of his position that he has just been appointed. I want to be optimistic that the issue of rule of law with this new man at the helm of affairs in the Ministry of Justice will be a different ballgame entirely. There is nothing wrong in being optimistic. Now, for the issue of NBA as a body, we must insist that things be done properly. We must insist that we must have an independent and autonomous judiciary that will be bold enough at every point in time to dispense justice to every man, every woman, irrespective of tribe, ethnicity, or status. We insist on it. It's a minimum requirement. If you are appointed a judge, you are expected to dispense justice. You don't look at somebody's pocket. You don't look at somebody's where he comes from. We insist on it. It has happened in some of African countries. They were now becoming like a model. We must model our judiciary like what has been happening in even the Rwanda that our governors are now going for training. And then the issue of even Kenya. And then Singapore. What did Singapore do? Or what did they do? What happened when they came into power and discovered that the judiciary had an issue of backlog of cases? The president then employed lawyers who were in practice and said, look, come and let us decongest the courts. Now, if you are interested in remaining in the bench after the entire process, you can remain. But if not, you can go back to your practice. And before you know it, Singapore, started on that note. And today, Singapore is one of the countries most countries going to go and learn how to probably deal with quicker dispensation of justice. We have so many issues really bedeviling our judiciary. As I speak to you, a case you have can last up to 20 years. 20 years to, and I had expected that with the former vice president of the country being a professor of law, with somebody like a former governor of Lagos State in that particular government, and many lawyers, attorney general and all that were there in the last dispensation, that would have been something that would have been done with our judiciary in terms of justice delivery, timely justice delivery. We are still having issue that it takes average of 20 years for you to resolve issues that you have before the court. And it makes people to lose confidence. It's an issue we have to address. NBA has to address it. The judiciary has to address, the government has to address it. And luckily for us now, we have a Senate president who is a lawyer. Bamidele Okoyemi, who is the majority, who is a leader in the House, is also a lawyer. I believe that this new government will have to do enough in order to really address this issue of justice delivery. It's an issue. You go to court, you waste all the time, all the years, and you don't get justice because of issue of not funding the judiciary, having enough personnel to deal with issues, and so many other issues. And even the Supreme Court, somebody has suggested, and it's pending before the National Assembly or before now, why can't we have regional Supreme Court? Not all cases from the state should end at the Supreme Court of Nigeria. They can end at the regional Supreme Court. We can have Southwest Supreme Court, Southeast Supreme Court, and even North Supreme Court. So there are cases from the state that should end there. Not all the cases must come to Supreme Court, only constitutional cases and some cases that has been enacted in law. But as I speak to you today, even customary matters go as far as going to Supreme Court. And today, you cannot get a date until 2026 or 27 in the Supreme Court of Nigeria. And meanwhile, you want those issues to be resolved at the judiciary, and you are not getting that particular justice delivery. So I think that now that we have a new government that say rule of law, they must look at this issue holistically, issue of looking at the Supreme Court of Nigeria, looking at the various high courts, looking at the various federal high courts, and see what we can do to ensure quicker justice dispensation. It's very critical so that we don't lose confidence and begin to take laws into our hands. That's
Mr. Obani,
my take concerning
Mr. Obani,
yes.
Beyond the administrative, aspect of, the legal work, there's also the concern about lawyers being involved in politics. And you've rightly noted, that one of your past NBA presidents is making a foray into politics. And there's also that concern that past NBA presidents have been less and less critical about government, particularly in recent times. But let's leave that part of the conversation. Let me come to you, Professor Okechukwu. One of the other components of the 8-point agenda of the administration is improving security. And we have with us now former governors being Minister of Defense and Ministers of State of Defense. It's come to our notice that the budget allocated to the military has more of the allocation going to infrastructure development rather than welfare and remuneration of the men of the force. Do you see these men, these ministers, weighing in, to commence any significant reforms that will see, a transparent process in the budgeting of the military?
Yes, I do, but I'll take a slightly wider view. If they are ministers and their concern is to expand budget, they should be fired. Former governors are supposed to be chief security officers of their states, but the police commissioner is not under their command. So this is their chance to rethink the national security architecture from the angle of integration, inclusivity, and efficiency. And should also ensure that governors, when they hold security meetings, mandatorily involve the prison services or correctional services. Because you see, nations develop with data. It is from the prisons that you find what percentage of people are in prison because of armed robbery, because of clashes and the rest of it, and it enables you profile criminality, the level of convictions from the different places. Well, coming back to the question of the military, these are the things I believe, rightly or wrongly, that they should focus on. Number one, The Nigerian military is comprehensively overstretched because of the crisis, such that you see soldiers in the streets and at checkpoints doing what should be police work. And you ask yourself, how many soldiers, how many army personnel do we have in the country to warrant even one of them performing in the civilian arena? So that's a major crisis to be addressed at several levels, at the level of recruitment, at the level of personnel management, at the level of weapon efficiency and weapon variety. That's one. Two, you come to the matter of the crisis of terrorism, banditry, among other things. As ministers of defense, they must ask themselves, how is it that criminals could be embedded in a community and the traditional ruler does not know? Security must devolve and drill down to the fact that you know who is living with you. Remember the reported case some years back, I hope it's factually correct, of when some public facilities were vandalized, I think street lights, solar lamps and all the rest of it in Kaduna State. And the report I recall was that when El-Rufai assured the traditional rulers in the area that they will lose their stools, if these things were not recovered, that it all came back. I hope that report is correct. But apart from that instance, there have been several other cases, at least one of them in which I was involved in, and where I say, listen, this area is not no man's land. If the people here cannot find out who and who did what is going on, hold all of them liable, suspend the traditional ruler. The matter was resolved in 3 days. So coming back to the whole notion of national security, we spent a lot on procurement of equipment. As it reflected in the performance of the military, we bought, when we were about to procure Tucano helicopters, everybody said that once he comes, Boko Haram will become history. When we bought it, we put it on display at Eagle Square and came to cut the tape. I felt scandalized. You're about to go into a fight with me, and first of all, you put up a performance to show everybody the kind of trick you used to defeat me. And I'm watching also. That's another wretched political gesture that shouldn't exist. And I'm sure you recall the report about 2 months ago now, 3, because it wasn't done under this government, where we were told that the peace we have now on Kaduna Road, and there's no bombing, not much attack, was secured through a 3-month renewable agreement with bandits by the hierarchy of our military leadership. Don't you feel scandalized as a Nigerian? It's in the papers, you can go and verify it. 3 months renewable agreement to stop hostilities with bandits. In other words, you met them and signed the agreement with them. What are you supposed to do to bandits other than take them out? Part of that report also thanked Nigerians who meant well, those who willingly, as well-wishers and supporters of peace, helped in contributing 2.5 billion naira that went into this. What does the military exist to do? This is official communication. Oh, we've secured it by signing. What happened to Katsina State? Masari signed agreements with bandits and the same trouble. Anyway, so that's the point about it. They should have a more holistic, comprehensive approach to national security rather than just focus on budget. The element of budget is an incidental issue and all of that, but they must take it seriously.
You know, these things that you have outlined only brings to mind for me the role or a lack thereof of local government authorities. And that conversation around local government autonomy is still, if you ask me. Having had a stint with local government authorities, I know that they have their own security meetings. They have, as you mentioned, they have traditional rulers, they have religious leaders, they have CDAs, community development associations, that meet at these meetings and ensure that things don't go awry. I also recall that in my own hometown, and perhaps a number of other communities, there is right there in the middle of the town, remember the son of whom you are. Get into a community, it is strange, you are strange, you don't look like anyone around, people are asking questions. But today it doesn't seem to be what is in existence. Otherwise, I don't know if we'll be having the same kind of insecurity that we are having, particularly at the local communities now, especially because our security agents tell us, security consultants tell us, all insecurity is local. So in terms of local government autonomy, where would you say we are? Do you think we mean it or as Chamberlain cited the other time, were just tongue-in-cheek about local government autonomy or local government authorities doing the needful?
Well, my initial take is to say that there's no such thing as local government before you talk about its autonomy, or what did you call it again? So there is no such thing, because local government means there's government existing at that level with full spread out activities being carried out and with clear indications of what is achieving every week, every month, every quarter, and every year. What you have are clerical assistants to most governors who occupy the office of local government chairman but have little or no access to their actual budget. In some reported cases, I am not in a position to confirm, but I know somebody who had been in that position claimed that they got some kind of a regular monthly, I won't use the word allowance, sum that is totally at variance with the budget for the area, and that everybody keeps quiet. Otherwise, the thing is to ship out. So here we are. Governors have security votes, and I'll tell you how a former governor deployed his security votes. When he was sworn in, first of all, he slashed it dramatically, then walked out the 177 local government, town, what do you call them now? The communities in his state, and that's where he shared out the money. He got them patrol vehicles, and he told them this thing you just said. If a stranger walks into your community and you don't know, you are not there. If crime happens here and you say you don't know how it happened, all of you are conspirators. You know yourselves. I am the governor. I can't come here to secure you. I'm not from your village. You're from your village. And so he did that, got them patrol vehicles, made these allowances available to them on a monthly basis. That's how he secured the state, and that's how the authority. That was P2B in Anambra State. It happens in the state capital. Very important people will come. Most of them will sleep through the session. Total number of people present, probably 500. Their contact with local communities close to zero. And you say, yes, we've held a summit on security in the state. The real Nigerians are not people like you and me. They are in the villages. They don't wear suits. They are not on TV. Go to where they are. Local government chairmen do not exist to drive big cars. They exist to become the cement holding the communities under them together.
But the question that will also
in summary
arise,
and in response to your question, or to sum the response, the point is this. Local government chairmen need to be seen to be doing something as autonomous and independent and effective components of public governance.
Okay. Well, there are those who will also speak to the legality or otherwise of local government autonomy, or as you said, local government existence in the first place. So, Dr. Bani, speak to that, because this conversation around local governments being autonomous, local government being a tier of government altogether is not even existent in the first place. There are those who are wondering, look, as Prof said, local governments are just administrative units. But I was part of the Third Republic, and I saw how actively the local governments were trying to ensure good governance in their areas. I could almost not even hear the name of the governor at the time. The local governments were very active. Particularly, I recall Mushin local government, Apapa local government, and Lagos Island local government. They even had their own businesses spread all over the city. So, do we have a constitutionally guaranteed local government system or not?
That's a very beautiful question. There is a court case that I have in Abuja against all the state governors that refuse to conduct election into local government administration. And immediately I filed a suit. Most of them rushed and held what you call an election. There was no real election. It's like appointing caretaker committee chairman that they were doing prior to that court case. What is going on today, Ayo, is something that we should make Nigerians to gather in a national stadium and begin to mourn and cry, over the evil that has actually fallen over the land. The issue of joint state account that the Constitution of 1999 made a mistake in putting into the Constitution, but it was for a good reason. That money comes from the federal allocation into that state account. Then the state also bring their own counterpart and put into that particular account, and then local government administrators are allowed to administer the local government in accordance with the Constitution because they have a role that the Constitution itself has assigned. But from 1999 till date, well, 1999, there was some semblance of local government administration that was allowed, because I remember that there was a local government chairman called K.C. Obaja in my own local government, Ikuano. I remember that the transformers were giving water, borehole. We are giving in local government villages in my local government under Ojus Okano's administration. But after some time, the second tenure of Ojus Okano, they started now to tamper with the money that was coming to local government. They will ask them, maybe they have 50 million. They ask them to sign that they have received that 50 million. After signing, they just give them 5 million. 45, so that these guys knew that this is a honey pie.
Okay.
And they have sat on it for many years up to now, including all the states. There's no state that is exculpated. All of them are guilty. All of them.
Let's wind down with this, and if you make it brief, it will be appreciated. The governors have just come back from their retreats in Kigali. Shouldn't we expect at least a better manifestation or an improved manifestation of democratic ethos from the governors? Prof, let me start with you.
Let's not kid ourselves. That's all I will say to that question. Because, see, no matter how much you feed a cat, it will not become a lion. It's a cat. The earthworm crawls. The anaconda and python crawls. But the earthworm is not a species of anaconda. It's an earthworm. So when you're not primed for leadership and you go to Kigali and receive lectures, part of the time, in fact, most of the time, you're either lounging or you're doing shopping, you have your Easter code, because you made a trip and came back. Number one, there's no proof anything is. Number two, assuming it's really for training on leadership, the question is, should they have gone? Don't we have in the country enough institutions to deal with that, for which even foreigners come? So let's not this. They could have gone to NIPS for that. They could have come to the Nigerian Army Resource Center for that. There are several institutions. So without questioning the fact that there's value in the trip, if anybody is expecting dramatic performance as outcome of that trip, the person must ask himself, the individuals involved, look at the number of trainings they've had since they've been in public office and measure their performance after such trainings against their overall performance in office.
And nobody's against training. But when you waste our scarce resources in going to a country that you are better than that country, it is something, again, we should...
Are we better than?
We are better than Rwanda, for God's sake, in terms of indicators, economic indicators, but, we are better than... There are beautiful places, there are even beautiful institutions that can train our nation. Now, leadership. If by now we don't know what we need as a nation before you become a governor, then you should go and cry.
All right, gentlemen, we thank you for coming on. Dr. Mando Bani, former chairman, section on public interest and development at SPDL for the MBA, and Professor Oke Ikechukwu, executive director, Development Specs Academy. Thank you both for coming on this morning. We are back in a moment. Stay on with us. Welcome back to Sunrise Daily. We're joined now by His Excellency, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, Governor of Anambra State. Good morning, Prof, and thank you for joining us on the program today.
Good morning. Good morning to you. Whom am I speaking with? Is that not Shehu? Certainly, that's not the voice.
No, this is Chamberlain here. There's Nota here. There's Ayo in Lagos, Booking in Lagos as well. So we're all here and ready to roll.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Prof. I know that your ears are full. I mean, we've been also inundated about this trip of governors to Rwanda. Some say, well, there's Esther code of support staff of $3,000 each. There's Esther code for governors of $10,000, and it keeps going on. So perhaps start by telling us, I mean, what informs this trip to Rwanda for the governors?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And let me also start by acknowledging and thanking the UNDP UNDP, and the Secretariat of Nigerian Governance Forum for making this happen. They, after a cohort of new governors come into office, they usually organize retreats for them, just trying to bring everybody, to sing from the same hymn book and thinking that we all have one country, one economy to govern, and a collective responsibility to move Nigeria forward. We've had that retreat at the beginning, but I think they thought it was also important as we grapple with some of the issues that are also cross-border and thinking about Pan-Africanist approach to matters, that it was important that we also have this kind of retreat in another African country that has some of the nuggets of the issues that we are dealing with. A country, a small country relative to Nigeria, but in terms of geographic size and the economy, but which has been able to pull itself up from total ruins 29 years ago, genocide, everything destroyed, pull itself up to a point now it's considered about the cleanest city in the world, and almost a city with zero crime, clean, green, plant, and the world has come to notice and being cited everywhere all over the world. Proud that that is an African country, an African success story, a Black African country. And we thought that it was also as part of this whole African, the Renaissance Africa, thinking about one region, one people, that we need to have this peer learning experience. So let me be clear. Within the Governance Forum, we have peer review mechanisms. We learn from each other. Within the various states, we have our retreats. I've had mine with my EXCO, the members of my executive. I just finished one about 2 weeks ago where we have, I learned, this is the first, I don't know where else it has happened, the entire executive branch and the entire legislative branch locked into a room for 2 days, trying to forge a common front as one people moving on. But then a time comes also when, like I said, this is Africa. Some of us who are Pan-Africanists, who are still dreaming about the United States of Africa, believe that we need to learn one way or the other from each other. And let me also tell you, my dear brothers, as a Nigerian, Nigeria cannot afford to be provincial in thought and outlook and expect to lead Africa or lead the world. You need to open the doors. Even when we were little kids, in the neighborhood, in the villages, you do often hear parents admonish their children, go to that your neighbor, see that younger one, the child that is 10 years older than you, see what he's doing. Yeah, that is all part of it. I'm a professor, but I'm a lifetime student. Leaders must continuously learn. You learn from the up, you learn from below, you learn from the sides. Even the smallest, the most people you consider irrelevant and so on and so forth, you need to learn. So the first thing is to state that I thank UNDP for facilitating this. All expenses paid. Nobody gave anybody any penny. Do I say unfortunately? I wish there was something to give to us and so on. But we're eternally very grateful as part of his agenda to bring Africa together, to think Africa, solve our problems, and if we can improve the leadership, then the mission of UNDP gets accomplished much easier, and which is to deliver development to the poorest of the poor people. And the lessons we learned there, the aha moments for these governors that we had was quite very, very beneficial. It wasn't for any pecuniary benefit, and I'm pretty sure many of my colleagues who had that experience felt that everybody went away with nuggets of, aha, this is something, felt quite challenged, if you like. Maybe that is the word. Felt challenged to want to do something fundamentally differently, because in many ways, Many of our states are comparable, whether in terms of size. Some of our states are even far bigger, many times bigger than Rwanda. Many of our states in terms of economic size, far bigger than Rwanda. But guess what? This country is on the world map, and it's our brother there. And so this is, in my view, this is part of the Pan-Africanist agenda, and that we need to stand by each other, learn from each other. Of course, it's not to learn everything. I mean, pick everything. You pick the ones that work and discount the ones that wouldn't. So,
okay,
absolutely, yes.
Yes, Prof. So, I mean, quite a number of people we've spoken to say nothing wrong in training and learning from our African brothers. Fantastic. But they just thought that considering that the times that we are in and the impression that they have of this, they ask, is it that if we had that training in this country and the facilitators come to this country, probably with NIPS and several other agencies pulling together, will the governors not have had the same aha moment?
My brother, we have a proverb in my place, and I will say it in Igbo, and I will tell you that in English, for you, maybe you need a translator. I said, no, onye njem, aka onye isi awọ, ama ihe. Translated literally, the one who travels around ends up being wiser than the gray-haired man sitting in one place. There is never a right moment. And every moment is the right moment to learn, to be able to get around and visit the cleanest, smallest, short city in Africa, a country that has been able today, in many parts of this country today, the issues about ethnic, interethnic, and interreligious tensions. We've just come through an electioneering period, and with all the religious and ethnic tensions still to heal, in some places in this country, you might, and you have a country that has been able to go through all of this, went through a genocide, that you had 1 million people killed in 100 days, and visiting that genocide memorial, where some of us had occasions to shed tears, and to be able to reflect back in our own country, what could be? What if we allow ourselves to get to this point? This is what people actually went through. Or going through to see the Kigali Innovation City, and people begin to compare that to what they are doing and how they could do better. And then the networks of some other people that you can see, they say, is believing. And such moments that you can go to anywhere and get in a classroom, get people to come and give you a lecture. But that moment when you step out and you walk the streets and see how squeaky clean they are, green, and see the conscientious effort of the people trying to get things done. And that moment when we had a talk, when a 27-year-old lady who was the tour guide in the bus was asked by one of our colleagues, so which one is your tribe? And she retorted and said, in Rwanda, we don't talk about tribes. I am a Rwandan. There's no Tutsi, there's no Hutu. We are all Rwandans. This is not what you get, somebody coming to give you a lecture, 20 hours, 200. And I think for a lot of our colleagues, those moments where we visited several other things, which you are trying to do yourself, or you have done, or even done better, but seeing what others have done. I go back to that proverb. You see, when you travel, when you meet others, compare experience, good or big or small, relevant or irrelevant. The reason we keep learning, and like I said, I keep reading every day, trying to learn one thing or the other. I don't think I know up to 1% of what I think I need to know. So for me, it was quite an ennobling moment and a moment to appreciate ourselves as Africans. A country, small country of that nature, they now have a visa on arrival for our fellow African countries, and so on and so on.
Yes, so, if I may interrupt you here, I was going to ask you a question, as in, can just one trip, indeed, travel is education. And I was going to ask you, can one trip make that difference? But I chose to take it from this side. So you've gone in there, you've seen the things you've seen, and as you said, some of you actually shared some shares. So let me ask you, what 3 decisions from what you saw there did you make, and what difference would that make in what you're doing in Anambra State?
Very, very many. In fact, let me tell you, if I could afford it, unfortunately, we can't. If I could afford it, part of the things we had declared in Anambra is to have a clean, green, and sustainable Anambra. We've declared that as an agenda of this government, to be one of, some of the, if not the cleanest states in Nigeria, but even among in the world. And we are dealing with that head on, cleaning and clearing the places. If I had resources, to be honest with you, in addition to what we are doing, the plan that we're doing, I would have been able to send even my team on environment, managing the environment. For example, Anambra's existential threat is the environment. I said that in my manifesto, and we know that. We have the second smallest landmass after Lagos. But unlike Lagos, Lagos is reclaiming land via the Atlantic, reclaiming some land. We are losing land through gully erosion. We are the gully erosion capital of the world, and then flooding that encumbers even much of what we have. And so environment is key, but this is a small country, small landmass that has been able, hills all over, 1,000 hills all over, that has been able to manage to choreograph its environment consistent with this topography. Beautiful. And if I had a chance, for example, I'm just using this particular one that is so very important to my state, almost an existential threat, I would have loved to send a few of my key persons managing our environment, dealing with the issue about clean and green, sustainable Anambra initiative, to go there and spend a few days, interacting with officials who are making this happen. How come that you don't find even a drop of what we call pure water sachets anywhere? And everywhere looks as if it's cleaned every minute. I'd like them to,
Your Excellency, interesting that what you had already set out in your agenda as a governor is what you went to see on the other side in Rwanda, and you want to follow up on that if you had the resources. But let's step back a bit and look at how Rwanda, the Rwandan government, use the resources they have, the human resources they have, and the physical resources they have to change their environment and even mindsets. I mean, you talked about asking someone, what's your tribe? And she says, in Rwanda, we don't talk tribe. We are Rwandans. And that's one of the issues we had here, which you mentioned, coming from the elections, the issue of ethno-religious differences and the fault lines in Nigeria. But in Anambra State, Anambra is rich in natural gas, crude, some say crude oil, bauxite, ceramic, and has an almost 100% arable land. May not be much, but almost 100% arable land Anambra State has. So if you have this amount of resources in Anambra State, mindset is another thing. You can't move the whole state to, or your aides, all of them, as you say, you can't afford it, to Rwanda to go and study. But there are institutions here or practical things that can be done. Would you and your governor colleagues seek to use how would you use the resources you have now to manage yourself so that issues of cutting cost of governance are taken out of the way and governance is brought to the people so that, like that 27-year-old, they can turn and say, I am an Anambrarian or I am a Nigerian and I'm not looking to go anywhere?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a long question, short question with a long answer. You have actually encapsulated the entire problems of Nigeria in that question and want us to deal with that in seconds. But let me say 1, 2, 3 things. The first is that Well, the examples you gave in terms of natural resource endowments, that's part of dysfunctional federalism, where you have those natural resources here. We have gas, we have bits of oil, and bits of some solid minerals. But guess what? The governor of Anambra, under our constitution, has nothing to do with them. They belong to the exclusive list, and that is the federal government, and so on. These are still what we need to do. I mean, just a footnote to that to remind you that natural resources and mineral resources are in the exclusive legislative list. And we're trying to, that's part of the national conversations that we need to have to think through and get back to what you might call the concept of competitive federalism, or a federalism that works, where those resources are translated to meaningful development for the people. Now, getting back in terms of managing our human resources. Of course, there in Rwanda, they also benefited from global best practices, as it were. They talked to the world. They didn't lock up their doors and said, no, we are Rwandans. Nobody, no idea. We wouldn't listen to anybody. You wouldn't even know. Nobody tells you where they picked some ideas from, or who were the ones that actually advised on some other things, and so on and so forth. It's when you get it right, and people come to learn what you've done. In Anambra here, we've got a formidable team that is every day. We're benchmarking to our peers here in Nigeria. We're benchmarking to the world and benchmarking to Africa. The important thing is to deliver dividends to our people. Cost of governance, it dawned on us. I've spoken about this before, various fora, and even us as governors, we talk to ourselves about it, about, this cost of governance, to realize that this country is a very poor country. On per capita terms, we're very, very poor. If I take the entire budget of Anambra State, even the realizable revenue, not even just the entire budget, and share it to the entire population of about 8.5 million people, no single person will get more than 20,000 naira per year. And so it tells you how poor we are. And therefore, the need to manage in a very, very austere manner. I gave an illustration just of that. Here I drive in Austin and we try to, see my aquete here, local made, the shoes I wear, made here in Anambra, and so on and so forth. And here we are. I gave the example of us, when I came here, I met a situation where it was costing about 137 million naira to clean offices, facility management, a month, 137 million a month. But we cut it, and now it costs us 11 million naira to do the same job. And we're doing that all over the place. Everybody's asking me here, how are you getting the money to do all the things you are doing? Total budget, realizable revenue, if you put it in dollar terms, it's simply $100 and something million. Too minuscule. Share it by to 8.5 million people. And you see few dollars per person. And we can't afford to waste one of it. And it's not something you learn, it's something I have known, and something we came into office doing. In fact, on my inaugural speech, I did promise my people that to spend 1 naira of Anambra's money, I have 2 questions. First is to ask myself, if this was my hard-earned money, will I spend it that way? And the second is, this money that the people driving keke napep or buses or in the markets contribute, is this the best way to use this money? And I can tell you those 2 questions continue to guide us every day in terms of resource management. Here, our motto is doing more with less. So we didn't have to go to lenders. We had that as well. But as you hear those things, you nod your head and say, at least it's a revalidation to you that you are on the right path. Better value for money and doing more with less. We're doing over 350 kilometers of road simultaneously. the local governments. And people are asking me, how are you funding this? And I said, well, we've had to squeeze everything else almost to near zero to be able to deliver. And one of our templates is to ask for every expenditure we make, we're asking, what is the impact? How many people will benefit from this? Is it a few versus many? And so on and so forth. We keep getting a template of how we decide. So we didn't go to, we had how they did theirs. And for me, and for several of my colleagues, it was revalidation of that we are on the right path. And that is where to go, as it were. But like I said, we can never express gratitude enough to UNDP and the Secretariat of Nigerian Governance Forum. I wish even other donor agencies, I do say to them, the donor community, that the best thing you can do for Nigeria is not necessarily in terms of how much money you give, but even with the framework and helping us even to maximize the value for money expending in terms of even our own little resources. Let us raise it. If we have 100 naira, let at least get the benefit of at least 98 naira or thereabout. If we do that, that will be equivalent to more than tripling our current expenditures in terms of impact to the people. So we got all those nuggets as what they did. But more importantly, for us, those aha moments. That's what you get when you do peer reviews. You travel to your neighbor's house. It's not that your house is not good enough, but you might see a little flower out there, how it is so well positioned. And you pick a thought and say, maybe I'm taking this home. I'm going to change the position of my own flower vase. This is what we do every day. Yesterday I was
my other colleagues have got questions for you. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chamberlain. Your Excellency, you referenced local government and infrastructure and all that infrastructure work that you're doing at the local government levels. A question that I asked earlier naturally comes to mind again. There are those who are still questioning whether or not we have local government as a full constitutionally guaranteed tier of government in the country. At the core of democracy is the rule of law. And so help us understand whether or not indeed there is a constitutionally guaranteed local government authority that you feel or do not deserve autonomy to be able to drill down dividends of democracy to their people, the way we had it in the Third Republic.
Well, again, you've asked again a short question with a long answer. And let me be clear on this. Guaranteeing what we have, the way the Constitution has designed it, is one thing. But whether what the Constitution designed is efficient or the best is another question. Okay? And I don't speak from what we're trying to do in Anambra here is to strengthen the local government systems to be able to deliver the dividends of democracy. In fact, relying increasingly and largely on the local government as a mechanism to drill down much of what we're doing, be it in the area of waste management, be it in the area of even our street lighting and its management, be it in the area of managing the environment and so on. We're cascading a whole lot of responsibility that used to be done from Oka here down to the local governments to take responsibility, as it were. And we will strengthen and continue to strengthen the hands of the local government. Even the designers of the Constitution also created all manner of things to ensure that the so-called autonomy is not absolute. There is no absolute autonomy anywhere. It's also like states thinking we are absolutely autonomous of the federal government. We need to coordinate. You have one economy, you have one state, and it's how you work cooperatively. But having said that, and that is what we are doing in Anambra, in terms, like I said, strengthening the institutions of local government. Local governments that were not before, you couldn't even enter them. now refurbish them, people are getting back to work, even biometrics to get people, workers are going to work once again, delivering services, and the local government supervising about 17,000 street lighting projects now going on simultaneously in all parts of the state. And like I said, I believe that we need to strengthen the local government. But let me answer one major thing, and that is about the status of local government. Quite frankly, you talked about the Third Republic or the Second Republic, but I go back to the First Republic, and you go back to other federations around the world. I don't know any other federation in the world where the federal structure, the constitution, creates the local authority, creates a third federating unit. The way it is enshrined in our constitution is as if you have 3 federating units: the federal government, the state government, and the local government. No, the issue of local government should be a matter for each of the federating units to decide what type of local government does it want. To impose this unitary common local government system all over the country and so on and so forth, I don't think, this is Soludo speaking now. Forget about being governor or whatever. And I have spoken about this way many years, written on the back page of this day about it. And in the Igbo agenda on the restructuring of Nigeria, we also stated that forcefully as the Igbo agenda on our own position, Southeast, on the restructuring of Nigeria, that the local government as is in the Constitution should be exercised. Each state, each federating unit should decide on the kind of local government structure that it wants. In my state, for example, we might decide that the local government structure that works, that delivers directly to the people, is the community government. We might decide that. Another state might decide otherwise, and so on and so forth. So you have 2 federating units, as in every federation all over the world, and then the federating units now decide on the local. The local structure that you find in California is probably not the same one in Maine or in Texas, as the case may be. So there are 3 issues you raised in one. First, should we strengthen local institutions as vehicles for delivering democracy dividends to the grassroots? Absolutely yes. Are we doing that? Absolutely yes. But there's a bit of the other one, which is the Constitution itself. And I want to say, with all due respect, that if we have to have that conversation, I've just reeled out to you the position of the Southeast with regards to the issue of the Constitution, the local government in our Constitution.
You know, Your Excellency, your position is bound to elicit another round of debate, and I wonder how sustained it will be. But let's manage our time, and I want to warn you, this is a 2-in-1. First of all, there are reports that suggest that the Rwanda retreat was sponsored only to the extent that the UNDP paid for conference costs, facilitators, and the venue, that the governors actually had to bear the cost of their hotel, their aids, and their transportation. Please confirm or debunk that. Also, the administration, the president said at the NBA conference that it's not sustainable to be servicing debt with 90% of revenue. Does anything in the administration with 48 ministers suggest that there is a commitment really, to balancing it out, by servicing debt, with capital and recurrent expenditure not suffering? Is there anything that suggests the commitment of this administration to that? Let's benefit from your experience as former CBN governor on that one.
Thank you very much. I think you are really prepared this morning. Well, I think, the first part of it is the easier one. and which is about the payments. Coincidentally, I happen to have been there, and I must admit, I happen to be one of those who suggested and felt that Kigali was a better place to do this. And I'm very glad that all our colleagues, everybody felt this was fantastic and this was a great choice of a venue to do that. Second is that coincidentally, I didn't spend a penny. I went with 1/8 of mine and we didn't spend a dime. Flights, I just walked into the airport to booked. They booked for me and my aide, and then we flew in there, stayed in the hotel, and checked out, and nobody asked me for to pay. I did not spend a dime because I didn't even have a chance to go anywhere else other than the structure because it was very intensive. 3 days, from first thing in the morning till night. It ended each night again with walking dinner, either with the government officials or with their private sector. And then the third night with the president, where we spent about 4 hours with the president himself and so on. So that wasn't even, I did not spend a dime, not 1 penny, except when we went to the genocide memorial. And they told us after all the tour, they told us, maintaining the memorial was strictly on charity. And if anybody felt like he needed to support it, there's a basket there, you could go and drop something there and so on. It's so nice. So if you felt like anything, if you have a loose change or whatever thing, you could go and drop in the basket. And I think some people felt, with the tears in their eyes, went to drop something there. Other than that, all expenses paid. So that's given with that. Now, with regards to the macroeconomics of this country, the macroeconomy, that's probably a subject for a whole program. And okay. I only need to say to you, and in empathy and commiserations for the economic team of the president. This government inherited, from a macroeconomic standpoint, I would say an economy the economy was like a dead horse, but standing in macroeconomic terms. And, modeling through this over the coming months will be bumpy, no question about it. But I am glad that at least the first salvos have been, shot by the president, by his courageous step to remove the obnoxious scam that has festered over the years called petrol subsidy, and then dealing with the exchange rate. You have to realize the legacies. This what you just narrated happened to be some of the legacies that the government met in terms of high debt service to revenue ratio, ways and means advances. Literally, the government, the past administration, printed over 22 trillion naira and poured into the system, backed by nothing. And so now you've got to grapple with that, the high inflation, the impact on the exchange rate, and all the disruptions. But I am willing to give the government a benefit of the doubt. They've just set up a team. I believe that the economic team will get cracking on this. And every Nigerian should then offer whatever support and advice that we can. This is our country. We have no other.
As a matter of fact, Prof, we will look forward to at least having a lot more of those conversations with you moving forward about the economy, because it needs all the confidence boost that it can get. So we'll see how we can work that out with you so that we can have at least a lot more time to talk about the economy and get suggestions and ideas from any and everywhere will always be important. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, Governor of Anambra State. Well, that is the show today. We do thank you all for your time. We'll see you again next week. Until that time, I am Chamberlain. So have a very good day.
Enjoy your weekend.
Yourself a blessed weekend. Thank you for watching. I am Bukola Koka.
And I'm Ayo Makinde. Welcome to September.
We eat, we travel abroad, we buy gold, we enjoy ourselves. No, that's not how they see work. For them, work is a platform. If you don't remember anything that I've said today, remember this. Work is a platform. Work is a platform. And you ask me, did a platform for what? It's very easy for me to say a platform to self-actualize. But that's not putting it properly. Let's go into workshop mode for a minute. A platform to, there's a gap there, fill it in with your dream. And I typically say something and people will laugh. If your real joy will come from Atilogu dancing, put it, work is a platform to actualize my Atilogu dancing. It doesn't matter how far-fetched that thing that drives you, that thing that gives you joy, fill in the gap. Have you filled in your gap? Some people are afraid to fill in that gap. Fill it in. Okay? And then let's move. What is this work is a platform? Just work is a platform when you remember or consider that your life is one line, maybe straight, bent, but it's one line. Beginning to the end being that your dream. And then the job is a certain point in time in that life. But you know, if your mentality is, this is the place that I just go and collect my money at the end of the month, and I go out and I take my babe and I carry my wife and my children, they go and do jumping somewhere. It's just very small-minded. Forgive me, but we're here to speak the truth. Do you know that work is the place where you first develop success habits? Discipline. Yvonne talked about reading. Very, very important. Punctuality. They don't come upon you by Holy Spirit on your bed. They just don't. Work is where we onboard skills, including our social skills, how we navigate society successfully. Work is where opportunities find us, and there are a plethora of stories where people in the course of their job came upon something, and that completely transformed their life. Work is the early stages of your network. Your net worth has nothing to do with the money in your bank account. Am I correct? It is your network. I don't know anywhere that offers you that kind of network. Regulators you meet, colleagues you meet, customers you meet, all sorts of people come and meet you at work. And somebody is saying that work is, what's that thing? Where you go and collect salary. Work is where we find mentors and sponsors. And let me just stop here and say something quickly. Because in recent times, I've heard this thing quite a bit. Mentor, sponsor, the twin words. Yeah, your mentors, they provide guidance, people who have walked the path that you want to walk. And every time you need help, you run to them. Correct. Sponsors, your advocate, they are in the room. They open doors for you. They speak up for you. Correct. Did anybody ever pause to tell you that you choose your mentors, but your sponsors choose you? Let's take it a notch higher. It doesn't matter how many times you say the man is your sponsor. He is not your sponsor till he says so. Stop playing. This sponsor matter. Let's go up again. The man is selfish. Because your sponsor sees you as an extension of his own brand. Nobody is going to adopt you if you will diminish him. If you like, be singing it left, right, and center. Those are the people that open doors for you. Abi? But even more importantly, is the fact that this person you call your sponsor, it presupposes that he was watching you. Those of you who are disengaged from work, he was watching you. And guess what? He may not even work in your organization. He may not work in your organization. He may be your regulator. He may be a customer. He can be anybody. And he has been watching you. There is an interview that happens before the interview. And you have been going through it, you didn't know. So the people who actually are able to anchor themselves in work are the ones who accrue these benefits. If you are disengaged, you can never accrue these benefits. It's just the simple truth. But let me say something quickly. There's something interesting about when you understand how work is a platform. Your energy just changes. I've been there, I'm telling you. Others, they spoke to me somehow. All those small things that touch your skin, because you realize that what you are in this for is much bigger than somebody talking to you anyhow. He was quoting scripture. Let me just quote small. Let it not be as if we are not inside church. So they suffered. They learned what? Obedience. By what? The things they suffered. There's one scripture I've been enjoying recently. God said he put, when the children of Israel reached promised land, he put some problem people for them so that the children who did not know war might know war. If the God that created you said you need to know war, you say no, it's soft life. Ain't going nowhere. You are taking my time, oh. Okay. But you know what? Let's even agree that some people are in this thing for salary. No problem. But it's salary that gives you the stability. And let me tell you about this man. David Solomon is CEO at Goldman Sachs, top investment banking firm in the world. What he really likes is music. Do you know he's an active practicing DJ? Google him. I'm not guessing. I follow him on Instagram. He has 2 Instagram pages, David Solomon and David Solomon Music. So they play. So what have we learned? That you work for yourself before you work for anybody else. It is in Didi & Co PLC that is the agency to wherever I'm working. You can't stop me. You cannot exit me. I will exit on my terms when I choose to exit, because I understand the value of work in my future. It's the truth. But then there is another lesson. If you are writing, call it lesson 2. I've discovered, and I think he consistently spoke to it. The last time it was a platform, he also did. Truth be told. And I was shocked when I found that Adam Smith said this so many years ago. Adam Smith is considered the father of modern day economics. He said it doesn't matter how selfish a man is. You know, we have acknowledged that. But there is something in him that interests him in the fortune of others, to render their own happiness, even though he derives nothing from it. I've worked with incredibly successful entrepreneurs. They are always disrupting other people's lives. They never talk about it. I mean, I'm coming to tell you now. So beyond your own dealing, you have to activate something else, which is giving. And there's always the science. If you have never read Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, go and read it. It will transform your life. Covey speaks of the circle of concern, but the circle of influence is where I want to focus. And my problem with the circle of influence really is what you can influence. You know, we are all influencers. It's not your blue tick, right? We are all influencers. But you know, more often than not, we define it so narrowly. Me, myself, and I, my gate man, and children. Let me give you an exciting charge. Work is a platform indeed. It is work that you find security, T-girl, messenger, colleagues, people from all walks of life. God has gifted them to you to change their story. I've worked in an organization where we had this T-girl, we call her by her acronym JJ. And this girl was smart. So the people in the branch forced her to go back to school, paying her first year fees. JJ is on course to make a first class in one of Nigeria's universities. That's not what I find exciting. I'll tell you what I find exciting. Do you realize that as a result of disrupting JJ, you have disrupted her community? Nobody in that community can just think that all that they can do is to sell granite in front of the house because somebody has dreamt differently. Redefine your circle of influence. Be generous about it. And we are gradually coming to a close. You say, Didi, where is the revolution? Were you not here? One revolution just passed now, the one that happened inside you now. But there is a second revolution. The cross-pollination that happens when people transit from employee to intrapreneur to entrepreneur. Like Mrs. Yewande Zacchaeus, who will be speaking to us today. You know, this woman left finance and by herself just created a brand new industry in Nigeria. Correct. Maybe you don't know. Who was decorating hall when you were wedding before? When your parents wedded? Is it not Fanta and Coke they put in front with cake? When entrepreneurs move to entrepreneurial organizations and go and sit on their boards, something else that is very exciting, because these people started serving when nobody could see them, they are crisscrossing industries like crazy. Yes, Jackpot is happening. That's the truth. And you say, this is so idealist. It's amazing how we have all been talking about India. And we're talking about India again today. Do you realize that China, the world's manufacturing hub, was an entrepreneurial revolution? India is largely an intrapreneurial revolution. You cannot discuss tech today if you don't touch India. Indians have taken over a lot of the tech global brands. At least I'm happy that they will confirm it if I'm lying. But I put pictures, confirm that those are the people. You can't talk about the medical sciences without speaking about India. Indians control the soft and hard infrastructure of the UK. There are over 1 million Indian doctors operating in the USA. They jackpot. Then they jackpotted. And then the entire Africa is traveling to India, medical tourism. More than China. In fact, double China. India has remittances $100 billion annually, meeting 25% of their FX requirements as a nation. Nigeria's unemployment is at 41%. Because of this revolution, India is consistently churning out people. Those who will stay, those who will go out, those who will sit on boards. Exchange rate. You are crying, Abi. Do your part. Let exchange rate come down. But remember where it started. Change your mentality. Work is a platform. So, in closing, don't they tell you this thing? Okay, let me just say it out on behalf of all of us. Your salary is the bribe they give you to forget your dreams. Oh, let me just help you. The next time anybody says that to you, I want you to ask them a few questions. Who were Fola Adiola and Ige Imokwede before Continental Merchant Bank? Fola Adiola and Tayo Aderinokun. A lot of people remember them for Guarantee Trust, but there was a beginning before there was a beginning. Who are or were Ige Imokwede and Herbert Wigwe before GT Bank? Before GT. They served in GT banks as entrepreneurs, graduated to entrepreneurship with Access Bank, developed Nigeria's biggest retail banking franchise, 40 million customers and counting. Who was Sheryl Sandberg before Google and Facebook? If money means anything to you, this woman is valued at $2.3 billion. And she was an entrepreneur until, I think early this year, announced that she was leaving Facebook after navigating them successfully. And the super workhorse, Indra Nooyi, born, bred, raised in India, grew all the way to become Chief Executive Officer at PepsiCo International. That woman, they walk. She transformed that place. But then, in doing that transformation, it gave her a platform. Today, she's an advocate, a bestseller of the book, My Full Life. Sheryl is an advocate, two-time New York Times bestseller, Option B, Dealing with Grief, Leaning, which she has now evolved to develop an organization around. Ige Imokwede is also a bestseller, now actively disrupting civil service. You know, he said something about, problem is where there's opportunity. We are still there talking about salary. These people have moved. It's disrupting the civil service. Fola Adiola is credited with stabilizing our pension backbone in this country. And that will be the basis of long-term infrastructural development. So I ask you again, is salary the bribe that they give you to forget your dream? Or is work a platform? Just they play.
And also the convener of the platform, Nigeria. This important announcement that the platform now is going to move into the podcast space. We still will be holding our conferences on the 1st of May and on the 1st of October, but we will start having a podcast now, and this will start monthly and then evolve into weekly, and we bring in special guests in who will share concerning either entrepreneurship, building a business, entrepreneurship, working within an organization, or on matters of nation building and governance. So this will go global, and these ideas will spread all over the world. I just wanted to give you some heads up concerning this. Watch out. The platform goes into the podcast space. God bless you all.
The Platform Nigeria is powered by the Covenant Nation. Platform Nigeria is powered by the Covenant Nation.
You're still with us at the Platform Nigeria, and our next speaker is Yewande Zaccheaus. Yewande Zaccheaus is the founder and chairman of Eventful Limited, a leading event planning and consulting company in Nigeria. She studied law at the University of Lagos and thereafter obtained a master's in law from Cambridge University, England. After a successful career in law and banking, Yewande established her own business, Eventful Limited, in 2002. She retired in March 2021 after 19 years leading the company and handed over to a successor who is poised to take the company to a higher level. Yewande is passionate about redefining the events and entertainment landscape of Nigeria. She is the convener of the Food Souk, the Beauty Souk, and the Fashion Souk. These fairs have become annual landmark events in the Lagos social calendar. Yewande is a founding trustee and past chairperson of Women in Management and Business and Public Service WIMBIs. She is the author of 4 inspirational books and recently executively produced the movie The Wait, inspired by her books. Yewande has received several prestigious awards for being the pioneer and game changer in the event planning industry in Nigeria. She serves on several boards of several businesses and non-profit organizations as non-executive director and chairperson. Please welcome to the platform, Yewande Zaccheaus. With a warm, rousing applause.
What we need when I was all alone, with so much unknown along the way. Then I heard you say, I promise you I'm always there when your heart is filled with sorrow and despair. I'll carry you when you need a friend. You'll find my footprints safe. I see my light flash across the sky. So many times have I been so afraid. And just when I thought I lost my way, you gave me strength to carry on. That's when I heard you say, I promise you, I put my arms so you won't throw my hand. I put my arms so you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a fortress in your grace. I'm invincible. And I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries today. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable. That the world's gonna know your name.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, as an event planner, I said, let me come and disrupt and show a video before I speak. But I was meant to speak to the video, but innovation disrupted itself and the video came. But it's okay. Pastor Koju, Pastor Toye, thank you so much for inviting me. And I am here as a victim of good manners. As you saw, Pastor Koju was one of the church leaders that did show the weight in his church, because we went around on a church round. And when it came on Netflix in January and went straight to #1, I thought, oh, let me call all the pastors who believed in us even before we went to Netflix to say thank you. So I said, Pastor Koju, can you see what has happened? Thank you so much. Oh, he's saying, well, that's fantastic. But guess what? You're speaking at the platform on the 1st of May. And here I am. But I'm totally excited to be here. And I'm going to take a different slant on the topic for today. I believe you've heard from several speakers, and you're going to hear from several more, and everybody will bring their own slant on innovation and entrepreneurship. However, the brief I was given by Pastor Koju was basically to tell my story, which is why I showed that short video, which was a video we produced when Eventful was 20 last year, October. And it basically just, I think, in 2 minutes, encapsulates exactly the essence of the company and the essence of entrepreneurship, which is growing a business, building it up, building the people, and then sustaining it so that you can hand it to the next generation. I'm going to take it in a very, I like people to remember what I say, and I actually remember things, maybe it's the lawyer in me, I remember things where they told me in point form. So I'm going to give you 10 points, 10 requirements, I believe, of having a sustainable business. They're not exhaustive. There may be some that may be more important to you. There may be some that may be less important to you. But I believe at the end of my 20 minutes, I will have gone through the 20-year adventure that I have been on. And I hope you'll be able to take something out of it to run within your own business. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. Yes, now my age is going to show. She said there's going to be an arrow pointing up. Yay, did it. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is vision. You want to be an entrepreneur, you must have vision. And you must have clarity of that vision. You need to be a dreamer if you're going to be an entrepreneur, because you need to be able to imagine the future. Now, for me, because as you know, I was a lawyer and a banker for 18 years before I transited into the entrepreneurial realm. So I came from a very structured background. But I was clear in my mind that whatever business I'm going to run was going to be a business that was going to be world-class. It was going to be a business that would be sustainable. And so I was very deliberate and intentional in the way I went about it to ensure that I got this outcome. So my story, I'd been in law and banking for 18 years, and I was getting bored. I was in the bank. I'd been there, I think, about 13 years. And I knew it was time to do something different. But so what would something different be? And I knew that when I spoke to my friends who were doing their own separate businesses, everybody was doing what was a calling for them, what they were passionate about, what they loved to do. What did I know how to do? What was I good at? One thing I knew I had always been good at is bringing people together, organizing people. But really, 20 years ago, was that a viable business? Well, as you can see now, when you step out with the courage of your convictions, when you do something nobody has dared to do before, eventually you will see that, yes, this can be a viable business. So I set out to be a solution provider. It may seem so mundane, but there were so many things people were doing by themselves that they didn't really want to do anymore. And of course, because of my corporate background, I started off as a corporate events planner, doing events for the corporates. But what of course happened is along the way, then the corporates people would say, can I do this? Moved into the retail. So clarity of vision. What animal do you want to be? And then what is important also is that not everybody has to have that dream of being a world-class institution. Your dream may be to be a mom and pop business. Your dream may even for it to be just a small business that you're not even really depending on to sustain you. Let it just be your dream. So vision, clarity of vision, I think that's the very first most important thing. Passion. I know an earlier speaker had spoken about it, and I smiled because I was listening to her as I was coming in. And what she did say is true. Now, passion is important if you're going to be an entrepreneur, because you have to love what you're going to do. It has to be something that if they wake you up at night and they say, come and do this and we're not even going to pay you, it's something you'll be happy to do. But at the same time, don't be passionately passionate about nothing. It does not make sense if you have something you are passionate about that is not providing value to anybody, that is not going to be a solution provider. Of course, it's not going to be a business. So I believe that, yes, whilst you must pursue your passion, you must make sure that whatever it is that you're offering is something that adds value. You must be authentic. A lot of us have this, what we call the Me Too syndrome. You go into a business because it seems to be the fashionable thing at the time. When events started, everybody was moving into events, fashionable. Or is it fashion? Is it now tech? But what do you want to do? Who are you? You have to be true to yourself. You have to be authentic. Because what passion does is that at the times, and as everybody has said, there'll be good times, there'll be bad times in business. At those bad times, that passion will sustain you. Because you love what you're doing so much, you're going to dig your heels in and you're going to make sure you get to the next level. And you need to be very, very, avoid dream killers. Because sometimes what you are passionate about and what you think is going to be a business may seem like something quite ridiculous in the eyes of people. I remember one of my friends called me to the side when I said I was leaving the bank at a deputy general manager level to start this business and said to me, you one day, she said it to Yoruba, you want to law Cambridge to DGM, balloon. In short, the person said, with your Cambridge degree and your DGM level, you want to be arranging chairs and putting balloons up. But I was clear that that was not what my business was going to be about. But you see, if you are not confident and if you don't have the courage of your convictions, it's very, very easy for you to just allow your dreams to die. And then, you don't make anything of it. Also, with passion, that drive for excellence. Be driven by excellence. Just know that, compete only with yourself all the time. Just compete with yourself. Value system. I think that is so important. What are your values? Our values are what we are, what the principles we live our lives by. What are the principles by which you live your lives? Because it's going to translate into your business. What are the things that are important to you? What are the things that drives you? For me, it's integrity, the fear of God, being dependable, being reliable. What are your work values? Are you a professional? Are you somebody that if you say you will do this, they know you will do it? These are the things that are important. And your value system, as I've said, translates into your work system. What do you want to be remembered for? For us, very, very important. We never give bribes and we never give kickbacks to get any business. We just believe that the business at ours will come. And what we do, we're Africans. We are extremely generous when it is a festive season. We celebrate our clients at times when they have celebrations. We do things, but we will not give bribes. What do you want to be remembered for when you're building an institution? So always build your business with the end in mind. And we were very clear about that. Another thing that's very, very important in building a business. So this is Entrepreneurship 101 in 20 minutes, but I believe everybody will catch something. I'm going to talk about structure because entrepreneurs don't like that. We never really want to do that work. Nobody is interested in what it takes to put structure in an organization, but it's the very fabric that holds everything together. And really, what is structure in a business? What is structure? It's just having a system where everything works together. Your team works. Everybody knows what they're doing. It gives clarity to the business. Do you have an organogram? And don't tell me, oh, there are only 5 of us. Those 5 of you in that business. Does everybody know what they're supposed to do? Do you have job responsibilities? And I'll tell you, as I go along, you will understand why all these are the things that matter and will help you to make your business sustainable. Do you have job responsibilities? Do you do appraisals? Do people even understand that this is how I'm doing? I should do better. I should do less. And you see, apart from giving you clarity, it also builds trust because people know that there is a system and it's a system that works. They know that if they do this and do this, they will get here. And when that trust is built, competence always comes in as well. And do you have a board of directors? Many people will say, why should I have a board? Even for me, that I was a company secretary and legal advisor, I know how difficult it was to set up a lot of these things, but there were things I knew I had to set up to make the system work. It wasn't until I transited before my board, essentially before I left the business, was myself and my husband. But at the time I was leaving, I knew that I needed to bring in outsiders to strengthen the company. And I brought in somebody who's an expert in corporate governance and somebody who is an expert in entertainment and entertainment law. And then also made the 3 most senior staff directors. So by the time there's that sense of ownership and authority, then your business can run. It is so, so important. If you don't have structure at this time, if you take nothing away from what I'm saying, please build structure into your organization. Human resources, and there's a reason that they're called that, because you need to know that your human resources are resources for you. They are the ones that together, and I love what Ndidi has said. As you know, I said for 18 years, I was working for a bank and in a law firm before I transited to my business. And you learn a lot, and you bring all that you learn into this new system. So you need to consider your human resource as an asset. How do you treat your staff? If you just treat them as, a means to an end, you don't care about them, you don't care about their work-life balance, you don't care about their wellness, how do you expect them to help your business to run? So these are soft skills, they're all the highfalutin high skills, but these are the soft skills that are really, really important. Do you value them? Do you appreciate them? What kind of reward system do you have? It's important for staff to be rewarded. Then they know, and then it's their transparency. We always have an annual retreat where every single person, from the receptionist to the most senior person, sees all the numbers. And I know that 1 or 2 facilitators came and said, you show them everything? And I said, yes. So they know when the business is doing well, and they understand that we can share and benefit. And when things are not going well, you don't have anything to hide. And also people need to, they need to feel a part of your business for them to stay for that longevity. And it is your staff, you know, not just your clients, it is your staff that make your business run and make it last. Training. Do you train your staff? We've spoken about that. It's so important. Education. We invest a lot in staff. We invest in training. Our staff, they go to Dubai, they go to England, they go to America. Why? Okay, yes, because I came from a corporate background and that was how I was trained. But then you see, it is what you want your company to be that you will put into it. If you do not give them the highest quality training at the highest level, you're not going to have the highest quality staff and you're not going to have the highest quality business. So these are the things I say when I say you need to be deliberate and intentional. What are you building? What do you want? So these are very, very important. Training is fundamental and it's a win-win. Yes, and I know, I mean, you know, at first thought that, oh, I will retire from my business after 10 years, after 15 years. But that couldn't happen because there's always staff attrition. People will want to go and do other things. But it doesn't matter. You are investing in people. And when you're investing in them, you know, it's a benefit not only for them, not only for your business, for the future as well. Extremely important. I'm going to number 6, opportunities. We've all spoken about that to some level. You cannot be an entrepreneur if you are not somebody who sees opportunities. And you know, when the phrase you seize opportunity, it is because opportunity is something that just goes past you. If you are there twiddling your thumbs and dawdling around, the next fast person is going to catch it. So you seize opportunity. And of course, when you're seizing opportunity, it means that you have to embrace risks. Just to go back to my business, when I started, it was there were very few event centers in Lagos, and the ones that were good, which were the hotels, were really a bit of a problem because they really didn't have everything you wanted. You wouldn't like the toilets wouldn't be good, the air conditioner wouldn't work, and I just felt, okay, my next big dream, I'm going to have an event center. But I remember one of my mentors, it was Dr. Sulaiman, when I was now beginning to look for funding to build an event center. I said, yeah, one day you are moving from event planning into real estate. So what do you think you want to do? So you don't really need to build an event center, but you can partner with people and make sure you have the kind of event centers that you need for your business at the quality you want to need it. So the first opportunity came with Lagos State government when they were looking for somebody in the private sector to partner with them to run the City Hall banquet hall. And we're able to do that for 9 years under both Governor Fashola and Governor Ambode. So that was our first opportunity to, you know, have a hall. And you know, you may feel, oh, but that wasn't your dream, but it was still important because I was now able to have a venue which I could run at the level that I wanted to operate and which not only myself but other planners could use. Then another opportunity came, and this was real innovation. When somebody who owned land in Victoria Island said, you know what, I'd like you to put up a center there. And I went there and I saw this humongous property and I thought, I don't want to just put up a tent. Spoke to a few young people, and it's always important to speak to people, speak to young people. And they were like, you know what, there's something called container architecture, which gives you what is actually like a building, though it's a temporary structure. And that was why Harbour Point was born. I'm sure many of you have been to Harbour Point, and you probably never realized that it's actually built from containers. And it was an interesting adventure because it hadn't been done before. We had to struggle with how to get the roofing done. But what now happened? We now have one of the, if you name the 3 top event venues in Lagos, Harbour Point will always come in there because of one reason or the other. So you need to seize opportunities. It may not be what you plan, but you can always make it something that will be even more. And that has given us an additional stream of income for over 13 years. So diversify, expand your business, seize opportunities, and make sure you have the additional streams of income. I'm going to move very quickly to number 7, which is adaptability. An entrepreneur just has to be adaptable. You have to be flexible. If you don't have that spirit of adaptability, I think it was Yvonne who had mentioned it, that, you know, things will change, failure will come, things will happen. You have to be able to adjust and adapt, because if you don't have that spirit, you're not going to last very long. You need to also grow with your clientele. Now, for me, as I said, because of my background, I started off with mostly a corporate clientele and then also grew into the personal clientele from a reputation and from referrals. But then it was one day when I went into an office for a presentation. It was, I think they wanted to have an end of year party. And I got into the room, and the 4 people who were there, lovely young people, just all went on their knees. And they were, we were in school with Teniolama at Grange. They were in school with my son. That was when I realized that, hello, you know, this is a new, this is a new dispensation. And I realized that, you know what, we need to now have an expression that will cater to the millennials. Because really, those ones didn't want me to come and talk to them about their Christmas party. I mean, clearly, what did I know? So we now, it was actually during 2020, during COVID, that we now decided to have another arm, an expression to the millennials, which we call Eventful Plus. And that is how you adapt to your clientele. Because I now realize that the people making the decisions in the corporates were getting younger and younger. And my generation were now becoming the board and the chairman. And I needed to adapt and adjust quickly so that we would not lose that market. What about, going out of your comfort zone? As an event planner, basically people give us money to do their events. But I started getting a bit bored with that. And then because, you're sort of constrained, you have to do it the way they like. And I thought, okay, why don't we begin to do our own events? And that was how the innovation of the eventful souks began. And we started with food and drink because, of course, food and drink is a part of any event, whether it's corporate and social, and hosted our first food fair, which I think you remember you saw on the video. And from there, we went to a beauty fair, and my sister Tara here, because what I know how to do. I know how to plan things. But when it comes to other industries, we now go to people in those industries and say, come and join us. We want to do this. So we started the souks, the food souk, fashion souk, beauty souk, and even the street souk, which was actually birthed by my daughter. She saw the fashion souk and said, Mommy, I can do this for my generation. So many of us are into these t-shirts and accessories, and her souk, which is now hers, in fact, she has sacked us as eventful, is arguably the most successful of the souks. So just to let you know that adaptability, with adaptability comes new ideas. With new ideas come new visions. With new visions come new businesses and new streams of income. So I move on very quickly to resilience. You have to have resilience if you're going to be an entrepreneur. And nothing taught us that than when COVID hit. Because COVID struck at the very nerve of what event planning is about, gathering people together. But how did we survive? All of you remember that wonderful word called pivoting. Everybody had to learn to do something new. The first thing that happened when we were all stuck at home during the lockdown, where people were calling me, Mrs. Z, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I said, me too, I'm asking, what are we going to do? But I realized people were looking up to me for leadership. And so I now started, okay, let's have webinars, industry webinars, and begin to talk to each other. And I was shocked when the very first webinar we had over 500 people who wanted to share their thoughts because everybody was in a panic. So that was something that you have to be as an entrepreneur. You have to be resilient. So I had to, gather myself together and realize that, we have to take the lead and we have to work this thing out. And of course, virtual events began, hybrid events. We all had to develop a new set of skills. But if you're not resilient, if at the first sight of trouble, you're going to turn it all in and give up. Giving up is not an option if you're an entrepreneur. So you just have to be totally resilient. And I'll tell you also about resilience with the souks. That year, we couldn't obviously hold a fashion souk, but we didn't want to lose the momentum. And we decided, okay, let's have a virtual fashion souk, which was extremely innovative. How are you going to have a virtual fashion souk? So we had, we actually wanted to use Nigerian tech company, but they said they needed 6 months, and we didn't have 6 months. So we went to an Indian company who had apparently done it before and said they could do it in 3 months. Now, what now happened was, very sadly, on the day in question, only Android phones could work. All the people that had Apple gadgets could not get into the system, which was terrible. But what was great was those Android people who could get in. There were so many success stories. So when people were like, oh, the virtual souk didn't work, I said, no. It worked because, first of all, we've tried something new. Secondly, some people were able to still make something out of it. And about a month later, we had to do another virtual event, another virtual fair. And it went so well, a virtual art fair. So I say this to let you know that sometimes things may not go as you plan, but you will learn something. So never be afraid of failure as an entrepreneur. That's something that all of us will experience at some stage. And it's all part of being resilient and, just digging it in there and making sure that you don't give up. You don't give up. Moving very quickly. Yes, I'm still within my time. Number 9, financial management, financial prudence. What are you really in the business for? Is it a hobby? And that's okay. Because as I keep saying, just be true to yourself. Not everybody needs to build a world-class institution that's going to be raking billions in revenue. What do you want? But you see, no matter how small it is, what is so important is that there must be prudent financial management of your business. Are you just still spending as you earn? You're not paying yourself a salary. You don't have structure. You're just, you don't even know what's going on. You don't even really know if you're profitable at all. And it's so important because many of us, we say that, oh, we can't get loans from the institutions because they say you don't have good books. I mean, this money belongs to other people. They can only give you money if they're sure that you're going to be able to return the money. And it reminds me of we had a company who actually wanted to give a grant to our fashion entrepreneurs. And I was so excited that they were all going to get this seed grant. And they said, okay, gather 50 of them, we'll interview them, and we'll give this money to 20 people. Do you know that when we said it, everybody was excited? Yes, they want to be a part of it. And we tried to gather 50 people who had audited accounts. Absolutely no way. None of these entrepreneurs had audited accounts. So we went back to the company and said, well, you know, they're small businesses. They don't have their accounts audited. They said, okay, give us management accounts. Do you know, even with that, we couldn't do it? So, you know, what business are you in where you don't even have your management accounts? And what now happened, of course, was they all lost this opportunity to be beneficiaries of this grant. And that was a grant. It wasn't a loan. So I think it's really, really important that we just, and I know some people will say, yeah, but your business is a big business, you're a banker. No, even in your small business, you may not be able to engage an accountant, but there's so many of these small companies that will do part-time for you, and they will come in and look after your books. It is so, so important. Transparency, good governance, you need to have it to build a sustainable business. And for us, that was what sustained us during the time of COVID when everybody shut down. We were able to still pay all our staff 50% of the salary, from myself to the most junior person, all the time that we couldn't work. But if we hadn't built our business, if we hadn't made sure that we had kept those records, kept that account, made sure that we were liquid. So it is very, very important. It's not just about just having this idea and branding the fact that you're an entrepreneur. You really must build your business. And I go to my very last slide, which is succession planning. Now, I think for me, I was actually just being quite selfish when I was planning succession. And I think, like most entrepreneurs, I just feel there's just so much to do. And I just feel that, you know, I don't have only one thing that I was created to do. I just feel that there's just so much to do. And I knew that I couldn't express myself fully if I remained in that business. But in any case, I had been, you know, laying the foundation for ensuring that that business was going to outlive me, even as long as I'd started the business. I was very, very intentional about it. And you know, when you're in a service industry, it's extremely difficult because people cannot separate you from your company. They want Yewande Zacchaeus. Yewande Zacchaeus has now become a brand. But for me, it was about Eventful Limited being an important brand. And that was a brand I wanted to push. So I would very deliberately make sure when we went out, at least about 5 years before my exit, that whoever the project manager was, I would go to them with the first meeting. I would ensure they take the lead. I will step back. You need to let your clients begin to trust your staff. And you know, you need to let your staff know that there's a future in the company. Because, you know, if they don't feel there's a future, why are they going to wait? They're only going, I mean, everybody, as you said, man is selfish. Everybody wants, you know, to work for their own good. If they don't see that there's going to be future, they won't wait. So it was very, very important. We used to have our retreats for 3 years before I left. The biggest question at our retreats: what happens when YZ goes? Are all our clients going to go? Is this going to disappear? But when you have been very deliberate about building an institution, you have structure. People know that this is what you're known for. They know that you will, that everything that you have laid down, that you have said you will be, is what they will continue to be after. Then it made it easier. I empowered my staff. 3 of them, I had to make them shareholders, very happily so. So not only are they shareholders, they're also directors in the company. So they have ownership, they have authority. So that makes them know that, you know, they have skin in this game and we're going to grow this business together. So it's very, very important. Let your staff, let them be valued, you need to affirm them, and you need to be able to let go. A lot of people were like, how could you do that? How come you didn't hand it over to your children? Both my children are actually in the entertainment business. Why didn't you keep it for them? Because it was never about that. It was always about building something that was going to be bigger than me. It was always about impacting lives and impacting people. It was about doing something that, you know, nobody has ever done before and doing it well. And I think the evidence from the video and what we have done so far, and the fact that, will you believe that 2 years after I've left, the company is doing even better than when I was there. I think that's the evidence of the success of the business. So I close with just one scripture, which is one that I always used in building this business. I'm praying about my business. Psalm 90 verse 17. And let the beauty of the Lord be upon you, and establish the works of your hand. Yea, establish the works of your hand. Have fun on your journey. Thank you.
Platform Nigeria is powered by the Covenant Nation.
We're still live here at the Platform Nigeria, and let's just take a moment to appreciate all of the speakers who have, you know, I sat back at on my chair and I said, we're getting all this for free? It's so powerful. So thank you so much to all of our speakers who have spoken today. So powerful lessons that we've gotten from so many aspects of life. And now we're moving on to the next corporate professional we're going to be listening to, and he's none other but Mr. Gbolahan Joshua. He's the Executive Director and Group Chief Operating Officer at FCMB Group. As a chartered accountant and digital enthusiast with over 23 years experience in the African financial services sector, he possesses a deep knowledge of the local and international financial markets and investor community, and has led teams that have raised over $750 million in the Nigerian and international capital markets in 4 transactions over the last 8 years across various products, with the most recent being the first ever local non-Sharia additional tier 1 capital instruments issued in Nigeria in Q1 2023. Gbolahan has led various transformational projects across 3 leading African and Nigerian financial institutions over the last 18 years that have significantly improved the corporate performance, employee productivity, market share, and shareholders' value of the respective institutions. He's actively involved in mentoring senior corporate professionals on leadership and transitioning into the C-suite. His hobbies include boxing, football, and emerging digital trends. Gbolahan is married to Adora, an educational entrepreneur, and they are blessed with 2 wonderful daughters. Please join me as we welcome today Mr. Gbolahan Joshua.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Normally, I'm in the studio, yeah? So this is a step up for me. I'm on the platform today. Thank you, Pastor Podju. Thank you, Pastor Tony, for this opportunity. And anytime people say I've raised money, you know, my wife is an entrepreneur. So she will always ask me, when are you raising money for me? Now, next slide, please. So I'm going to speak about entrepreneurship, but I'll focus on the myths, the fears, and the facts. Next slide. And because today is Workers' Day, let me first thank all the entrepreneurs in the room. I have a lot of respect for entrepreneurs. As an entrepreneur, I understand what it means to be an entrepreneur, because without entrepreneurs, there will be no entrepreneurs. So to all the entrepreneurs, thank you very much. Now, this slide shows 2 doctors. One is a vet, and one is a human medical doctor. And I'd like to use it to describe entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. You see, the medical doctor is like an entrepreneur. When the patient comes, you have the advantage of asking him, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? He says yes. Do you have a fever? He says yes. Do you have this? He says yes. The entrepreneur is like a vet. Look at that dog. What are you going to ask it? The best you can ask the owner is, did he eat? Yes. How are you going to ask the dog? Is he digesting? You have to figure it out. Next slide. And you know, for every business that is going to live long, let me use that word, the business has to reinvent itself. And I'll give you an example. In 2005, the banking consolidation was going on. And I was working for a bank called Broadbank. And we're going to get acquired by Union Bank. And so we went for the meeting where they were going to, you know, discuss the share exchange. And after the meeting was over, I asked the guys on the Union Bank side, I said, are we not going to do due diligence on you? And so they told the broadband team to go. I was what you call today the CFO, and they told me to wait behind. I thought, these guys were going to discuss something serious. So they invited me into a room where they were all having a meeting, which they called Manco, about 18 people. Now, those days, our own boardroom just had chairs and seats. They had surround speakers, everything. And the CEO of the bank looked at me. He said, young man, you want to do due diligence on the stallion? Nobody does due diligence on the stallion. 4 years later, I was walking on that same road. Amcon was doing due diligence on the stallion. If you get it, you get it. So, every business must reinvent itself, every business. And so what do entrepreneurs do? They look for a need that has a large addressable market. The addressable market must be what? Large. And why I put the picture of that dog there is because every entrepreneur must be curious. You must be what? You must be curious. Now, look at Indomie. Indomie makes noodles, yeah? And they realize that people want different flavors. So they make chicken flavor, shrimp flavor. But guess what? Are you hearing that they are killing more chickens because of Indomie? It's flavor. They don't need to kill any chicken. So Indomie chicken is selling. If you are raising chickens, you are not selling. Because that's not the need. It's a different need. So if you hear that people are eating Indomie chicken flavor, it's not going to affect your business because it's just what? Flavors. Next slide. Now, I call this the DNA toolkit for entrepreneurship. And it applies to both companies and individuals. So, when you look at this slide, it says an entrepreneur. The business you are running, is it a sprint? If it's for now. Or is it a marathon, which is visionary? If it's for now, it's a hustle. And there's nothing wrong in a what? In a hustle. You just know it's a what? It's a hustle. The leadership team, did they hire you to think? Or did they hire you to think and execute? Some people will tell you, Oga, you're hired to what? Think. Just earn your salary. That's what you're hired to what? To do. The person is not building it to last. He's building it to rest. They are two different things, and I'll get there. Organizational purpose. If the only reason you set up a business for is money, and there's nothing wrong, but some people set it up for more than money. They set it up because they want to fulfill a purpose, but they must make money while fulfilling what? That purpose. So if it's money, there's nothing wrong. The remuneration structure, is it pay as you go, or is it risk and reward? If it's pay as you go, nothing wrong. We're all hustlers. You pay me, you what? You go. Risk and reward, I build something for you, you reward me, you put in place a structure that enables people to think, look, if we build something here, we get rewarded. That's why people give people stock options, people give people bonuses. In some organizations, if you say, Bo, the entrepreneur will look at you and say, where were you? When we're setting this place up. Data maturity. Do you use any form of data? If you don't use any data in your business, in every meeting, everybody's a politician. Because it's now based on what? Perception. And in every argument, there are three parties. The two people arguing and history. That's why it's difficult to solve an argument, because you don't know the history. And that's why when you see two people speaking, somebody will say, he has been doing that thing since. That's history. Organizational culture, very important. Is it built to rest or built to what? That's what, when you get into some organizations, you'll say, my friend, don't try anything here. This is how we have been doing it. Just do your own and what? That is built to rest, not built to last. Then the performance culture. Is it paternal or is it what? Is it merit-based? Now, I put something there which I said, look, any conversation you have without data, they are just discussions about perceptions and opinions. Is a good name for gossip. Once there's no data, is what? It's gossip. So, next slide. Now, you want to innovate within an organization. You see, every organization is still there because of some people. No matter how terrible the organization is, some people kept it there for you to come and meet it. They might have expired though. But it's because of them the organization is still what? Those are the gatekeepers. Then after the gatekeepers, you have what I call the old foxes. Those, you see, the gatekeepers ensure the organization is there. The old foxes ensure nothing changes. They are two different sets of people. And they are the innovator's dilemma. When you meet them, they are experts at waiting for you at the junction. They'll just be waiting for you. Now, and that's why I spoke about organizational culture. For the gatekeepers, is built to what? To rest. Next slide. And then I put this matrix up. There should be more besides. Okay. To show the interconnection between the government, entrepreneurs, and innovators. Entrepreneurs. So the government will create the enabling environment. Once that sector is attractive, entrepreneurs will come in. The entrepreneurs come in, and I'll use telcos and banks. After the entrepreneurs have come in, they set up the businesses. Then they need the entrepreneurs. So I'll give you an example. The telecoms companies came in. What were they doing? Voice, text, that's all, yeah? Banks were giving deposit and loans. A text message was created so that people can communicate what? You don't have to spend too much money calling the person. Cheaper way of communicating. And then one other telco came in and said, we can do per second billing. And it disrupted the market. And because of that thing called the text message, listen very well, a text message, the banks looked at it and said, we can build apps because people have phones. If there was no GSM, there will be no mobile app. So people innovated. They put the mobile app on the what? On the smartphone. And somebody thought, wow, it's not only people that have smartphones that should enjoy mobile banking. And they started USSD. This one, you're doing star, something, something, star. Yeah? And then people came with WhatsApp, social media, and we all thought text messages are what? Dead. Next slide. Okay, this is actually the concluding part of that. And because of that, you see, it is because some people innovated. That's why you have Urgent 2K. How will you have received the Urgent 2K? Urgent 2K is a derivative of an innovation. Where will the 2K reach you from? It won't reach you. It won't get to the destination. Now, next slide. See these figures? So at times I prepare my slides like this so that if it gets missing, you must find me. I'm the only one that can speak to the figures. See, in 2017, there's a telco, and everybody thought text messages are dead. They made 13 billion from text messages. And when Yvonne was saying you should read the annual accounts of companies, that is boring. It depends on what you are looking for. If you are looking for innovation, it's not boring. You will see opportunities in those financial accounts. And when you are speaking, people say you have market intelligence. Which intelligence? Intelligence that is available for all of us. You refuse to read. And the entire salaries of everybody in that telco was 23 billion. By 2022, none of you uses text messages again. They all use WhatsApp. That same company made 63 billion from text messages. And the total salary of everybody in that telco is 45 billion. You know why? Because some people innovated by using SMS to send alert. So the telcos just started making money from alert for doing no work. And look at how that money is now paying the salaries of everybody in the telco. They will just sit down. They'll be sending alert all around. That's entrepreneurship. In 2017, you know how many NIP messages were sent in Nigeria? 370 million. In 2017, by 2022, roughly 5 billion. NIP messages, all these urgent alerts, urgent. As it is going on, some people are just making what? Money. Now, by 2022, I was looking at the financials of another telco. They lend money for airtime. They've made about 84 billion. The whole 84 billion is not airtime lending. No. They should disclose it before the airtime lending. But I think they now realize that people might say, this is too much. So about 90% of it is airtime lending. Because people want to speak. And see, they are meeting a very critical need. And I'll tell you what the need is. If you meet somebody who needs to make a phone call and somebody is in the hospital, he can't afford not to have credit. So they're meeting a very urgent need. That telco made 84 billion from lending airtime. See, the second figure there, the 111 billion, is the total interest income made on loans by one of the top 10 banks in Nigeria. Obviously not FCMB. Can I have water, please? Total interest income. So what that telco made from borrowing people money for airtime is 76% of what a top 10 bank is making from giving loans. Now, you know what? This one is risk-free. You see this other one? You see this other one? This 111 million? By fire, by force. CRO, credit department, everything. That's the power of innovation. Now, you see that figure there called 378 billion. See, everybody benefits from this ecosystem. You know that stamp duty law, it had always been there. It's when the government now found out that, you people are sending money anyhow. The government who came in. The government has collected 378 billion in the last 6 years from stamp duty. The only reason they can track it is because it's what? Electronic. Before it was electronic, how would they track it? So even the government has come to the party. But remember, without the government auctioning GSM licenses, all this will never what? Happen. Without entrepreneurs coming in, all this will not what? Happen. Then the entrepreneurs take over. Now, the figure there at the other end is 14.5 trillion. That is what the pension industry is worth today. And, sorry, go to the next slide. And that will take me to, you see, if you look at what I've written there, the government, now in the budget document that the Minister of Finance presented this year, they spoke about this electronic money transfer levy. Even the government is not interested. This thing you people are making, we need it. Fola Adiola is an entrepreneur, yeah? He went into government. When you're in government, you have to be an entrepreneur because you are not the government. And he set up that pension industry. And so when people say you can't innovate within government, it's not true. You can innovate anywhere. It depends on the mindset. But I was reading an article. He said when he was going in, he gave them a few conditions. And one was that he was not going to earn any salary throughout when he was there. And they will allow him to choose his secretary or something, who ended up being Chinelo. Next slide. Now, I just want to show some standalone case studies. You see, people talk of Jakpada. See, they are different. Me, I've been Jakpaing internally. Jackpot from one institution to another. So I've jackpot internally. I'm an internal jackpotist. Some people are external jackpots. You jackpot out. So I've jackpot out and come back. Where I am now is my second missionary journey. I left there in 2008. I'm back now. So I've also jackpot that. So nothing is new under the sun. When I was leaving the organization, they were setting up a business called Credit Direct. They had just set it up. A lot of you might not even know it's a subsidiary of FCMB. The people on the street, they call it Sharp Sharp because it gives quick credit. That business, in the consumer lending market, by the time I came back, it has paid dividends of over 20 billion naira. Dividends. Divi what? Dividends. Dividends. Stanbic Pensions was started less than 20 years ago. They contribute 58% of the dividend that Stanbic pays. Let me tell you something. Stanbic's dividend annually is over 45 billion. Last year, Stanbic Pensions paid the parent company a dividend of 26 billion naira. One company. New businesses started. The founders are not the ones running it. Existing people. The last one, United Capital. I was working in UBA when it was spun off. Today, that business pays dividend. This year, 9 billion naira. Not earnings or what? Dividend. Dividend. Some of them are listed, some of them are not. Small case studies. Next slide. Now, you see, there are mental battles that entrepreneurs face. There's some things people don't discuss. You see, the society, it doesn't have a place for entrepreneurs. The society recognizes what? And that's what the society is. It's a societal issue. So when you are going to school, your parents will tell you, do a professional course. You say, why? They say, so you can set up on your own. So, most people look at entrepreneurship as the end game. And I think one of the speakers spoke to it where he said, some people, I think it was Dr. Labran, said some people within, they are hustling as entrepreneurs, earning less than they were doing before. But they'll just be saying, but my brother, we're still hustling. Excuse me. Okay. Now, Yoruba people will say, when you say you're an entrepreneur, they'll say, you know what that means? Your mates are building houses, you are stealing the nails. But it's wrong. Next slide. Sorry, put the slide back. And then a lot of entrepreneurs will tell themselves, they'll say, after this, I'm just going to walk away. Because guess what? When the status is gone, the phones always stop what? Ringing. But remember, for all the time you were there, they paid you. It's a contract. They what? They paid you. And you've got a platform to innovate. And then the mental pressure. You know, I think it was when Didi was speaking. And people say, yeah, it's good to be an entrepreneur, you get a salary. But there's a mental pressure that comes with it. And so I always tell people, discuss with people who've walked that path before. And don't do only that. See, he's a selfish entrepreneur. All you do is work. That office has provided a platform for you to prosper. You have to look for another platform to give back. It can be CSR, it can be mentorship. You have to look for another platform. Next slide. You know, in this entrepreneurship journey, at times it will test your curiosity. I had a boss. They were doing cost cutting in his office. So he innovated and they cut cost. So they fired one guy. So the son of the person they fired and his son were in the same class. So the boy came to school, looked at him, said, your father fired my father. When the man came back to the office, he saw me the next day, he said, Goli. He said, I felt bad. I said, I thought you were a hard man. He said, I felt bad. But he was doing his job. I remember I was working in an organization and we thought that, look, guys, we're paying too much of transportation. And so we looked at the Uber option. And so we said, the people that are not in the front office, let's enroll them on corporate Uber. So we did it. The first month, the salary, the amount we spent was less than the salary of the drivers. It was about a quarter of the salary of the drivers. So we had to let the drivers go. Somebody now called me. He said, Bolao. I said, yes. He said, where are you? I said, I'm in the office. He said, they are carrying placard. Oh, your name is in front of the placard. The people carry placard. They say, send that boy back to where he came from. So, at times, it will test your humanity. And then people start fearing for you. You are the one doing the work. Oh. People start fearing for you. But I'll end with this. And I'll say, you know, the job provides a platform for you. And everybody cannot be an entrepreneur. Some people were born to be entrepreneurs. And I'll give you 3 advantages entrepreneurs have that they never realize. You're somewhere, you are innovating, they are paying you a salary. You see, during COVID, I am an entrepreneur. My wife is an entrepreneur. So she runs a school. There were no students. The next thing, I came to my living room, the thing I turned to a school. They were doing virtual classes. They had to survive. But I was getting paid. We switched to virtual mode. You have existing customers. With existing customers, you can do a lot with existing customers. A lot of startups, they spend their first 2 years buying customers. They raise capital to buy. So when you hear people telling you, we give you this free, we give you this free, it's investors' money they're using. They buy the customers. Number 3 is they don't have unlimited capital. You will do it. If it doesn't work well, the organization will say, well, you tried. I mean, you can also lose your job. It's not even try. But you tried. And fourthly is that you have access to existing talent. So when you need something, you call somebody and the person helps you out with it. But finally, in the new world we're going into, you cannot innovate alone. It has to be with partnerships. As you can see from the NIP experience, for that innovation to happen, you needed the telco, you needed the banks, you needed guys they call aggregators. You need, one person can't do it alone. The world is now so interconnected. So it's not the case of I'm a genius. Those days are gone. And what we're seeing today is a tip of the iceberg. Metered consumers, 11 million. Total consumers, 51 million. When those 51 million consumers are metered and they start paying electricity bill with NIP, you can imagine the money that some of these telcos will be making. You can imagine the money that other people in the ecosystem will be making. So I leave you with this. That job is a platform. Make the best of it. Thank you very much.
Big semester alert. The Covenant community groups are back. There will be only one semester this year. Make sure you don't miss it. You've heard others talk about the great transformational experiences of their lives through the CCG. Ready for yours? Join us for the next semester of the Covenant Nation community groups. From corporate professionals to people in business, from expectant mothers to foodies, from senior citizens to millennials, from tech enthusiasts to the entertainment practitioners, there is a community group for everyone anywhere in the world. Our diaspora community represents over 30 countries across 7 continents, granting you access to information on navigating new terrain, networking with like minds, helping you build relationships and companionships so you don't do life alone. Register to join one today and begin to connect with like minds, mentors, and mentees while building your network. Head on over to tcncommunitygroups.org to join now. And remember to tell a loved one. Guess what? You can also win prizes when you refer other people. See our website for more details. You'll be glad you did.
You're still with us at the platform, Nigeria. And just before we go on to our next speaker, let me remind you, do not do life alone. If you listened to all of the messages that we heard today,
The platform Nigeria is powered by the Covenant Nation.
you listen to all of the messages we've heard today, you've heard about collaboration, you've heard about partnerships, you've heard about people who have just been able to found their own businesses because they were in the environment where that was normal and they kind of caught it. The Covenant community groups provide a platform for you to catch that kind of spirit. So please visit tcncommunitygroups.org and find a community group for your phase in life. Our next speaker is Tara Fela Dorotoye. I expected that. Tara Fela Dorotoye is a founder and current CEO of House of Tara International, who started the trend of bridal makeup profession in Nigeria. In a series of firsts, she launched the first bridal directory in Nigeria in 1999. She set up the first makeup studio in 2004 and established the country's first makeup school in 2005. And in 2014, she launched the Tara product line and hosted Nigeria's first makeup conference. She has empowered over 8,000 young ladies with the Tara Beauty Entrepreneur Initiative that makes them economically independent while building their entrepreneurial skills for national transformation. Under her leadership, House of Tara Business Case Study was researched and written by Stanford University and is currently being used by Ivy League institutions. She's an alumnus of the Lagos Business School Chief Executive Program, INSEAD Abu Dhabi, the Stanford Seed Transformation Program, and the Harvard Kennedy School, having completed the Global Leadership and Public Policy, the program on Global Leadership and Public Policy in 21st Century. Tara is happily married to Fela Dorotoye and is blessed with 3 sons. But just thinking about children before I bring her up, I was reading this aloud to myself yesterday, and my mother said, when I got to the point where I said 8,000 young entrepreneurs, my mother said, oh, and my daughter was one of them many years ago, and I had forgotten. So thank you so much, ma'am, for all that you do as I invite you to the platform today. Please join me as we welcome the one and only Tara Fela Dorotoye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The number of text messages I have gotten today, voice notes, prayers. I thought it was my birthday. On top of this, I'm speaking at the platform. It's a serious matter. Prayers. Today is going to be awesome. You're going to be fantastic. We're praying for you. My husband said, stop reading all these messages because they're going to make you nervous. So I'm actually quite nervous today. So I need to see encouragement from you guys. My sons are watching from the US and the UK, so just be shouting so that that's my mommy. Hey, thank you. So I'm super excited to be here. 4 years ago in 2019, I was seated in this auditorium as a participant during the Leaders and Pastors Conference under the tutelage of Dr. Sam Adeyemi and Mr. Leke Alder. It was truly a transformational session, and I'm very excited and consider it a great privilege that I'm back here, but as a speaker in this same auditorium. So I'd like to commend Pastor Koju. Thank you. I'd like to commend Pastor Koju, Pastor Toyin, and the team for such a rich plethora of speakers from diverse entrepreneurial ecosystems and the gender balance. I said it. I said it. And if you're a woman in this auditorium, please let's give the church a round of applause. Stand up! I can't hear you. No, that's not good enough. Let's start again. If you saw the gender balance, 6 for 6, you saw it. Now we are going to encourage other churches to do the same. So give Pastor Kojo and the team a resounding round of applause. That's good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. But also thank you, especially to Pastor Kojo, for building the body of Christ with such great programs like WAFBEC, the Leaders and Pastors Conference, and of course the platform. WAFBEC is such a great way to start the year, if you ask me. So if you've never attended, I want to recommend it to you. Shout out to my covenant brothers and sisters who make it a point to send me the link every year. You know yourselves, so well done. I see you. Okay, so I'm wearing 3 hats today. One as a founder, CEO of a beauty company that is a platform and a network to create entrepreneurial opportunities for people in the makeup and beauty industry. But my second hat is as an entrepreneur who has built from the scratch an internationally recognized makeup brand that in an industry that was practically non-existent 25 years ago in Nigeria when I started. I'm also wearing a hat as a leader of a team of committed professionals, the entrepreneurs that we've been talking about, who have been committed in the last 2 decades in building. And they have been responsible for, one, building the 8,000 numbers that you heard earlier on of professional makeup artists. And now we have representation from diverse nationalities. People have come from Botswana to Nigeria, Namibia to Nigeria to come to our makeup academy, which was founded 20 years ago. It's not beans. We've also trained and developed over 15,000 beauty entrepreneurs who become active players in the industry. Some of them have gone off to create their own brands, but creating job opportunities in the country and across the world. I think one of the ones that I'm also most proud of is building a brand that can be franchised. And so today we have retail stores in all the major cities in Nigeria. In Lagos, we're in Lekki, Amuwo, Odofin, Surulere, Ikeja. We're in Kano, Kaduna, Sabah, Uyo, Ibadan. You were going to clap. I wasn't sure. But having said that, created 500, minimum 500 products in a product line, the first indigenous makeup brand in Nigeria. And we're talking about foundations, powders, lipsticks, and all the things that make women look more beautiful than they really are. But I stand here today as a product. I know that you all know that it's not easy to start a business, to build it, to grow it, and 25 years still be standing. But I consider myself a product of grace and of grit. So today, I bring to platform my own entrepreneurial stories. I like stories, so I'll tell a lot of stories today and try and help us to see, different angles on the subject of innovating into the future. And I'm hoping that you'll find useful tips as I present to you my own stories as well as you innovate into the future. A wise man once said, I'm sure some people know who the wise man is. You can see the smile on my face, so you have an idea who the wise man is. I am blushing after 22 years, but he's still a wise man, huh? Okay. The future is not a date on a calendar to be revealed. The future is everything that you can be, but haven't yet become. The future is everything that we can do, but have not yet done. The future is everything that we can have, but have not yet possessed. The future is not ahead of us. The future is on the inside of us. I stole that quote from Mr. Fela Durotoye. So our challenge and responsibility is to deliver the future. So in my opinion, when I think about innovation is the process of delivering that future. It's that process of delivering that future. And many times we're thinking to ourselves, is there innovation in me? I'm unsure that there's innovation in me. And I'm going to share scripture later on to confirm that there's truly innovation on the inside of you if only you key into it. So I saw a definition of innovation that I really like. Innovation has been defined as the process of making an idea or invention into a good or a service that creates value for which customers will pay. For which customers will pay. Bolan was talking about a big enough market earlier on. Okay, so they have to be able to pay, but the market also has to be big enough, and that is what entrepreneurship is. So entrepreneurship, on the other hand, is your ability to be able to see challenges as opportunities. You have to have the ability to see challenges as opportunities. You also have to have the ability to create a solution that can be packaged into a product and served to a clientele base that is willing to pay for it because they've seen value in it. So you must have the lens of seeing challenges as opportunities. You have to have the capacity to create a product that is a solution to the challenge that you've just seen, packaging in such a way that is directed to a particular market, and they must be willing to pay for it. But lastly, at a price point that keeps your business sustainable for growth. So you can innovate, but that doesn't make you an entrepreneur. You can innovate, you invent, you create. But the ability to find the customer who is going to pay consistently for it, that is what makes you an entrepreneur. So you need to come out today and say to yourself, well, I have invented, I have created, but that's not sufficient. I need to find the market. I need to find the people. And I need to put it at a price that they are willing to pay for it consistently, such that I can have sustained growth. And that growth must, of necessity, be profitable. So if we're going to create solutions, let's think of packaging the solutions in a good way. So I would like to use this opportunity to share some stories of innovation that House of Tara has experienced. We have many innovative, I guess when you heard my profile, you hear a lot of firsts. I think we're very lucky to have also been innovation as a part of our business. And one of the stories I remember when I think about innovation is the summer of 1998. Some people may consider it mundane, maybe or maybe not, but I think it's done a revolutionary work, and I'll explain shortly. So the summer of 1998, a very prominent Nigerian man's daughter was getting married, and the daughter wanted a magical wedding. She wanted to get a beautiful dress. She wanted to be able to walk into the auditorium where her white wedding was going to take place and know confidently like she looked stunning, and that the man who she was going to be wedded to would look at her and say, yes, this is truly the bone of my bone and the flesh of my flesh. And she thought about the different images of what she wanted to see. A dress, nice hair, makeup, just perfectly groomed. But there was a challenge. And the challenge was, who was the person that could help her present herself in such a way from a makeup standpoint that she'll be confident in herself. At this time, it was aunties that just apply one red lipstick for you when you're getting married. And if you were here 25 years ago, you know, or you got married before that time, you know that there were no makeup artists in Nigeria. But on the other side of town was a young law undergraduate who had this skill of helping her classmates who were going for law dinners and saying to them, I can help you do your makeup. And they were not paying really for it, but she enjoyed the feeling she got from transforming these ladies, and the ladies looked forward to it consistently. Soon enough, a friend said, why don't you start this thing as a business? And the question was, is everything a business? Well, this was potentially a business. But she went about her classmates to say, do you know anyone who's getting married? Do you have a sister who's getting married? Do you have a cousin who's getting married? Can you tell them that there is now a makeup artist in town? And soon enough, our prominent man's daughter, one hand had a challenge. On this side of town, a young undergraduate had created a solution that has been packaged into a product that she knew could be priced properly, and she was ready for an exchange to take place because she knew that somebody had found value in it. Their paths collided, and as they say, it was a marriage made in heaven. That young entrepreneur is standing here today and has built a beauty business 25 years from that seed. From that seed. But it's not enough that she has now built a business. It's the ripple effect of the decision and the courage to take that step. It is the number of makeup artists that we have today, an industry that prior didn't exist. The number of product lines that have been created locally by local brands that was not the case in the past was simply because that young undergraduate dared to innovate. And this is what management science calls breakthrough innovation, where you do something that's never been done before, have the courage to do it, charge for it, get paid for it, and then price properly so that you can have a business that is sustainable many years after. I'll tell another story. Another moment of innovation apart from the bridal makeup one was, I don't know how many of us remember when you go to the market with your mother and you have this image in your head of any of the traditional markets, whether it's your Balogun market, Tejosho market, Wuse market in Abuja. But you're going to the market with your mom, and where does she buy her makeup? Where? In the market, right? But she takes you along with her. The inconvenience. You remember the crowd. right? You remember the heat. You remember the negotiations back and forth, how tired you get. But I think the worst part is the traders and the cosmetic sellers that drag you as the daughter. Does that happen to anybody? Did it happen to anyone? As you are walking, what would they be doing? Madam, I go marry your pikin, oh. Your daughter are fine, oh. Am I correct? She's so beautiful. I go marry her. And guess what? Mothers are cringing. The daughters are cringing. If you're a man that I'm sure maybe you didn't have the experience, or maybe your sisters told you about the experience. It's a terrible experience. And so the women want to continue to buy because grooming is a huge part of who we are as women. So makeup, doing your eye pencil, putting on your lipstick and looking snazzy is part of being a woman. It's part of being your feminine self. The same way men have to cut their hair, right? And that's how they feel groomed. That is how important makeup is for us. But the women are stuck with buying from the open market, the traditional markets. But soon enough, yet again, a group of professionals that as the business began to grow, I had to engage. And in engaging, what I found was the entrepreneurs came with their own ideas. One of the ideas was for us to start up something. And what was that something? What we called a makeup specialty store. What that meant was we wanted to provide comfort, convenience, customer engagement, customer service, so that the women who want to buy makeup were not stuck in buying in the open market anymore. And in 2004, we opened our very first makeup studio in Nigeria, a specialty store just for makeup. And what it meant, it was not just that we were now retailing products, it was that only professional makeup artists were now attending to customers. So we're no longer stuck with one random trader who doesn't know what tones are, what shades are, what colors suit who. But now we're having trained makeup artists, and by extension, we had to now create the Makeup Academy, where we're training makeup artists who could serve and work in our stores, but then subsequently go out and become their own entrepreneurs. Today, there are so many international brands in Nigeria that are functioning and can only function simply because one of the number of makeup artists who have been trained and able to work in the industry and work in these brands, because we're innovative enough to create a makeup specialty store, one, but also to create an academy that develops and trains the makeup artists who can then become professionals working in these stores. A new career path was created. So you have lawyers who become makeup artists. You have people who study engineering becoming makeup artists because they are following their passion. Yes, I love that I studied X and B, but what I really like is makeup artistry. And they can take that and transform their lives, create a new pathway for themselves. And this is what we call experiential innovation. So you may not recreate what already existed, but you may say, how do we make it nicer for the customer? How do we make it easier for the customer? How do we make it more comfortable, more convenient for the customer? And how do we create a situation where the customer comes in and they have a feeling, they walk away with a feeling saying, this is exactly what this should be. That is experiential innovation. The last story I would like to share is the story of our very first franchise. In 2007, we opened our first franchise. And at the time, we just opened 2 stores. We had 2 in Lagos, one in Ikeja, and 1 in Victoria Island. A young man walked into the office and had the opportunity of meeting with one of the entrepreneurs in House of Tara. And that entrepreneur was our general manager, who had just come from LBS, was working for the company for about a year. And this is the power of entrepreneurs, right? And this is what Ndidi and Bola had referenced earlier. When this man came from Ibadan to say, I want a House of Tara franchise, I, for a split second, had imposter syndrome. You know what you're thinking? Does he even know what franchise means? He probably doesn't know what franchise means. Because if he knows what franchise means, it means that he wants to take my brand name and take it to another location. Why would he want to do that? Why can't he start his? Of course, the entrepreneur who understands that this is a brand that can, because it's a recognizable brand, it has value, that if he puts it on a door as a signage, people already know what it means and they will come. He took his time to explain it to this entrepreneur who didn't get it. Entrepreneurs, you are powerful. You are powerful. And so by him, more or less, like he sold the idea to me. And that is how we created the first franchise store outside of Nigeria, outside of Lagos. But the minute that happened, what he also said to me, it gave me the idea, vision, that we could open 50 stores, 100 stores. It is possible, as long as the government creates an enabling environment, as Golan had said. There was a time I even thought that we could open 1,000 stores. Well, that's a conversation for another day. Now, soon after the Ibadan franchise opened, we got another franchisee from Port Harcourt. In the first year that she opened in Port Harcourt, she decided she wanted to open a second franchise. So here we had one in Ibadan, 2 in Port Harcourt. And then I said, you know what, let's go. How far? And in 1 year, we just churned out 10 stores because there was a gap, there was a challenge. Innovation came to the rescue. And when innovation came to the rescue, we saw growth. And that growth is not just for that time, it has been sustained till now. And it is what we see in that industry today. And so what I'd like to say in closing is let's look at 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 9, that says, our eyes have not seen, ears have not heard. People are Bible students in this church. And it hasn't entered into the heart of man, those things which are prepared for those who love the Lord. How many of you love the Lord? How many of you love the Lord? What that means is that there is something that is on the inside of you, that it's innovation. The Bible says there's a spirit in man, and the inspiration of the Almighty gives him insight. Insight is the prerequisite for innovation. There's some kind of intelligence, spiritual intelligence that we have when we pray in the Spirit. And the more we pray in the Spirit and we listen in and tune into our spirit man, things are dropped. Witty inventions are dropped. And as long as you're a person of the Spirit, it will come to you. So when you are praying in the Spirit, make sure to take the time to take notes. Take your book and your paper. You're almost saying to God, I'm coming expectant of insights. And because I have the Holy Ghost on the inside of me, this insight has capacity to innovate. So I may not see, but I may have some data. Bola was talking about data earlier on. So everything that is not data oriented is all what? But we have the capacity to get some spiritual data. And the gifts of the Spirit that we all operate in, because we have the Holy Ghost, has the capacity to sow those things into. So when people ask me, then, how did you think of this? How do you think? Because there are too many innovative things that I did. All I say to them is, as a young teenager, the church that I went to, my pastor was a teacher of the word. Did he knows? Taught faith. And as a teenager, every day we get to church, 2 services in the week. The church was never big, it was like 15 people. But you can be guaranteed that you are mandated to pray all Pauline prayers. From Philippians, Ephesians, Colossians, Thessalonians, Philemon, and Hebrew. And you had to pray those prayers. Maybe I didn't even understand what they meant. Till today, as a mother, I still pray my Pauline prayers. And I ask my children to pray their Pauline prayers. And if I phone you and I ask you to pray, I will know whether you have been praying Pauline prayers, depending on how smooth. My children have caught me now, they are listening. But this is what I believe. And we're people of faith. And this church is a church that teaches the word, insights. Faith for insight for living, period, end of discussion, right? So the insight that we're getting is not for us to sit pretty in church. The insight for us is to go out into the world and make disciples of all nations, baptized in the name of the Father and of the Son and the Holy Ghost, teaching men to do all things. And Lord, Jesus said, I will be with you to the end of age. Discipleship will come from us if we're innovative. Let's not wait for the world to teach us innovation. Let's teach the world innovation. God bless.
successful Nigeria is powered by the Covenant Nation.
Those of us who are following, we know who we have not heard, right? We know who we're expecting to hear. Fantastic. So let me just bring up our next speaker, who is Audrey Jo Ezigbo. She's the Deputy Managing Director of Falcon Corporation Limited, a company which she co-founded with her husband in 1994. Falcon Corporation Limited is the leading wholly indigenous mainstream and downstream energy, gas distribution and trading company. An accomplished professional, Audrey holds several master's degrees in finance, marketing, and business administration. She's a transformational coach and an exceptional public speaker. Trust me, you would attest to this when she's done. Please welcome with a warm applause, Audrey Jo Ezigbo.
Hello, everyone. A very good afternoon to you. As always, my utmost respect to Pastor Spoju and Toyi Oyemade. So we're speaking today about innovating our way into the future. And I would just like to share some thoughts from today's session. All right, so we always start from the perspective of the problems. And why is this necessary? It is because, as has been said repeatedly, the whole world is changing. And that pace of change is rapid. So as I put it, there are evolutions, there are convolutions, there are undulations, there are so many moving parts that we have to grapple with on a daily, consistent basis. And what this means is that the word normal has actually ceased to exist, or at best exists for just a few minutes, seconds, hours, or perhaps days. So it's an evolution of seasons. And what this means, therefore, is that when we think about ourselves as entrepreneurs, we cannot afford to be static in any way. It's really hard now to do a lot of long-range planning, but at the end of the day, we still must be adaptable and connected enough to what is going on as far as our businesses are concerned. And the truth is that, as used to be said, it has become more so true than ever before, that if you're not innovative as an entrepreneur, you actually risk, just going out of business. Now, if this is true for your particular business and your particular industry, I promise you that is also true from both the national and the subnational level. And why is this? It's because of the paradoxes, especially as Nigerians. What an amazing nation we are. We are a nation of the craziest forms of paradoxes ever, isn't it? I mean, we are a country that we are as resource rich as we are deficient in the optimization of those same resources. We're a nation that is blessed with gas, with water, with sunlight, things that we can use to generate electricity and power for the entire nation, and indeed export it. At the same time, oh wow, we will not be surprised if they took light right now, would we? Yeah. So we're a nation that is as richly endowed with a huge, gifted, entrepreneurial, vibrant population, as we're also burdened by the dearth of available opportunities for those, that vigor to be channeled into profitable expressions of enterprise. So whether we like it or not, we always find ourselves starting the conversations with Nigeria around problems, around the paradoxes. And this is not hard to imagine, because by whatever metric you choose to look at the nation, I mean, whether we're talking about GDP growth rates, whether we're talking about inflation, whether we're talking about youth unemployment, whether we're talking about security from whatever dimensions, exchange rates, the level of manufacturing, the deindustrialization that we've seen happening in this country over years. The truth is that Everywhere we look, we see that we are in a precarious position. And quite frankly, the next set of steps that we'll take as a nation could either reposition us back to our glory or tip us further into an edge. Because you see, there is a future that is coming, whether we want it or not. So we've all talked this day, about the level of unemployment. We talked about 41%, thereabouts. Here's the thing. When we talk about India and China, there is one statistic that was not put out today, and that's the fact that Nigeria is actually poised to become one of the most populous nations, right up there with them. And the question then becomes, what happens to us when that happens? Because it's difficult enough as we are now. We are in a country where the GDP growth rate is lower than the population growth rate. That should tell us that something interesting is going on. And here's the thing. I was at an energy conference recently, and we're talking about the fact that, we keep looking at the international world to solve our power problems. And I remember one speaker said something. He said, let me tell you, nobody's coming to save you. You have to save yourself. And this resonates with me because I truly believe that the greatest solutions that we're going to have to the problems that we face, they're going to come from within us. And that brings me then to the issue of posture. That as entrepreneurs, we want to ask ourselves, when we dimension and stare in the face the many, many challenges that are in our environment, what happens? Can we afford to be overwhelmed? I say no, actually. I say no. I think that, as has been said repeatedly, when we hear the problems and the challenges, we begin to look for the opportunities where we can plug the gaps. And that's the message I want to bring today. That first and foremost, private sector must necessarily be staring those challenges in the face and thinking, what kind of adaptations and innovations do I need to be part of to reset and recatalyze this nation? Because it's very possible. So it's very clear to me that as far as the national developmental agenda of Nigeria is concerned, entrepreneurs, we have more than ever before a very key role to play. And we've done well, so let me first celebrate that. I applaud every single entrepreneur in the hall who has been a big part of contributing to the GDP of this country. Because when we look at the GDP of Nigeria, that formal and informal sector, you and I, we have done very well. But guys, guess what? There is still so much work left to be done. And it is from that perspective that I say this very carefully, because I'm also an entrepreneur myself, that in a sense, much as we've done well, we have actually over-sensationalized entrepreneurship. We have put this kind of guilt upon people that if you don't have one kind of private side hustle, then something is wrong with you. I ask repeatedly, if everyone will be an entrepreneur, I beg, who is going to work for us? And I'm going to come to that. About 11 years ago, one young lady, she came to me, I just finished talking at one business event, and she said, oh my gosh, ma'am, you're such an enigma. You're the woman I want to become. I was very honored. I was also very unconfused, if that is a word. And why do I say that? Because I recognize that if there is a woman called Audrey Jones Ezigbo that someone else considers an enigma, it is because on my journey, I have ridden on the backs of those that have gone ahead. It is because there are people who are partnering with me. There are people who are placing their goodwill, their resources on my behalf. There are people who are praying me through. There are people who are taking the thing that I call my vision and running with it. And that brings me to this issue. That as entrepreneurs, when we celebrate the things we've achieved, with all due respect, God has helped me to do well with my business, my husband and I. But guess what? We are not all that by ourselves, are we? And it's important, which is why I really love the fact that today's session is not just about entrepreneurs, but about entrepreneurs. Because you see, this is about partnerships. This is about partnerships. That we are who we are, we've achieved the things we've achieved because there have been some people that have chosen to oil the wheels of our organization. There are some people that have committed to manning our gates, so to speak, to upholding the vision, even though it might not be theirs, as we've heard. It's just on the pathway to their own. And that's why I love entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, those ones that they don't think job title, all they're thinking is, let's get this done. What do we need to tweak? What do we need to change? Madam, if you are slow, let me tell you what to do. Entrepreneurs are people that can sometimes, if we, the entrepreneurs, will be honest, They can embarrass us with their resourcefulness. Sometimes they challenge you into thinking, is this my business or, yeah. Some of them even have the language of I, my. I remember someone who worked for me, she's like, madam, they must pay me my money. And I'll be like, sorry. But I knew where she was coming from. So we have entrepreneurs who, if you are not careful, they can make you, the entrepreneur, feel very insecure. And I think perhaps that's sometimes the problem that we face. So I thought that it was good to just stop and say, you know what, guys, I see you. And I loved it when Tara said that you're powerful people, because I actually wrote that. I said, listen, you are truly powerful and valuable people. So if you're an entrepreneur in the room, please celebrate yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But in the spirit of partnerships, because the Nigeria problem is our problem collectively, whether you are intra or intra, is that we're going to need to come to the place of these powerful and profitable partnerships. While we are busy chasing our individual visions, there is a convergence that comes from the perspective of the Nigeria challenge. And I hope that that is clear in the room today. So in the spirit of our topic today, I thought to look at innovations. And not just innovations by entrepreneurs, but I actually took time to go and do a search around innovations that were done by intrapreneurs. And I found some really interesting things I didn't know. I mean, first of all, can we just settle that we're living in innovation? And there's some things right from the bed you sleep on, the toothbrush you use, things you don't even wake up every day and think, I wonder who made this toothbrush. No, you don't think about those things. They're just making our lives better. But I thought, okay, for those that work for people, and I found out that things like Gmail, Google News, the Apple iPod, Microsoft Surface, the Xbox, the Sony PlayStation, the Walkman, which used to be a thing, Amazon Prime, that is like some of us can't do without it. These were things created by people working for other people. But why is it important to me? Because the ripple effect is global, well beyond themselves. And I think this aligns very much with everything that has been said, that if you wear the right hat, you are actually empowering much more than yourself. Therefore, as I said earlier, because no one is coming to save us, if we are paying attention to trying to create ripples of value beyond ourselves to solve our national problems, then we have to look at the businesses that we run as well as that we work for as platforms where those solutions will be created. And if we see that, then certainly we can do bigger things. So entrepreneurs, first, let me say this. We want to solve problems, we want to do great things. We want our names in the light, but our names in the light must be the smallest part of our agenda when we're thinking about what to do. And guess what? This is exactly the same message to every entrepreneur. Don't be too focused on your name in the light. Focus on the things that we need to restore glory. So again, people, when we talk about innovation, people are always central to it. Whether it is the people we try to cultivate and groom to create those innovations, or the people who are going to benefit from it, in this case, the Nigerian people. So innovation is, in the place of this partnership, as I said, is profitable. We begin to think about the things that we can do to make life better for everyone. And when I say everyone, it could be that just within your organization, you're thinking, how can I make this place better? So that the business is better, so that my colleagues were working in a better place. And that means we must be thinking 360 around every single dimension of innovation. So we can be thinking about the product innovation itself, where we want to create new products or improve the functionality of existing ones. Tara touched on that as well. We may be thinking about processes. Everything you complain about within your organization from a process point of view, everything your customer complains about on the other end, needs you to sit down and wear a cap for how can I tweak this? It can be something where we're thinking about the process, the manufacturing, or the entire organization. Can we even change how we do business? Who said it must be like this? Maybe we're the ones that can recreate the work styles of our industry. Now, why is this important? I think that when we begin to dimension what we do, whether as the business owners or the people working in them, and we're thinking more all about creating value for the people within and outside of our organizations, what happens is that we begin to see more opportunities where we can service people, where we can make life better, more enjoyable for the people that are around us. So let's think about that. It's always about people. Let's not miss it. I want us to look at a couple of images, and I will not say anything for a few seconds. Please look carefully. And no, the tech people didn't confuse my presentation. I know I'm in oil and gas, and yes, it is plantain. Do we see? How about this one? I want to thank 1Q Food Platter for these images. That one that says, I love Dodo, that's mine. I love that. I saw something on WhatsApp once where somebody said, I'm very sure that the person who first thought to fry plantain made it to heaven. I totally agree. But guess what? The reason that I've put this here, I could have come talking about energy, it's my space, about gas, it's my space, power and all that. But I really wanted to have a conversation around perspective. Around perspective. I did not put pictures of food to in any way trivialize the things we're talking about today. What I'm actually trying to do is to bring it down to such a level that every single one of us can find ourselves in the conversation. Because when we talk about innovation, it's so easy for us to begin to think about the big things. Flutterwave, fantastic. Andela, Sony Walkman, or whatever the things, we have the big things. The ability to even project multiple screens, the devices we carry, it's so easy for us to be thinking about that. But it seems to me that from a perspective point of view, if we would understand that innovating our way through the future, innovations, generally speaking, have to do with both the big and the small, then we can all situate ourselves in that. And I'm going to explain why those pictures were relevant. So it struck me that if we can